Audiobook title Overwhelming Firepower 01 to 198 Part 02. The other members of Thornifang were also having their own revelations as they remembered Lucen's words. They had already sworn their loyalty to the little leader, to Lucen Thornyheart. They wanted to follow him to the end of his dream. To be able to do that, they need to be able to keep up with Lucen. So with renewed vigor, they started finishing the push-ups. A few of them nearly dropped to the ground, arms trembling from exhaustion, but they kept going. They couldn't stop here. Thalos noticed the change in the men and women of Thornifang and couldn't help but grin widely. As expected of the people chosen by the young master, their competitive spirit was set ablaze. I knew that doing push-ups in front of them would motivate them greatly. Unaware of the true thoughts of the members of Thornifang, Thalos was convinced that his demonstration had spurred them forward. After a few more minutes, all of the members of Thornifang had finished 200 push-ups. Not as hopeless as I feared, Thalos said, clapping his hands once. Now that you lot have finally warmed up, time for a march around Ironhold. Unlike before, where they would have groaned in frustration at what Thalos said, they instead showed a determined face. Seeing the look in their eyes made Thalos happy. It would seem that I can push them further beyond their limit. Chapter 55. Alchemy. Engineering. Nah, let's play a game. After he was done talking with his father, Lucen started thinking about how to make money. He had several ideas that he could do using his past life's knowledge. Thanks to years of gaming, anime, and a gloriously useless Bachelor of Arts degree, Lucen had more than enough odd trivia and half-useful knowledge floating in his head. One of which was to create games. This world had only a few games. There was a single board game similar to chess, which only nobles enjoyed, and was twice as complicated compared to the chess from Lucen's past life. There were also a few card games and some dice games, but that was it. The children mostly made up their own games, but there was nothing mainstream. Most of their playing was running around and exploring whatever caught their eyes. They would also do simple role-playing, acting like a knight, a princess, and so forth. Those alone were already considered fun. These guys have so few games. If I were just trying to enjoy my reincarnated life peacefully, I wouldn't last a week. Lucen rubbed his temple. Still, I guess I could try watching plays or something, but I doubt that'll help. Wait, I'm getting sidetracked. Lucen decided it would be nice to create a few games similar to the ones in his past life. As a gamer, he had played quite a few games of different genres. If I introduced the right game, something simple yet addictive, I could sell boards, host tournaments, even make noble additions. I would be drowning in coin. Lucen, who was getting excited, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So what kind of game should I make? It needs to be an easy-to-understand game. The people in this world have so little entertainment that they should be happy with something simple. What kind of game can I make with minimal resources? Lucen stopped in his tracks, mentally flipping through the easiest games to recreate from his past life. That's it. I'm going to create Reversi. Wait, since I'm the one creating it in this world, I can change the name. I can call it something like Black and White Discs, or something like Territory War, which sounds a bit better. If I'm able to sell this, that name would be quite funny when a noble hears it. They might think we're actually starting a territorial war. Reversi was a simple game in his memory, which many anime protagonists used to create to relieve their boredom, or, like him, do it for coin. The rules were simple: 2 sides, black and white, a board of 8 by 8 squares, discs that could be flipped from one color to the other by surrounding them. It was fast to learn but surprisingly deep, a battle of wits disguised as a child's game, the kind of thing you could teach in minutes, then spend hours mastering. Once Lucen made his decision, he quickly went to the craftsmen to ask them to make the board and the pieces he needed. Lucen quickly made his way to the carpenter's hall in Ironhold, a place that smelled of sawdust and resin instead of steel and fire. Unlike the forge where the blacksmiths were, Lucen only came here a few times. He spoke to the best of the carpenters present, a rather old man with a nice body build that even Thalos would praise. Master Hulls, Lucen said with a grin, I need you to make me a square board. 8 rows, 8 columns, and 64 small round wooden discs, flat on both sides. Paint one side black, the other white. Each disc should fit snugly within a square. Hulls, who'd grown used to Lucen's sudden visits, wasn't surprised by the request, just mildly baffled by its oddity. The old craftsman blinked. That's a lot of discs. I'll pay handsomely for the first set if you can finish it by tomorrow. Of course, young master, I can do anything you request. The old man suddenly became enthusiastic upon hearing of the increased pay. "But young master, if you would allow me to bring in a few other carpenters, we could finish your request in 2 hours. "Oh, then that would be better." As Halls barked orders to his apprentices, someone unexpected entered the place. "Hey, I told you to meet me in the lab after you were done talking to the Duke. What kinds of interesting things are you doing here now?" Robert entered with his usual manic energy. "I'm making a game. Why waste your time with such frivolities? You're a person who should dedicate yourself to the truth of the world." Robert's voice was growing a bit louder as he continued speaking. "We could be making stronger weapons, changing the ways we understand the world, and we could be revolutionizing alchemy itself. We could be doing a lot more, and here you are making a game. Well, to make the things we want, we do need coins. I'm making this game to earn more so that we can make more things." The second Robert heard what Lucen said, his eyes were gleaming. "If you just wanted to make money, then why choose games? We could invent something using alchemy, something that many people would buy. Not only will that help us with coins, it will also help promote the Yellow Tower's prestige. Then tell me, do you have any idea of what to sell?" Since we can't sell the black powder, I need to make something brand new, or I can improve upon something that already exists. I can improve the formula for the healing potions. No, that would take too long and with little payoff. Last time we were only able to improve it by a single percentage point, and that took half a decade. Robert had once again started mumbling to himself, and Lucen then didn't bother the other party as he continued to wait for the prototype for the game Reversi, which he would now call Territory War. After less than 2 hours had passed, Halls returned to find Lucen waiting patiently, and Robert, who was muttering beside him. Halls was already used to Robert acting like that since he had several interactions with the other party. So he ignored Robert and walked towards Lucen. In his hands, he was cradling the finished board and discs like a relic. Lucen took one look at the board game and grinned. Time to spread some good all games in this boring world. Robert snapped out of his muttering when he heard Lucen, his eyes locking onto the board and disc-like pieces in Lucen's hands. "Is that it? HMPH. Fine, let's see what kind of unproductive game you've created, though I must admit it does look a little intriguing." Chapter 56. The opening move. Lucen and Robert were playing the first game of Reversi or Territory War. As expected of Robert, with a simple explanation, he quickly understood how to play the game. Even though he was a newbie, he didn't play like one. If he were up against an average opponent, he might have won. But he wasn't. He was playing against Lucen, a lifelong gamer with a love for traps and endgame reversals. "Wait, what just happened? I was dominating and then I lost." Robert couldn't believe his eyes. The board, which was once filled with black discs that were his, was replaced by white. "GGS," Lucen suddenly blurted out, which confused Robert even more. "GGIZ. What does that even mean?" "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." "No, I can't accept a loss like this. Come on, another game. This time I will show you what I'm capable of." A few minutes later, Lucen once again won, but Robert did improve ever so slightly. Again, Robert demanded, and Lucen shrugged and humored him. Another match. Another win for Lucen. By now, a small crowd had gathered. Carpenters peered over shoulders, and even blacksmiths from the nearby forge came in, drawn by the noise. "How can this be? Another rematch. This time, I've calculated your every possible move." Lucen and Robert played once more, and the result was the same as the other games, with Lucen winning. Damn it, what went wrong? Did he make me move to take the side and use that against me? The crowd that was watching found that the game looked interesting and asked Lucen what it was. "This is a game I created called Territory War. I'm planning to sell this, but you can play with the prototype if you want." "Wait, I want another rematch." Robert suddenly spoke. "Sorry, Robert, but I have other things to do. If you want, you can teach others and play with them. I think you need a bit more experience before you take me on again." "What did you say?" Lucen smirked, leaned in and whispered, "Get good." "Fine. I'll surpass you and crush you beneath the weight of my intellect." Robert, who had completely forgotten his original intention when coming here, burst out and started teaching the craftsmen how to play the game. Seeing his reaction, Lucen wanted to say good luck with that, but decided not to and simply smiled and then spoke to Halls. "Master Halls, can you make another one? This time, put the insignia of my regiment, Thornifang, on the side of the board, a silver thorn curling around the fang of a dragon. I could, young master, just give me an hour." Halls and his apprentices got to work, and to Lucen's surprise, finished even faster than expected. "Here you go, young master," Halls said, handing the board with the insignia of Thornifang alongside the colored pieces that were in a cloth bag. "Thank you, Master Halls. If you don't mind me asking, young master, how do you plan to sell these? Which merchant group are you going to visit?" Halls could not hold his curiosity and asked, "I won't be going to any of the merchant groups. I'm going to wait for them to come to me instead." "How do you plan to do that, young master?" "By playing," Lucen answered with a vicious-looking grin on his face. Thornifang had finished their training for the day, and their entire bodies were aching in pain. The group then dragged themselves to their favorite tavern, surely a drink of ale and a warm meal, while sharing stories of their adventure would cheer them up. When they got near the tavern, they couldn't hear the bustling noise within. Usually at this hour, someone would be doing something stupid, or someone's being loud because they've drunk too much. Not even the sound of a bard singing could be heard, which was quite surprising. As the group grew even more confused, they suddenly heard cheering, which startled them. The group entered the tavern and saw a large group surrounding someone, in the middle of which was their little leader, doing something on a wooden board. Facing a familiar face, Darren, one of the guards who usually dozed off during patrol. "Young master, one more game, please." Darren was practically begging. "Enough, your turn is done. I want to try next." Another man pushed Darren out of the seat and sat in front of Lucen, who was now clearing the board. "Little leader, what's happening here?" Harlick squeezed through the crowd and asked Lucen. "Oh, Harlick, it seems like training had gone better than expected. Good thing Sathalos held back. Sathalos made us do a ton of stuff. My body is screaming in pain, do you know that?" "How is that holding back?" Harlick couldn't help but raise his voice when he heard what Lucen said. "Well, since you're able to move about and even raise your voice, then he definitely held back." The moment Harlick and the others heard Lucen's reply, a chill ran down their spines. Who knew that Sathalos was still holding back with what they've been through? "Okay, let's stop talking about that. What is this? What are you doing, little leader?" "Oh, it's a game I invented." "So, not only can you make weapons, you're good at fighting, strategy, and alchemy. You're telling me now that you also know how to make games. Is there anything you can't do?" Harlick sounded exasperated as he continued. "To top it off, you're the heir of the Iron Duke, the future Duke of Stelhart. Do you have any more hidden skills that I should know about?" "Who knows?" Lucen shrugged as he changed the topic. "So want to try playing? Why not?" Harlick and Lucen changed positions. "Can someone bring drinks over here?" Harlick spoke as he sat down. Lucen then began teaching Harlick the game rules. It didn't take the former mercenary leader long to get the hang of how the game was played. The other members of Thornifang also listened in, while Lucen was explaining how to play territory war. Once everyone was caught up, Harlick and everyone else in the tavern were having fun taking turns playing the game. While everyone was focused on the game, someone approached Lucen. A man stepped forward, wrapped in a thick, weather-worn cloak of patched wool and fur, the kind meant to survive long roads and colder nights. Snow clung to the hem of his travel-stained boots, and a faded satchel marked with a modest merchant's seal hung at his hip. His gloves were mismatched, one of leather, the other of knit wool, and his scarf looked like it had seen better seasons. Despite his worn appearance, his eyes were sharp, alert, hungry, and calculating. "Excuse me, young sir, I heard that you were the one who created that game they are playing right now." Chapter 57, Throwing the Dice. Aldrich Marin was from a small village near Ironhold. When he was young, unlike the other boys who wanted to be knights, mercenaries, or bards, he had a different ambition. He wanted to be a merchant. He dreamed of traveling far, meeting interesting people, and selling curious things. Not only that, but merchants were the ones who made real coin. Even as a boy, Aldrich had a nose for what others wanted before they did, be it fresh goat cheese or handmade wool gloves. Small comforts no one knew they needed until Aldrich offered them, which seemed quite a useful skill to have, especially for someone like him who was aspiring to be a merchant. Aldrich worked hard to get enough coin to go to the capital and register with the merchant union. He brought a few items from his hometown and went to Norvigard's capital city, Kalehart, filled with hope for the start of his dream. Unfortunately, reality was a heavy hammer that brought down many a dreamer. The capital wasn't kind to no-name merchants. His hometown goods didn't sell that well, and without connections or coin to secure prime stalls or backroom deals, Aldrich was squeezed out before he even had a chance to begin. His savings bled away with every passing day, from stall fees, lodging, bribes, and spoiled goods. He tried everything, peddling in alley markets, hawking wares to noble stewards, even making deliveries for established merchant guilds. But it was like trying to grow flowers in winter soil. Still, despite so many setbacks, Aldrich continued chasing his dream. After gaining experience over the years, even through his failure, he gained a talent for sensing how the trends will go. Unfortunately, without enough coin, he could not use this talent effectively. In the end, after years of struggle, he had no choice but to pack up what little he had left and leave the capital behind. I guess this can be the start of my dream as a true traveling merchant. Yes, the capital wasn't really for me. The scenery was getting boring. Now, wrapped in a threadbare cloak, frost clinging to his boots, with pride weighing heavier than his satchel, Aldrich wandered north once more. With a positive look on things, Aldrich headed back to his hometown, but before that, he made a stop in the fortress city of Ironhold. He was a northerner, someone who was part of the dukedom of Stelhart. But this was the first time he had been to the main city, the heart of Stelhart, Ironhold. Many merchants came and went from this place, as the north, especially Ironhold, has the most monster materials. Aldrich wanted to sell his wares from Kalehart here, or trade them for some monster materials. He would then go home and rest for a bit before setting off to a different place to sell the monster materials he would gain. The towering walls of Ironhold awed him. They felt more solid, more secure than even Kalehart, the capital city. All right, I can sense it. Once I get the monster materials, I'm sure I'll be able to make a comeback. A few days in Ironhold, Aldrich was somehow able to sell some of his wares and even trade for some monster materials. Though not high quality, it was still better than nothing. While staying in Ironhold, Aldrich learned of the heir of the north, Lucen Thornyheart. In Kalehart, Lucen was said to be a sickly person and the shame of the north. But recently, there was a rumor that he, alongside some mercenaries, had defeated a young dragon. Of course, many in the capital had dismissed the tale as bardic exaggeration. It was likely a wyvern, not a dragon, they said. Just another story, inflated for the sake of a good song. Yet now that he was here in Ironhold, every citizen said they saw the dragon's skull and some dismembered body parts. Are the rumors true then? Does that mean Lucen Thornyheart also created a weapon that sounds like thunder? Aldrich was now gaining some interest in Lucen Thornyheart, especially the unknown weapon he created. If he could get his hands on one of those, he might be able to sell it for a fortune. Who knows, I really might get lucky and be able to buy one of his weapons. Aldrich thought to himself with his usual enthusiasm. Aldrich was going back to the place he was staying when he noticed a large crowd gathering in a certain tavern. Laughter and shouting spilled onto the street. Curious, he paused. That kind of noise usually meant coin or opportunity. Aldrich entered the tavern and looked around, trying to figure out what everyone was so excited about. It was then that Aldrich saw what everyone was going crazy over. There was a young man with silver hair and ruby red eyes with an unknown board on the table, and in front of him was Darren, the guard he usually saw sleeping on the job. The wooden board seemed to be of high quality. The two were placing small discs with different colors onto the wooden board, and each time they placed one, they would flip the others. After watching for a while, Aldrich caught on. Control the board, flip your opponent's pieces, and end with the most in your color. Simple rules, but enough depth to draw a crowd. That was the mark of something profitable. So this is a game. A new game that doesn't even exist in the capital. Aldrich wanted to have a chance to speak to the boy who seemed to own the game, but then a group of people arrived. They kept on calling the boy young master, and it seems that he was the one who created the game. It was then Aldrich realized who the boy was, his distinct silver-white hair and ruby-red eyes. Isn't this young man the heir of the north, Lucen Thornyheart? Knowing the silver-haired boy was Lucen Thornyheart, the heir of the Iron Duke, the Dragon Slayer himself, made Aldrich pause. He'd dealt with barons before, but never anyone of this stature. This could be my last chance. Aldrich stared at Lucen, silver-haired, crimson-eyed, calm amidst the cheering. A merchant is a gambler, Aldrich reminded himself, and gamblers don't win by standing still. He exhaled, adjusted his threadbare cloak and stepped forward. Time to throw the dice. Excuse me, young sir, I heard that you were the one who created that game they're playing right now. The moment Lucen's ruby-red eyes stared at him, Aldrich gulped dryly as he suddenly felt even more nervous, but he kept on smiling. He'd spent years chasing luck that never looked his way. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Yes, I am, and you are. Oh, how rude of me, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Aldrich Marin, a traveling merchant. Aldrich unconsciously held out his hand for a handshake, but then he remembered the person in front of him was a noble heir. Based on his past experience with noble barons, they were people who didn't like talking to commoners, much less touching them. He noticed Lucian's reaction, which was of brief surprise, as if he'd just seen something out of place. Must have caught him off guard. Guess nobles don't get many handshakes from low-born merchants like me. As Aldrich was about to awkwardly pull his hand back, Lucian surprisingly shook his hand. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Aldrich. I'm Lucian Thornifang. So how can I help you, Mr. Aldrich? Just Aldrich is fine, Sir Lucian. All right then, Aldrich. What is it you wanted to talk about? Well, truth be told, it's about that game, the one everyone's crowding around. Lucian raised an eyebrow, expression unreadable. It's called Territory War. Oh, I see, that's a rather unique name, Aldrich said. It's clever, simple to learn, but deep enough to make you want another round. I've seen games in Kalehart's noble circles, and nothing draws a crowd like this. Lucian tilted his head slightly, as if intrigued. I'd like your permission to sell it, Aldrich pressed on. I travel, not just to cities. I plan to go to villages, trade routes, and even outposts. I can get it seen by people who don't visit taverns like this. And I don't need much, just a small cut per sale. Lucian didn't speak right away. Aldrich felt his stomach tighten. Had he overstepped? Did he sound too desperate? Then Lucian gave a small smile. You seem like quite the interesting fellow, Aldrich. Well, I try to be, Aldrich replied. I like your sincerity and the guts it takes to ask the Iron Duke's son for a deal. I'll have several copies by tomorrow. I'll let you take 10 for your first batch. The price per set is 2 silver coins. You'll take 10% of whatever you sell. 2 silver. 10%, Aldrich muttered, running the numbers. 20 bronze a sale. It was not much, but more than he'd had yesterday. This was a much better deal than he had anticipated. Before he could even say anything, Lucian continued. I'll have them wrapped and ready by tomorrow afternoon. I'll meet you here in this tavern, Lucian said, already turning back to the game board. Aldrich bowed slightly, hands tight at his sides, adrenaline still humming in his blood. Thank you, young Master Lucian. I won't disappoint. Aldrich didn't know it yet, but this moment had already changed everything. In the original storyline, he needed to experience more hardships before achieving success. But now those experiences would never happen. The dice had been rolled, and the bet had been won. Chapter 58. Pieces on the board. Lucian was quite surprised to meet Aldrich Marin, the very same merchant who, in the game, would somehow always appear in dungeons, uncharted ruins, or the middle of nowhere, just in time to sell the protagonist group some wares. In the game, Aldrich had always been a walking mystery, an unassuming merchant who somehow knew exactly when and where the protagonist needed supplies. A crumbling dungeon, he'd be there with lanterns and antidotes. A bandit ambush in a snowy pass, Aldrich would already have a small fire going and tea brewing like he'd booked a reservation. Lucian used to laugh about it with other players online. They joke that Aldrich must have been the real final boss or an unpatched bug, with a quest marker stuck to him. He was a meme, a legend, and somehow also a beloved NPC. Now seeing him here, real and breathing, Lucian was both amused and unsettled. There was no explanation for how he survived those places, unless sheer luck was a stat, and if so, Aldrich had maxed it out. In-game, his appearing anywhere the protagonist was, especially before a big battle, made sense, but in reality, I'm starting to question how he did it. This guy wasn't some powerful knight or a great mage. Then how? No use thinking about it. Lucian's thoughts drifted again when he realized something else. Aside from Aldrich, he'd already met several named characters from the game. This was surprising since Lucian had never stepped foot in Kalehart, where most of Alexander's story took place. Yet even here in the north, he was already crossing paths with characters who had roles in the game's main storyline. Well, these guys should originally be from the north, so I guess bumping into them would have been a matter of time. Their presence, like pieces scattered too early on a chessboard, was both exciting and deeply concerning. It meant that they were moving in ways he couldn't predict, which means the enemies and bosses were also going to move in a way that is not the same as the game. Some enemies in the game only turned hostile because of specific events. If those haven't happened yet, then maybe, just maybe, some of them are still neutral. Those were Lucian's thoughts as he told the carpenters about making several territory warboards and pieces. They were reluctant at first. Sure, they found territory war fun to play, but making it was another matter entirely. That reluctance quickly changed the moment Lucen mentioned they'd be paid a bit more than usual. This motivated them to start working. I guess everyone just loves money. It's the same in this life as it was in my past life. What did they say back then? Money might not be able to buy happiness, but it can rent you paradise. Lucen was reminded of that quote he had heard from a show he had watched back in his past life. As he stepped out of the workshop, he met one of the patrolling knights. "Young master, the Lord has been looking for you. He said that you need to head to his study at once." Lucen, who was planning to eat after this, sighed when he heard that his father had summoned him. Of course he did. Lucen, who had just been here this morning, having a heartfelt conversation with his father, was back again near evening. "Sir, you called for me." Varden didn't speak at first. His ink-stained fingers paused mid-sentence as he finished writing something with deliberate strokes. Only then did he raise his gaze, and Lucen felt the full weight of his father's eyes, calm, unreadable, the kind of gaze that had once made barbarian chieftains hesitate mid-charge. The fire crackled gently in the corner, but the study itself felt cold. Steel armor stood polished on a mannequin by the wall, and a sword rested above the mantel, its presence more of a warning than a decoration. "It seems you have been busy the second we finished our conversation. To think that you were able to create something like this." Varden then showed that he had the game of Territory War on his table. "I heard about it from Robert," Varden said, his voice neutral but tinged with amusement. "He came here to challenge me. At first, I thought it was something formal, perhaps a duel. But no, it turns out he just wanted to play a game." Varden placed a piece on the board with a light clack, his expression thoughtful. "A curious game you've created. Territory War, was it? A contest of area and control. Simple at first glance, but deceptively deep. The one who dominates the board wins." He gestured to the set more closely. "I had the carpenters make me one. They even added your Thornifang insignia. I can already guess what you intend. But I want to hear it from you, son. What do you plan to do with this? Earlier today, you said that I need a coin to make Dorson into what I want it to be. This is my way to get that coin," Lucen answered. "As expected, so how do you plan to sell these? Are you going to use a big merchant group, or do you want my help in introducing you to the ones who usually buy our monster parts?" "I already have a merchant in mind to sell my game. He's a traveling merchant who seems to have just started, but I think he has good instincts." "A new merchant without any backing? I know that it might seem foolish to have someone like him sell my game, but I have a good feeling about him. He also feels like quite the lucky person, so I'm willing to bet on him. You may do as you wish, since this is your game that you wish to sell. Still, I must warn you that a traveling merchant might have some difficulties later if your game spreads as intended." "What do you mean, father?" "We as knights and nobles do battle both on the battlefield with sword at hand and in the court with words. On the other hand, merchants fight for resources. An emerging merchant will have to face some of the big merchant groups eventually, but worst of all, he might catch the eye of the merchant Edrim Lysark." Hearing that name from his father's mouth caught Lucen off guard. Edrim Lysark, the Merchant of Death, the boss of Chapter 2 in the game. To think I would hear the name of another named character in the game. Unaware of Lucen's thoughts, Varden continued speaking. "Edrim is a dangerous individual who seems to have the backing of one of the royals. He is known as a merchant who would do anything to get what he wants, from kidnapping to killing competitors. Of course, there is no proof of this, and even if there were, the royal backing them would make it disappear." "Is he really that powerful?" Lucen asked, feigning curiosity. Varden leaned back in his chair. "Powerful? No, but dangerous. Without a doubt. He doesn't fight with swords or spells. He fights with influence, with coin, and he knows how to use both. Spies and assassins are his usual partners." Lucen already knew all this, since the current Edrim was no different from the one he saw in the game. "He might seem like a merchant, but don't let that fool you. He operates like a warlord with paperwork instead of weapons. If he sees your game as competition, he won't play fair." "I understand, father. I will warn Aldrich about that." "That's it, are you not going to do anything?" Varden asked curiously. "Not at all, I will let Aldrich do what he thinks he needs to do." "Do you trust that merchant you just met today?" Lucen didn't answer right away. He thought back to the way Aldrich had smiled earlier, unbothered by frost, unfazed by risk. The man treated danger like a polite inconvenience. "I trust his luck," Lucen said, then added with a wry smile. "I already told you, father, I feel that the person has incredible optimism, wit, and luck. A good combination for a merchant." Lucen answered with confidence. Even though he was surprised to hear the name of the second chapter's boss this early, He wasn't that concerned. Even in the game, Edrim found Aldrich an eyesore, but was unable to do much to the other party. If he survived Edrim's schemes in the game, then he'll survive them here too. Events may change, but people remain the same. He's still Aldrich Marin, the merchant mad enough to set up shop in a collapsing ruin and walk out richer than before. Of course, Lucen wasn't just going to leave everything to luck. He was already making plans for what to do, just in case Edrim decided to interfere and take it too far. Varden remained silent for a moment, then gave a small nod. Then let us see how far that merchant and your games can go. Chapter 59. The Game of Influence. It had been a month since Lucen gave Aldrich a few territory warboards and pieces. By now, the game had spread like wildfire across Stelhart. You could see people playing it in taverns, in homes, even on crates by the roadside. Anywhere a board could be placed. In a certain tea party attended by the children of nobles, hosted by the youngest daughter of Marquess Varn Crowlorn, Lysette Crowlorn. She was the beloved daughter of the Marquess. She was a bright spark in the often grey world of nobility. Her golden blonde hair shimmered like sunlight, and her deep blue eyes always seemed to be plotting something fun. Unlike her stern father, Marquess Varn Crowlorn, Lysette was cheerful, outgoing, and far too curious for her own good. She spoke to knights, servants, and nobles with equal ease, often making friends wherever she went. Beneath her playful charm, however, was a sharp mind and quick wit, traits she hid behind her laughter. While her tea parties were mostly seen as social playdates for noble daughters, Lysette cleverly used them to gather little pieces of information, stitching together whispers and rumors like embroidery on a handkerchief. Of course, she also used this tea party to have fun talking to other noble ladies. Yet this time, there was something different at this tea party, as she took out a curious-looking board with an insignia that looked similar to the Thornyheart families. But this one had a fang instead of a shield wrapped in thorns. "Oh, what's this? I think I have seen that item while passing by a nearby village." The daughter of a viscount spoke. "That's territory war, isn't it?" Another chimed in. "It's become quite popular in Stelhart, the Iron Duke's domain. But yours looks different, Lady Lysette." Lysette grinned. "By chance, I met the merchant selling the game. He told me he had a special board, one of only 100 ever made. I was already interested in the game before that, so I told him I didn't care about the price and bought it on the spot." She gently placed the board for all to see. It was a beautiful thing. Deep-stained mahogany with beveled edges and a polished obsidian inlay forming the grid. At the center was a finely etched Thornifang insignia. Beneath the board, engraved in delicate script, was a mark, #001/100. Each game piece is a weighty disc made of jet black iron on one side and bone white ceramic on the other, with a faint magical shimmer. When placed, the pieces emit a soft click, and high-quality sets even include subtle enchantments, causing flip tiles to glow briefly with Thornifang's signature red hue. "Oh my, this is much better than the ones I have seen before." Still, it's quite curious that the insignia of this board seems oddly similar to the Thornyheart crest. "Do you think that the Thornyheart family has something to do with this game?" One of the ladies voiced her opinion. The game did start spreading in his territory. One of the younger girls, clearly excited, leaned closer. "If it's connected to the Thornyhearts, does that mean the Iron Duke himself plays it? That would be so thrilling." Lysette giggled. "I highly doubt Lord Varden would waste time on a board game. He's far too serious for that. Let's stop talking about who created the game and start playing instead." The ladies readily agreed, and after a brief explanation from Lysette, started playing the game. Once they started, the entire tea party was just them playing territory war. After that tea party, the daughters of various noble families wanted to own their own set of territory war. They asked their fathers to buy them the board game. It didn't take long for them to locate Aldrich, who sold the limited edition ones, which cost around 2 platinum coins. Seeing how obsessed their daughters were with the game, the fathers themselves became interested, and once they started playing, they could not stop. The game then started spreading through the noble circles, and finally, the big merchant groups learned of the game. When they caught wind of territory war, the first thing they did was, of course, replicate the game. It was quite easy to do since the board and pieces were simple to make. Even Edrim took great interest in it and crafted a superior version. Sleek, elegant, expensive. He made a large batch, confident that nobles would flock to it. But they didn't. Not even the cheaper version sold. And across the kingdom of Norvigard, merchant after merchant found the same problem. Everyone wanted Aldrich's board, not theirs. Edrim and the other big merchant group needed an answer to their question. So they asked a few commoners who owned territory war and asked why they decided to buy Aldrich's version. Well, it's because of the price. The one Aldrich sells is just 2 silver coins, while the other versions were worth 4 to 5 silver coins. One commoner answered, it's because of the quality. Even though there's a version that's cheaper, around 1 silver coin, the quality of the product seems shoddy. I feel like I could have made a better board with my own hands. It's because of the insignia. When I see that fang covered with thorns, it feels more authentic than the other products. When they asked the nobles why they wanted to buy Aldrich's version more than theirs, the answer surprised them. The enhancements make it more fun, even if other versions use better materials. But those feel off. This one feels right. That matters more than how the board looks. The noble paused for a second before continuing. There's also the fact that there is a limited stock of it. I want it, especially those who have ones with only a single-digit number on their board. It proves that they have something one of a kind. The other nobles answered in the same way. Some even said that they found that seeing the Thornifang brand made the item seem authentic, while the others looked fake. It was like a slap to the face. Edrim Lysark, a man who prided himself on crushing trends and controlling markets before they even bloomed, now found himself behind the curve. The numbers cannot lie. It was right there in his face, as if mocking him. Despite his higher quality materials, superior logistics, and even royal backing, he was losing. He stared coldly at the report in front of him. 2 platinum coins for a game, and people still lined up for it. His voice was soft, but the air around him felt like it had dropped several degrees. One of his aides nodded, sweating. Nobles treat it like a status symbol, especially the single-digit boards. Some are already exchanging hands for thrice the original price. They have become something sought after by collectors. Who is this Aldrich Marin? Edrim's eyes narrowed as he asked. He's just a minor merchant who tried making a business in Kaleheart, but he has done nothing notable in the past 5 years. He was last seen heading north. And then, unfortunately, sir, we have no idea what happened there. As you know, the Iron Duke had rooted out the spies in Stelhart. He also drove out all of our branches there, so we have no information about what was happening there. Edrim gripped the handrest of his chair as he remembered that it was also the deal with the Iron Duke that he suffered his last loss. Now this Aldrich Marin and his territory war have something to do with the Thorny Hearts, which infuriated him even more. Find out more about this Aldrich Marin. I will not lose to an upstart. Either buy him out or bury him in the ground. What of the supposed backing of the Iron Duke? HMPH, I have the backing of a royal. What's a measly duke going to do to me? He stopped mid-thought as a certain memory hit like a slap. The second prince once warned him after his failure in getting a greater share of monster materials from the north. You can play your little games in Norvigard, and I will protect you as long as you do what I wish. But remember this, no longer think about touching the north until I tell you to. If you do anything that will antagonize the Iron Duke, that will make him target you, then I will offer him your head. Remembering the second prince's warning, Edrim's grip loosened. The cold glint in his eyes remained, but now it shimmered with calculation instead of fury. Fine, we won't bury him yet. Just remind him. In business, those who do not know when to retreat are often those who lose everything. He paused. And tell me the moment he refuses. I'll make sure he understands what it means to challenge Edrim Lysark. I will not touch him, but I will crush him using the might of the coin. He smiled, sharp and joyless. This was the start of the battle, not of sword or magic, but of coin and influence between Aldrich and Edrim. Chapter 60, outplayed, unaware that he had just sparked a merchant war, Lucen sat contentedly, counting the coin rolling in from his board game. Still, he knew that this wasn't going to be enough to realize the dream he had for Dorson. He needed more money, so he needed to create something more. Lucen wasn't just planning to make Thornifang a powerful military unit. No, he would turn it into a brand, a name that would echo through marketplaces and battlefields alike. Every item he created from here on out would carry that name, the insignia, and with it dominance not just on the battlefield but in the economy as well. I'm going to create a better ending than all the endings in the game. Lucen looked at his own hand and clenched it. With my own hands. While Lucen was deep in thought in his own room, somebody suddenly burst into his room. The door slammed open with the fury of an explosion. Robert stormed in, hair frazzled, eyes burning like twin mana stones. Lucen, I have transcended your creation. Lucen raised an eyebrow. Have you now? I have finally understood this game perfectly. There's no way for me to lose anymore. So have a match with me. Lucen merely shrugged. This wasn't the first time Robert had barged in without knocking. Ever since learning how to play territory war, he'd become obsessed with defeating Lucen. Robert had played with almost everyone in the mansion. Even Duke Varden himself had played with Robert, and had lost a few games to the other party. Fine, let's see how much you improved. HMPH, I will show you that you might have invented this game, but I'm the one who has mastered it. Sure, if you say so. The second said those words with that tone, infuriating Robert as he took out his personal territory war board. Robert set the board down like it was a weapon. Lucen smiled and cracked his knuckles. The two started playing the game, and Lucen quickly noticed that Robert had improved greatly. In fact, his moves reminded him of something. As expected of a genius, this guy's moves are like those of a computer. It's like I'm playing Reversi on my laptop against an AI. Each move Robert made was supposedly the best move possible. He really is like an AI, a pretty advanced one at that. Still, like all AIs, he thinks I would also just make the best move, and he will capitalize on my mistakes, which means I can manipulate his moves. Lucen then placed a piece on an unexpected spot, which surprised Robert for a second, but then the other party showed a smile as he placed down his own piece, making him win more ground. Robert thought he was winning, then Lucen placed one piece and the illusion shattered. Robert finally noticed he had no moves to make, so he needed to skip. Lucen put a piece down, and just like that, Robert was forced to skip. Again, and again, and again, until the board was no longer a battlefield, just a quiet, absolute victory painted in Lucen's color. No, this shouldn't be happening. Robert could not believe he had lost. Well, I guess I win again. You know, Robert, how about we do something you're good at for a change? I can't accept this, I want another match. Fine, Lucen replied, resetting the board. But while we're playing, can we talk? Robert scoffed. Who do you think I am? Not only can I play and talk at the same time, I can perform complex mathematical calculations while casting spells. Lucen blinked. No need for that. I just want to talk. All right, what do you want to talk about? Robert asked while placing his piece down. I wanted to ask, do you know anything about medicine? Lucen asked as he placed his own piece down. He had read numerous alchemy books that Robert gave him, but none of them mentioned medicine. There were books about herbal remedies and alchemical brews, but nothing that treated medicine as a science. Medicine, what is that? Robert, intrigued by the new word he had heard, asked while placing down another piece. When Lucen heard Robert's reply, he knew that he had made a mistake. Maybe the reason why there wasn't any mention of medicine in the alchemy books was because they didn't have it in the first place. But then, what did they call that thing Alpha ate during their fight? Or the stuff healers applied to wounds? That was when he remembered the appropriate word. Oh, sorry, I meant remedies. Remedies. You mean the stuff herbalists slap on cuts and bruises? I suppose it's technically alchemy, but really, it's the crude end of the field. Primitive stuff. Aside from remedies, how do you cure wounds or diseases? The clerics do that job. Those who serve different deities have different ways of healing. Of course, not all deities grant healing abilities. Like Calderos, his clerics do not have any healing ability. Robert and Lucen continued playing, their board already approaching the climax as the last few pieces filled the grid. Then what do you do if healing spells don't work? Lucen asked, placing his piece down. Robert tapped his chin. Depends on the deity. Most clerics can fix wounds and cuts, nothing complicated. As for diseases, he dropped his next piece with a soft clack. Well, the holy water from the Temple of Nerith can cure most illnesses, but that stuff's rare. Supposedly takes decades to make a single bottle. Lucen paused, eyes narrowing. Decades, just for one bottle, that's what they say. Some sacred ritual, sunlight through crystal, blooming flower nonsense. I don't know, the clerics of that temple make a big deal of it. Robert shrugged, focused on the game. Point is, unless you're nobility, royalty, or dying in a very dramatic way, you're not getting that holy water. Even then, they assess your worth. Supposedly, even a commoner can get it if they pass the test. I actually heard you failed and weren't allowed to have any. Are there no other ways to cure diseases? In other places, there are clerics from other deities that we don't have here who supposedly cure some diseases. Of course, they're not as effective as the holy water of Nerith, so I guess the other way is through a herbalist. Depending on their knowledge, I suppose they could heal some sicknesses. Robert shrugged again as he placed another piece down and continued talking. In the first place, anyone with mana or aura would have difficulty getting sick, so it didn't seem like a problem for me. Lucen already imagined that a medieval fantasy world wouldn't have good healthcare, but this was too much. It's basically telling the people to die if they were weak enough to get a disease that herbs and clerics can't cure. But I can't do anything about it. I don't have the knowledge required to make good medicine. I do remember something from an anime I watched about a guy using his science knowledge to create medicine in a Stone Age world, but I can't remember the details of how he made it. Hey, it's your turn now. Robert's voice pulled Lucen out of his thoughts. Sorry about that, Lucen murmured, placing a piece down. I might not have the knowledge to create medicine, but I do know how to make things that help, even if it's just small steps, and I've got my character skills. Gun knowledge, alchemy, they're still at novice level, but if I can rank them up, maybe I'll unlock the knowledge of what I need. Lucen looked across the table at the disheveled genius burning with pride. I also have this lunatic too, a weaker version of that blue robot cat. Not quite as cute but way more dangerous. Do you know which towers know a lot about runes? Runes. The Grey Tower and the Black Tower know a lot about runes. Why are you asking? I was planning on inviting some specialists on the use of runes. The second Robert heard what Lucen said, he suddenly glared at the other party. Never invite those Grey Tower B** stards here. If you want someone knowledgeable with runes, I can study up, but if you really need it, then I would begrudgingly allow you to bring in some of those from the Black Tower. Just never ever associate yourself with those Grey Tower B** stards. Each word Robert spoke was filled with a rather intense irritation. Well, at least there was no bloodlust. Why do you hate the Grey Tower so much? Did they do anything to you? They did nothing. I don't like them simply because they are from the Grey Tower. So do not invite any of them here. Sure, I'll keep that in mind. Hey, Robert, after this game, would you like to do some experiments with me? Robert, who was focused on the game at hand, suddenly became silent as he lifted his head up to look at Lucen. It was a rather creepy sight from Lucen's point of view. What did you just say? Robert's voice was filled with confusion. Did you just say you wanted to do some experiments with me? You are the one inviting me. You don't have anything particular you want to build, or have something in mind already. You just want to do some experiments. Yes, why are you acting like that? You never invite me to do experiments, it's always me dragging you somewhere. This is the first time you have invited me to do experiments without a goal in mind. Is this why you were asking about healing spells and remedies? Are you feeling sick or something? No, nothing like that. Why are you making a big deal out of this? After beating you in territory war, we get to do some random experiments. This day seems like it's going to be the best day. Robert replied like a boy who had been given a new toy. Sorry to say, but you only get to do one of those things. Lucen dropped the final piece with a soft click. Again, Robert had no moves. Again, the board was filled with Lucen's color. Again, Robert was forced to watch. What? Robert screeched. Chapter 61. Turning gears and flowing ideas over the span of several intense days, Lucen and his team pushed out breakthrough after breakthrough. Their first innovations were focused on improving the forge. Lucen introduced the mold, a simple but revolutionary concept for the people of this world. Instead of hammering metal into shape, molten metal could now be poured into carved molds, saving time and producing consistent shapes. At first, the blacksmiths were skeptical, but when they saw the uniform components for the arquebus emerge from the molds, it was clean, precise, and identical, and their doubts melted faster than the ore in the crucible. Even Robert was amazed by the simple idea, yet immensely useful. Wow, it's so simple, but why hasn't anyone thought of this before? I would really want to open up your head to see how that mind of yours works. Robert spoke jokingly, though it didn't entirely feel like a joke. The next thing they created was something that would revolutionize the town, the water wheel. Before building it, Lucen had to ask his father's permission. After explaining to the Iron Duke what the water wheel was and the possibilities it held, the Iron Duke did not hesitate to agree. It wasn't easy. Lucen designed the basic structure, while the craftsmen cut planks and shaped paddles. Together, they built a wooden channel to redirect part of the river's flow, ensuring steady movement. With Robert calculating the flow rate and torque, and the blacksmiths forging the iron fittings using the new molds that were made, the wheel was soon set in place, turning steadily with the current, ready to power whatever they connected next. They had failed several times before making this one wheel work. It was a practice of trial and error, especially since this was the first time they built something like this. It was unlike anything from his past life, Not even the clunky wheels from low-budget historical movies came close. This water wheel was crude, rough-hewn, and jarringly angular, but as it groaned into motion, creaking like an old ship catching wind, it was a sight that stole everyone's breath. The river's diverted flow surged into the wooden paddles, and with a splash, the wheel jerked once, then again, then began to turn in earnest. Water cascaded down the slats, glinting in the sunlight like silver ribbons. A rhythmic thunk, thunk, thunk echoed as the wheel turned, slow but unrelenting. Varden, Van, Thalos, Harlik, Robert, Lucen, and the gathered craftsmen stood silently for a long moment, watching a miracle of motion powered not by mana, but by nature itself. Ha, this is amazing to make something this big move without the use of mana stones or some spell, but only letting nature itself do the work. Those B** stards in the grey tower would sh*t their breeches if they see this. Robert couldn't help but marvel at the sight. So what can this thing do? Thalos asked. Right now, not much, just spins, Lucen said. But if we connect it to the bellows, that air pump for the forge, we could keep the fire blazing without someone nearly fainting trying to work it. The moment the blacksmiths, especially their apprentices, heard what Lucen said, their eyes almost glowed like stars. This is an amazing device, young master. One apprentice could not help but speak out loud. Yes, it is, but it doesn't just do that. It can grind grain, power hammers, pump water, and even saw wood. Anything repetitive that needs force, we can make it do that. Once we connect the right gears and systems, of course. This is an incredible thing you have invented, my son, Varden commented. I didn't do it alone, Lucen replied. Everyone worked hard to make it happen. He gestured to Robert and the craftsmen. We only followed the young master's guidance, one craftsman said, bowing deeply. Still, all of them beamed under the Iron Duke's praise. After they had made the workshops more efficient, they started making things that they could sell to the public. The first thing was scented soaps. In this world, there was already soap, but it was simply boring with no smell. So Lucen had the simple idea of creating scented soaps. Robert already knew how to make the normal soap everyone uses, and Lucen added essential oils, turning the bland bars into something fragrant and inviting. Each soap was carefully molded, not just into plain blocks, but into delicate flower-like designs, petals curling inward in soft spirals. Some resembled blooming roses, others dainty lotus blossoms. The surface shimmered faintly from a fine polish of oil, and at the center of each bar was the Thornifang insignia, stamped in deep relief like a noble seal. The scent of lavender, pine, and citrus drifted from them in gentle waves, clean, soothing, and luxurious. Lucen showed the members of Thornifang the new soaps, declaring that from now on, they'd be required to use them. What is this? Can we really use this thing that seems like it should be used by a lady? Greg asked. Well, aren't we ladies? Mia gestured to the female members of Thornifang. Oh, were you ladies? Greg joked, but then Mia and the girls started hitting him. This smells like a field of flowers. Harlik, who sniffed the soap, commented. Now you guys can smell that way as well, Lucen said while handing them each a soap. The other thing Lucen and the team made was 3 kinds of salve. A healing salve, which helps with burns, cuts, and abrasions. The insect repellent salve, which, like the name implies, repels some insects away from exposed skin. The last salve was for pain relief, helpful for sore muscles and general aches. Each salve was something Lucen was able to make with a combination of his alchemy skill, his past life memories of chemistry, and bits of memory he had from watching various videos. Of course, it wasn't perfect, but after speaking with the herbalist who was part of Thornifang and through rigorous trial and error, they were able to make something adequate. They used common herbs like comfrey, mint, and pine resin, blended with animal fat or beeswax depending on the salve's purpose. Of course, in this world, some of those herbs had different local names. The next step was testing the salves. The first few batches had the wrong mixture and produced less desirable effects. After a few mistakes, Lucen and the group felt confident that this batch of salve was the one. They were so confident in this batch that Robert happily volunteered to test each salve. Without any hesitation, he made a small cut on his arm. Wait, Robert, you didn't have to, Lucen exclaimed while sighing after seeing the flowing blood from Robert's forearm. Too late, Robert grinned. The wound is made to get closer to the truth, to understanding, to advancement. Fine, just put on the healing salve. Robert opened the wooden container and dabbed the healing salve onto the wound. Once placed, everyone present leaned closer to see what would happen. At first, nothing happened. Then the redness slowly faded. It didn't close immediately, but the swelling eased and the bleeding slowed. "Oh, that stings a little bit, but it seems like it does have some effect. This should speed up recovery and prevent infection," Lucen commented. "All right, onto the next one." Next, Robert rubbed the pain relief salve onto his shoulder. "This is for the aches in one's muscles, right?" "Yes, so how do you feel?" "It feels warm and comforting. I think it's actually working," Robert answered, intrigued by the feeling. "All right, then onto the last salve. I heard there were some pests in the forge. Let's see if this would work." The group went to the forge, where there were some insects flying about. Only Robert had put on the insect-repelling salve. They waited, and then noticed that the insects bothered everyone else but Robert. "Well, this is interesting. I wonder if you could also make something like this, but for monsters." Robert was already thinking about the next thing he wanted to create. Once all formulas for the salves worked as intended, Lucen created wooden containers for each. Of course, with the insignia of Thornifang on them. The 3 salves were given to every knight, mage, and soldier going out on missions. Lucen also sent Aldrich a few salves and the scented soaps for him to sell. Due to some circumstances, Aldrich's location had become top secret, and when Lucen delivered a new batch of products, there was a certain procedure needed to be followed. Only trusted couriers delivered the goods now, following a simple but strict procedure. Leave the crates at a marked drop-off point near the eastern forest, and someone from Aldrich's side would retrieve them before sundown. These couriers were watched and protected by some of the men from Thornifang. For now, this was the only way to send goods to Aldrich, as per his request. It would seem that Aldrich is having quite the adventure of his own, Lucen thought to himself. Just as Lucen was wondering whether to build a water wheel in Dorsen as well, a familiar figure burst through the door. Robert slapped his personal board game onto the table. "So, are we doing more experiments today, or am I finally beating you at territory war?" Lucen smiled as he looked at Robert. "I'm not in the mood for the first, and the second thing sounds like a dream that you'll never reach." Robert clicked his tongue and set the board down with a firm thud. "Keep saying that. I've been studying your patterns." "Oh, since when did staring at the board while losing count as studying?" "Also patterns. Aren't you the one who's following a pattern, and it's not even a hard-to-follow pattern?" Lucen replied with a grin. "HMPH, I won't fall for your provocations anymore. This time I will claim victory, and you will be just one of the defeated." Lucen chuckled as he sat down across from him. "Really now? I guess even someone like you can tell a joke." Robert clicked his tongue in annoyance as he too got ready to play. "Tusk, you won't be so smug once this is done." The two then started the game, and after a few minutes Robert shouted, "How did I lose again?" Chapter 62. A day in the life of a soldier of Thornifang. Milos Brenwick opened his eyes, and when he saw the ceiling he felt that it was different, but then he remembered where he was. It had been several weeks since he joined Thornifang. In the beginning, just waking up was a battle. His muscles used to scream just from standing. Every breath reminded him how untrained he was. But now it was different. He swung his legs off the bed and rose without hesitation. The stiffness was still there, but it no longer ruled him. He stretched slow and steady, feeling the tension loosen in his shoulders, his back, his legs. The Thornifang regiment, led by Lucen Thornyheart, had been granted private quarters, spacious and far grander than any inn Milos had ever seen. Due to the small number of the current Thornifang, they had many empty rooms. It had clean beds, proper ventilation, and a training yard right outside. The room Milos was in was one of the smallest, but even then, it was bigger than the room he had back home. He walked to the corner of the room, where a simple basin of clean water stood waiting. Next to it, a bar of scented soap that was provided by Lucen, and a neatly folded dry rag. He cupped the water, splashing his face with the cold clarity of morning. Then he rubbed the soap between his hands until it foamed lightly, the subtle scent of pine and citrus rising with the steam. He wiped down his arms and neck, relishing the simple luxury of being clean. Once he was done, he belted on his sword and slung his arquebus into place at his side. He stepped into the hallway, where morning light spilled through the open windows. There, leaning against the wall with a mug in hand, was Mark, a veteran with a crooked grin and a voice like gravel soaked in ale. "Oh lad," Mark called with a grin, "you headin' out for your run?" "Yes," Milos enthusiastically replied. "You do know we train later, right?" Mark raised a brow. "I do," Milos said, clenching his fist with quiet resolve. "But to catch up to everyone else, I need to double my efforts." Mark couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head with a smirk. Sure, go on then, lad. Just talking to you is making me tired. He waved Milo's off lazily with his mug. Don't trip on your way down. As he reached the common room, he spotted two familiar faces. At the corner table, Harlick and Sarah were hunched over a wooden game board, Territory War, the game their leader, Lucen, created. Small black and white pieces were already laid out in battle, and judging from Sarah's expression, Harlick was winning again. Ho, going for your morning run? Harlick asked without looking up, placing a piece down with a decisive clack. Yes, Milo's nodded, pausing at the bottom step. Don't push too hard, Sarah chimed in without lifting her gaze from the board. Sir Thalos will be pushing us harder later. You could act like Rents, who used to be the youngest before you came. Even now, he's still snoring upstairs. But if I don't push myself hard, I won't be able to catch up, Milo's replied, already moving toward the front door. No need to hurry like that, kid. You'll get there eventually, but if you push too hard, you might break. Harlick spoke while glancing up. I'll keep that in mind, Milo said as he exited the place. The cold wind of the north greeted him the moment he stepped out. Snow clung to the stone roads and rooftops of Ironhold, but the morning sun cast everything in gold. Milo's had already adapted to the chill. His coat was thick, his steps sure. He started jogging deeper into the city. People were already stirring. Shopkeepers opened their shutters, blacksmiths stoked their morning forges, and carts rolled in from small nearby farms. In front of a tavern, a few drunkards snored beneath woolen blankets, remnants of last night's revelry. In some areas, he saw some old men playing Territory War on a bench. Milo's, who was running, couldn't help but once again admire Lucen. Even though the other party was a few years younger than him, he had already accomplished so much. I guess all nobles should be like that, able to do things others can't do, Milo's thought to himself as he sped up a little. He caught the scent of freshly baked bread. The baker noticed him running. Morning, lad. Early as always. Here, catch. The baker threw a small loaf that flew through the air. Milo's snatched it mid-run. Thank you, Milo's responded without stopping from his run. A few weeks ago, Ironhold had reeked of piss and vomit in the mornings. But now, with everyone using Thornifang's scented soap, the city was starting to smell pleasant. Milo's took a bite of the bread in his hand. He then passed by a group of craftsmen going to the thing called a water wheel. He did not know what they were doing, but it should be something incredible. After finishing his run through Ironhold, Milo's returned to the training yard behind their quarters, where he had his sword drawn. Harlick and the others had taught him a few moves, which he practiced every day. Thrusting and slashing, he was also taught some footwork. Each day, even though it was only a little bit, he felt like he was improving. After some sword practice, the next thing he would do was clean his arquebus. He carefully wiped down each part. Unlike sword practice, he couldn't practice too much using the arquebus since the lead balls and black powder had a limited amount. Still, he continued to go through the motions as if he were loading the arquebus and then firing it at an enemy. He stared into the barrel, seeing more than his reflection, a scared farm boy trying to become something more. One day, he whispered to himself, maybe I can be just like him. The image of Lucen after defeating Ruger came to his mind. It's good to see you so dedicated to training. Sir Thalos appeared behind him without making a sound. This was a man who treated his body like a palace, and his muscles were its walls. Sir Thalos, Milo's quickly got up and greeted Sir Thalos with a knight's salute. Greetings, young one, it is time for our daily training. I have already called the others. As he finished what he was saying, the other members of Thornifang came out of the house and were now in the training yard. Boots hit the earth in rhythm as figures emerged, some yawning, others already geared. Swords glinted in the morning light. It was a ragtag bunch, but each of them wore the same mark on their chest, the emblem of Thornifang. It's another great day to forge our bodies into weapons that the young master may use as a shield of Norvigard and a sword to slay our enemies. Sir Thalos looked at the members of Thornifang after weeks of his training. They were finally looking like proper soldiers in his eyes. Now that you have barely acceptable bodies, it's time for the true training. The moment those words left his mouth, every member of Thornifang stiffened, except for Milo's, whose eyes only burned brighter. They then noticed the sack beside Sir Thalos as he took something out of it. The item taken out looked like a bracelet. Starting today, you'll wear these. During training, after training, all day. I know what you're thinking, am I giving you jewelry? In a way, yes. But these aren't ornaments, they're weights, custom made for each of you, based on what I've observed. Sathalos cleared his throat and spoke again. When I call your name, step forward. First off, of course, it's Harlik. Harlik stepped forward without hesitation. Sathalos clasped a bracelet around each of his wrists. The moment he let go, Harlik's arms dropped slightly from the unexpected weight. Not enough to pin them, but enough to make his muscles twitch in protest. Next, Sathalos did not even let Harlik adjust to the weight, but instead called another member. As each one of them stepped forward, even though they had already expected it after seeing Harlik, they were still surprised by the sudden increase in their arms. If you can't even handle this much weight, Sathalos barked, how do you expect to be the young master's swords and shields? When it was Milos's turn, he stepped forward with great determination, and upon receiving the bracelets, unlike the others, he did not succumb to their weight and lifted his arms into a knight's salute. Ho, I like that fire in you, young one. Sathalos responded while also giving a knight's salute. Now that everyone has their bracelets, it's time for the true training to begin. As the sun set, the members of Thornifang dragged their aching bodies off the training field, every muscle screaming as if torn from within. Yet even then, they did not remove the bracelets from their arms, partly because they felt like they would be punished by Sir Thalos if they did, and another reason was that they didn't want to fail Lucen. They groaned, limped, and laughed, all dragging their aching arms like proud fools, into the warm haze of roasted meat and mead in the light of their favorite tavern. Still breathing, grab a seat, I'll bring the usual to refill what's left of your souls. Upon entering, the voice of the tavern's waitress, Brina, was like sweet music in their ears. Chapter 63. A grave of dreams, the sound of gunfire echoed across the battlefield, mingling with the roar of monsters. The monster wave, the recurring calamity that the North had long held at bay, came as it always did. Yet this time it was different. This time the horde had changed. The monster wave had come, but this time the monsters felt wrong. As if stitched together from the worst fears of men, beasts of different shapes, sizes, and unnatural abilities surged together in one massive tide. Like a malformed hand, it reached out to crush everything in its path. The Knights of Stelhart, the proud shield of Norvigard, met the wave with steel and fire. Their newly forged arquebuses thundered, sending lead into flesh, while the thunder spears rained down massive metal balls. Lines of armored soldiers fired in disciplined volleys, each explosion of gunpowder a heartbeat in the rhythm of war. But not all were present. A second war was happening, one born not of monsters but of men. It happened so suddenly, without any warning. Several nobles had declared a territorial war against the Iron Duke. Their excuse was law and loyalty to the crown, claiming the Iron Duke was planning a coup. Everyone knew the truth. It was ambition masked as duty. With the North at its most vulnerable, they struck. Lucen was leading the fight against the monsters, while his father fought against the nobles. Smoke filled the air, stinging his eyes. Lucen reloaded, his movements automatic. Around him, soldiers screamed, guns cracked, and monsters screeched. A bear-sized creature made of bone and fire barreled through the front lines, ignoring lead and steel. Hold the line, Lucen shouted, raising his arquebus. He fired straight into the beast's head, but it didn't stop. Only when the large metal balls fired from the thunder spear hit, it did the monster collapse. Despite that huge monster collapsing, no one cheered as there were much more. He turned his head and saw Sarah on the ground, lifeless. One of the few mages of Thornifang, she was there in the beginning, always joking, always so vibrant, and now she was on the ground with nothing. A jagged claw had ripped through her chest. Little leader, let's have a drink later. A memory of her appeared in his mind, and her voice sounded like she was still there. He turned, gripping his arquebus tightly, just in time to see Greg impaled by a spear-like bone from a monster nearby. The former mercenary's eyes locked onto Lucen for a second, and then dulled. A second later, he was thrown away like a broken doll. No, Lucen couldn't help but shout as he tossed aside his arquebus, took out the Crimson Lord MK Roman IV, and created his revolver in the other hand. He charged at the monster that killed Greg and shot its face several times, staggering it, then finishing it off with the sword Crimson Lord MK Roman IV. Little leader, look out. Mark's voice sounded behind, and before he knew it, he was pushed aside. An ice spear created by one of the monsters pierced Mark's chest. Lucen couldn't believe his eyes. He could not understand what happened. Why didn't his battle instincts activate? Why was he unable to sense the attack? As the confusion was growing, he was brought back by Mark's dying voice. Heh, looks like this is it for me, little leader. I won't be able to see that grand dream of yours. But this time I at least did not betray you. Those were the last words Mark said as he died with a smile on his face. Lucen couldn't take it as he knelt on the ground, unable to understand why even acting adept was not working. Why were all of his skills that he developed not working properly? As that question came about, somebody shook him. Little leader, come on, we need to retreat. It was Harlick, ever loyal Harlick, his right-hand man. Harlick, Sarah, Greg, Mark, everyone's dying. Lucen's voice sounded so broken, so unsure, so devastated. Snap out of it. They may have died, but we are still living. We need to continue for their sakes as well. What happened to the noble brat who told me he would show us a grand dream? What happened to the noble brat who told us that we can die with swords drawn and our heads held up high? Lucen lifted his head, and his resolve was slowly returning. Hess, I like that look in your eyes, little leader. Come on, we need to. There was a sudden sound of something breaking. Harlick's voice vanished, unable to finish what he wanted to say. His head was gone. Lucen didn't even see the monster. One moment, Harlick was shouting at him, voice strong and defiant as per usual. The next, blood sprayed across Lucen's face, and Harlick's body slumped forward, headless, collapsing at his feet. A high-pitched ringing consumed his ears. Everything was moving in slow motion. Why were none of his skills and traits working properly? His body felt heavy. It was like he was drowning. Is this what it means to be a leader? To watch them die one by one while you lived? As he was slumped on the ground staring at Harlick's dead body, somebody suddenly pulled him away. He looked and saw Robert was pulling his arm, while Sir Thalos, Rents and Milos were at his rear. Hey, you fools! This is no time to be daydreaming. Robert's clear voice shook Lucen back from his state. Robert, what should I do? Everyone is dying. Lucen's voice sounded so weak, so fragile. Milos and Rents, who were behind him, showed surprised expressions. How the F***CK should I know? Robert's irritated voice echoed in his ears. The dead are already dead, and we must continue living, not just for our sake but for them as well. He's right, young master. This is not where your story ends. Sir Thalos suddenly shouted, and then he stopped in his tracks, turning around. His aura mantle, which was at the beginning of the 5th layer, burst forth. Sir Thalos, what are you doing? Lucen shouted. Someone needs to stop these foolish monsters while everyone retreats. No, you can't. All of us need to retreat, including you. Lucen screamed at him. Sir Thalos smiled at Lucen and then looked at Robert and the others. Take care of the young master for me. Robert, Rents and Milos nodded their heads as they continued to pull Lucen away. Lucen tried to push back, but for some reason there was no strength in his body to do so. No, we need to go back. We can't leave Sir Thalos there. Enough, you fool. Don't waste the precious time Sir Thalos and all the others have given us. We need to survive so that their sacrifices won't be in vain. Robert's voice was shaking as his hands holding Lucen were trembling. That was when Lucen understood that even they didn't want to leave Sir Thalos behind. Lucen gritted his teeth and looked at the fading figure of Sir Thalos. It was then he heard his voice loud and clear. I am Sir Thalos Stonemaul, a knight of Stelhart, the shield of Norvigard. Lucen saw in the distance Sir Thalos charging at the wave of monsters and diving in. His figure was slowly being consumed by the wave, as he continued punching and kicking. As they continued to run, Lucen could no longer see the figure of the once mighty knight, whose body was a palace of muscle. As Lucen and the group continued running, they met several monsters on the way, one of which had severely wounded Rents. I guess this is as far as I go. Rents, with a hole in his stomach, spoke. It was a fun dream, little leader, but I guess we all need to wake up. At some point, Rents then closed his eyes, never to open them again. Now, only Milos remained of Thornefang. The dream he once shared with many had now become a nightmare he had with one. We need to keep going. After roasting another monster, Robert shouted at Lucen and Milos, who were in a state of shock from Rents's death. As Robert pulled Lucen along, they noticed that Milos did not move. Didn't you hear me? I said we need to keep moving. Sorry, it seems like I can't go anymore. Milos showed his bare leg, which had been pierced by something and looked like it was poisoned. It was spreading fast. No. Lucen shook his head, denying what he was seeing. You're not allowed to die, that's an order. Milos looked at the panicking Lucen, his eyes full of pity as he smiled softly. I apologize, my lord. I don't think I can follow that order. Hess, you warned me this could happen when I joined you, remember? Still, I wanted to be part of your story. Please live on my lord, and don't let our stories end. Like this, Milos succumbed to the poison and died with his eyes open, looking directly at Lucen. It seems that we won't be able to escape anymore. Hearing Robert's words, Lucen looked up and saw that they were already surrounded by monsters. Lucen roared as he and Robert attacked the monsters back to back, using spells, throwing iron spheres, cutting down with the Crimson Lord MK Roman IV, and shooting them down with his created revolver. Tusk, I never imagined it ending like this. We were supposed to create more things, learn more truths. I haven't even won a single game of territory war against you. Robert spoke, his back pressed against Lucen's back. Then we need to survive this and have another game to see if you improved. Lucen spoke, feeling a little hopeful as he saw the monster wave finally decreasing, but then Robert did not respond. He could no longer feel Robert's back pressed against his. Lucen did not want to look behind him, as it felt like reality would kick in if he saw whatever was behind him. Lucen didn't turn. He couldn't. Behind him, silence lingered, and silence meant loss. The world was finally still. No more screams, no more gunfires, no more comrades. He stood alone in a grave of dreams. Then he heard it, a crack, the sound of something breaking. His vision splintered. The world around him looked like it was succumbing to darkness. Lucen gasped as his eyes flew open. His body flung upward, and he looked around him and he saw his room. No blood, no corpses. Just morning light. He sat on his bed, hands trembling as sweat clung to his skin. His heart was pounding like a drum. The sound of people dying and screaming slowly faded from his ears. It was all a nightmare. Lucen whispered to himself. A sense of relief washed over him, but the pain in his chest refused to leave. Chapter 64. Broken blade, unbroken heart. Even though he could no longer remember much of the nightmare he had just had, Lucen could still somehow hear the sound of screaming. He stood in his personal training ground, sword in hand, the cold morning air biting at his skin. Swing after swing, he practiced in silence, trying to cut down the lingering fear. His overall stats were already beyond those of a second mantle aura user, and yet he still had no mantle. He hadn't even unlocked the swordsmanship skill. It's just a nightmare that can never be. He slashed at the air again, this time with more force. His stance had grown firmer, his movements sharper. Iron holds already stronger than it ever was in the game, he thought, grit sharpening his focus. If that's not enough, Lucen tightened his grip on the hilt. Then I'll just increase the firepower. I'll make it strong enough that it would blow away everything. Lucen lunged forward, thrusting the blade with everything he had. I'll create something with enough firepower to blow away my enemies. The monsters, the fear, the despair, everything. I'll forge a firepower so overwhelming, it will tear fate itself apart. He concentrated all of his aura into his sword, but as expected, it didn't form properly. He instead poured all of his strength into a downward slash. His sword cleaved through the air and pounded the ground, making it crack. But his sword, which was not enveloped in aura, was unable to endure and broke. A sword swung in anger is not fit for a thorny heart, young master. Lucen spun around, startled. Vaughn stood at the edge of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back, posture straight as ever. A faint breeze rustled the hem of his coat. His tone held no judgment, only patience. What troubles you, young master? The old former knight turned butler asked with a kind smile on his face. Lucen didn't answer immediately. He stared at the old butler for several seconds, his hands clenched around the broken hilt, knuckles white, shoulders trembling not from exertion but from something deeper. Something he couldn't name. He lowered the ruined blade. Vaughn, can you tell me how I can stop being weak? Vaughn walked forward, silent until he stood a few paces from Lucen. He looked down at the cracked earth where the sword had struck, then to the blade snapped at its core. Finally, his eyes returned to the boy before him, not as a servant to a noble, but as a warrior to another. Who said that you are weak, aren't I? Even now, no matter how hard I try, I cannot even form my first mantle. My swordsmanship has barely improved, and my improvement in other areas has slowed down. HMPH, how arrogant of you to call yourself weak. How arrogant of you to act as if your growth has stalled. You speak as if everyone else can do what you do. You speak as if gaining a first mantle is as simple as swinging a sword every day. Why are you in such a hurry? The old former knight looked directly into Lucen's eyes. Lucen did not respond immediately, and after a period of silence spoke. That isn't it at all. I'm scared, Vaughn. I'm frightened that my weakness will deprive me of everything I have. I'm horrified by the thought that my weakness will result in despair, for not just me but everyone around me. Lucen gripped the broken sword's hilt even more tightly than before. He paused as a weak, pathetic-looking smile appeared on his face. Do you know that every time I went into battle, I hesitated to kill? Even though the other party was trying to kill me, I always needed to convince myself that it was either them or me. How can I be anything but weak? Lucen's voice cracked as the words left his mouth, barely more than a whisper as he lowered his head. Vaughn's voice was calm, not soft but steady, like the grind of a whetstone on steel. Kindness isn't a weakness. Understanding the weight of one's own responsibilities isn't a weakness. And fear, he took a slow breath. Fear is not something to be ashamed of. Do you think I do not have fear in my heart? Do you think that your father, our lord, the Iron Duke, doesn't have fear in his heart? When Lucen heard Vaughn's question, he could not respond. Seeing Lucen's reaction, a gentle smile appeared on Vaughn's face. Everyone has fears. That is part of being human. When I was younger and was an active knight, what I feared was failing to live up to my lord's expectations. I feared that I would die without honor and dignity as a knight. Vaughn paused as memories of the past came back to him. I used that fear to better myself, and I learned that as long as I follow my heart and live every moment with honor and dignity, as my clothes, I would always be a knight and will die as one as well. Lucen lifted his head and looked at Vaughn, who seemed to be shining in his eyes right now. The person who was looking wasn't the gamer with memories of a past life, but the young boy Lucen Thornyheart. Do you think father too has such fears? I have served the Thornyheart family since your grandfather's Valka Thornyheart's time. I have known your father since he was but a child. Vaughn looked behind him for a second and continued speaking. A Thornyheart's body and mind might be forged from fire and steel, but even then they are human, the same as you and I. They had doubts, they had fears, but that is just part of growing up. But like them, a sword needs not only to be durable and sharp, it also needs to be flexible. So my father had fears of his own. So were you, and he able to overcome your fears? Lucen asked. For someone as smart as you, it seems that you don't know how to listen. You make it sound like fear is an obstacle and you need to overcome it. Van shook his head as he looked at his calloused hands. Fear is not an obstacle. It is a teacher, one whose lessons guide us to become stronger than we were before. I need not overcome fear, as it is a part of me. It is what makes us human. It's what makes us learn from our mistakes, so that we might not repeat them. I have learned to accept my fears. I have embraced them so that I may grow and continue to do so. Is that so? Talking to Vaughn made the pain and fear lessen, and enough that he could appreciate how Vaughn was sounding like one of those wise old mentors in games and anime. Then what should I do with all this fear, Vaughn? Just carry it, wrap it in steel and call it courage. You still don't understand, do you? Carry it. You still talk as if fear is a burden. There is no need to wrap fear in steel and call it courage. All you need to do is walk forward with it, not let it get ahead of you or stay behind. Let it walk beside you and allow it to whisper in your ears as advice, but never let it command you. He looked down at Lucen's calloused hands that were no longer gripping the broken sword tightly as before. It's not aura, mana, weapons, or the ability to fight that makes you strong, young master. It's the will to stand even when your knees shake. It's the will to keep moving forward even when you're not sure what's to come. To never back down even when you wish to run. That is what makes you strong. Vaughn then got 2 training swords from the weapons rack nearby and tossed one towards Lucen. Lucen let go of the broken sword in his hand and caught the training sword that was dulled for practice. How about a little spar, young master? This time, don't let your fear guide your movements, but instead, accept it and move forward. The nightmare Lucen had was no longer in his mind. As he stared at the sword in his hand, he took a fighting stance. Very well, let's spar. After Lucen and Vaughn were finished sparring, he thanked Vaughn and left the training grounds to go and have a discussion with Robert on how to increase the power of the arquebuses. Once Lucen was no longer in sight, Vaughn turned around and did a knight's salute to a nearby pillar. My lord, I know it is not my place, but shouldn't it have been you who talked to the young master? Varden stepped out of the shadows and responded. I may be his father, but I've only just started learning how to be one. He paused, eyes fixed on where Lucen had gone. And besides, my experience pales in comparison to the valiant von Vern. You praise me too much, my lord. Varden shifted his gaze to the bowing Vaughn and nodded his head. I mean every word of it. After saying those words, he left the training ground. Vaughn, who was left in the training ground, sighed. As expected of Thorny Hearts, always so awkward, Vaughn could not help but remember the old Duke Valker Thornyheart. I just hope these old bones of mine can see what kind of story you'll be writing. Young Master, Chapter 65, Velvet Masks. The morning mist had not yet lifted from Ironhold when the letter arrived. It bore the seal of the royal capital, wax-stamped with elegance. Varden, who was in his study, opened the letter and read it quietly. The contents were unexpected. The king had invited him to the third prince's 7th birthday. My willful youngest son wishes to have a large party, and I decided to indulge him. That was the reason written, but Varden knew the king wouldn't bother doing such a thing, especially since it wasn't even a coming-of-age party. I have also heard word of your eldest son's recovery and rising promise. I would like to meet him, and since he's also the same age as my second daughter, I think they would have a good conversation. Obviously, the king wants to see his son, as the rumors of the dragon slaying were spreading far and wide. Still, since the king did not state it outright, that means he either doesn't believe it to be true or is waiting for confirmation. There are also rumors that you have created a weapon that makes a thunderous sound. If you can, could you bring that as well? I am quite intrigued and wish to see it in person. I would also like to meet the person who created the weapon. Reading this part made Varden sigh. I already expected this to happen. Well, it was just a matter of time. We await the arrival of the sturdy shield of Norvigard. Varden set the letter down atop his desk with deliberate care, as if afraid it might explode if mishandled. I didn't want to see it, but the king cannot be ignored. I guess I need to once again sit and watch another song and dance from those who call themselves nobles, but act more like thespians. And so, the capital beckoned, velvet masks, silver tongues, and daggers in hand. Varden looked out the window, and he looked in the direction of Lucen's personal training ground, where you could hear the occasional sound of thunder and explosions. I wonder how my wolf pup will react to those foxes. As he thought that, Varden reached for his pen and parchment. A dutiful subject of Norvigard, how could he possibly refuse his king's gracious summons? With a long exhale, Varden dipped his quill in ink and began to write. Duty once more called. ***** In an arena-like field, drenched in morning light, a young woman with crimson hair moved with deadly grace. Elira Runeskar, sword in hand, was battling several goblins captured by her father's knights. At just 13, she was already a second mantle aura user, nearing her third mantle. Right now, she was not using any aura, and was defeating the goblins purely through her skill with the sword. Her icy blue eyes locked onto each goblin, her blade weaving through them like a solitary dancer on a bloodstained stage. She slipped past their attacks with ease, each step a measured rhythm, each strike a note in her silent melody of death. While she was in the midst of her dance of death and blood, her father, Duke Kaelvar Runeskar, arrived with a letter in hand. My lovely daughter, it seems that we have been invited to the third prince's birthday celebration. Elira stabbed the final goblin and turned, expression impassive as she wiped her blade clean. Do I need to attend this celebration? Kaelvar grinned, waving the letter like a flag. It wouldn't make sense not to bring my child to a child's birthday celebration. She blinked at him. That is hardly a reason. I also heard my dear friend Varden is going, and with him his son Lucen. Don't you think playing with Lucen Thornyheart is better than going against the squires and the small goblins? Kaelvar chuckled, eyes gleaming. Who knows if the wolf's cub has some fangs, maybe even I would like to have a spar. Lucen Thornyheart, Elira whispered the name under her breath. As you wish, father. I will attend this celebration with you. Hee, that's my girl. I hope that some fun guys come to the party. I haven't had a proper fight in ages. Kaelvar's powerful aura burst forth. Elira, who was already used to such a display from her father, sighed. *****. In another part of Norvigard, in the largest temple of Thalara, the goddess of justice and judgment within the kingdom, a young man was praying. This was Evander Judikar, the 15-year-old son of Duke Elandor Judikar, the trustworthy judge of Norvigard. Evander Judikar knelt in quiet prayer beneath the statue of Thalara, the goddess of justice. Sunlight filtered through stained glass, casting a solemn glow over his poised figure. Tall and composed, Evander carried himself with a calm, noble bearing. His golden blonde hair was neatly swept back, and his emerald green eyes held the sharp, unblinking clarity of someone who weighed every word and action. There was no boyish mischief in his face, only quiet thoughtfulness and purpose. He wore a deep blue robe trimmed in silver over a tailored black tunic, the sigil of balanced scales pinned at his chest. A heavy-looking mace hung at his hip, not for battle but for duty. Though young, there was a gravity to Evander's presence, as if he embodied judgment itself. As he was praying, he heard his father's steps approaching. "Sorry to disturb you, my son, in your prayer, but a letter has arrived from the king himself." Duke Elander Judicar stood tall with an imposing, statuesque presence, like a pillar carved from stone. His silver-streaked blonde hair was tied neatly behind his head, and his chiseled features were always set in a calm, unreadable expression. Clad in austere black and blue robes embroidered with the sigil of the scales, his every step echoed with authority. His piercing green eyes, darker than his son's, carried the weight of countless verdicts, firm, unwavering, and ever watchful. It seems that many, if not all, nobles will be attending this celebration of the third prince. We, as Judicar, need to uphold the law of the kingdom and need to keep a watchful eye on those who hold power. We would need to keep a close eye on the troublemakers, especially Duke Kaelvar Runeskar, that man who only knows how to swing a sword and is always getting into trouble. Hearing his father's words, Evander shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly, as he was already used to his father going on and on about his irritation with Duke Kaelvar's carefree personality. ****, the final Duke house was the household of Eremont. This household is closely tied to various mage towers. This house has always produced magical geniuses, and each head of the family becomes the tower master of whatever mage tower they find fitting to their magical talent. The current head of Eremont is Duchess Serafina Eremont, the tower master of the Red Tower. This household has the largest library in the entirety of the kingdom of Norvigard. As they value knowledge above all else, they are also the keeper of Norvigard's history and its secrets. In the library, reading a book is the only child, her 12-year-old daughter Maria Eremont. She sat beneath the towering shelves, a tome resting across her lap. Her violet hair, fine and silken, cascaded past her shoulders like ink kissed by moonlight. Her skin was porcelain pale from days spent within the candlelit halls of the Eremont library, and her eyes, deep, luminous violet, mirrored the hues of ancient mana crystals, calm yet quietly intense. She was petite for her age, almost fragile in appearance, yet carried herself with the composed grace of someone far older. Clad in elegant robes of crimson and charcoal, lined with runic embroidery, she looked less like a child and more like a young sage. As she was reading, her mother entered the library, breaking the silence she so enjoyed. Duchess Serafina Eremont entered with the quiet poise of a woman used to being obeyed, her every step a blend of elegance and authority. Her long, glossy, dark purple hair, streaked with hints of silver mana threads, flowed like silk behind her, tied loosely at the end with a band inscribed in arcane runes. Her skin was flawless and fair, untouched by age, maintained through both powerful magic and disciplined care. High cheekbones, a sharp jawline, and piercing amethyst eyes that seemed to peer straight into the soul gave her a beauty that was mature, refined, and undeniably captivating. Clad in a flowing robe of deep crimson and black, trimmed in gold and enchanted silk, she exuded the kind of confidence that came from being both a duchess and the tower master of the Red Tower. Her every gesture radiated intelligence, and her presence alone could hush a room. Though no longer in her youthful prime, Serafina was breathtaking in a way that transcended time, a woman shaped by knowledge, power, and will. A flame that never dimmed, only burned with more control. "Child, we and every other noble house have been summoned by the king to the capital to celebrate his youngest son's birthday." Maria closed the book in her hand. "A celebration with all nobles attending. That sounds rather intriguing. I wonder if it would be like what's written in the books, filled with deception and fake smiling faces, an intellectual game with words." Hearing her daughter's words, Serafina shook her head. "Don't expect too much, my child. Though there's indeed deception about it, it isn't as fun as you make it sound. Everybody wishes to make a move, but no one ever does in the end. Only checking one another and making some minor inconveniences to one another." "Oh, well, that is still quite interesting as well." Maria shrugged her shoulders. It was then that Serafina suddenly clapped her hands, remembering something. "Right, there might be something interesting at this party. I heard that Lucien Thornyheart, the rumored creator of our new favorite game, Territory War, will be attending." Myria tilted her head slightly, looking a bit cute. Lucen Thornyheart, the rumored dragon slayer from the Bard's songs. Also the one said to have created the game, Territory War. Now that is interesting. *****, all the nobles in the kingdom of Norvigard had received the king's letter, and all were making their own preparations. Chapter 66. The road to Kaleheart, the carriage wheels creaked softly in the frost, breath from the horses steaming in the cold morning air. Snow dusted the courtyard cobblestones, and the banners of House Thornyheart hung still and solemn. Lucen adjusted the strap of his powder horn. The arquebus hung snugly across his back, alongside his Crimson Lord MK Roman IV. Harlick and Mark, two members of Thornifang, were here to accompany him. Robert had to come since he was also instrumental in the creation of the arquebus. There was also the head blacksmith, Oswin and Halls, the head carpenter. From the martial ranks, Knight Commander Thalos would be leading the vanguard, with several Ironhold knights in tow. Among them was Garrett, now wielding his own Crimson Lord MK Roman IV, forged under Lucen's exact specifications. And at the center of it all stood Duke Varden Thornyheart, waiting for everyone to get ready before entering the carriage. While everyone was preparing for their trip to Kaleheart, Lucen noticed Vaughn was there alongside Kale. "Have you come to see me off again, my little bro?" Lucen patted Kale's head, and the young 5-year-old stared directly into Lucen's eyes and spoke. "Can I come with you?" Lucen froze. The crunch of snow beneath boots, the murmurs of knights, all of it vanished. All he could hear was the quiet, honest voice of his little brother echoing in his ears. Kale had spoken, not just grunted, not nodded, not blinked in that way he did to say 1,000 silent things. He spoke. Lucen stared at him. His younger brother's expression didn't waver, eyes like frost and steel. That was the first time Lucen had heard his younger brother's voice. "You've got no idea what that question just did to me," he said, forcing a half-smile. "You finally speak to me. Just to ask me that." Kale blinked once. Lucen chuckled. "Unfortunately, I'm not the one you should ask. If it were just me, I would agree in a heartbeat, but father will now allow it." Hearing Lucen's answer, Kale lowered his head, his expression unreadable. Lucen then patted his little brother's head. "Don't worry, next time, you and I will go out and have some fun." Lucen opened his bag, rummaged around, and pulled out a crude stuffed toy shaped like a puppy. This was Lucen's first attempt, as he was trying to gain other skills like sewing or blacksmithing. Right now, he still doesn't have enough proficiency to unlock them, but he was close. "Here, sorry if it's not nice looking, but you can have this. It should keep you company while father and I are away." Lucen gave the stuffed toy to Kale, who held it tightly. Seeing his younger brother's reaction made Lucen smile. "Take care of him for me, Vaughn." "Of course, young master." Vaughn did his usual knight's salute. "May you and the Lord have a safe journey." The carriage door swung open with a creak, and Varden stepped in without a word. Lucen gave Kale one last glance before following after him. Behind them, the Ironhold knights, craftsmen, the other members of Thornifang, and the people of the north, those who live in Ironhold, came to say goodbye. "Safe journey, young master. May glory come where the Iron Duke passes. Glory to Stelhart." The gates of Ironhold opened, and the group left with the people behind still waving and saying their goodbyes. *****, the trip to Kaleheart from Ironhold was estimated to be around 1 week and 3 days of travel, which means that they should arrive 3 days before the celebration. Along the way, they encountered a band of unlucky bandits. Upon spotting the Thornyheart banners, the would-be raiders tried to flee, but the knights would not allow it. They rode out without hesitation, subduing the attackers in minutes and leaving only dust in their wake. Lucen would also sometimes join in so that he could gain some experience to see if he could level up. They also passed through several small villages. Where they could, they offered assistance. Robert eagerly shared his knowledge with anyone curious, alchemical theories, mana crystal behavior, soap-making tricks, and even odd trivia from obscure Yellow Tower records. Meanwhile, members of Thornifang who were telling stories of their adventures introduced Territory War to the locals. The simple yet strangely addictive game, played with black and white tokens on a checkered board, quickly drew the interest of villagers both young and old. By the time the caravan moved on, almost all the villagers knew what Territory War was, as well as what Thornifang was. The group also distributed the scented soaps and some of the salves to the villagers. During this journey, Varden and Lucen, who were sitting across each other, barely muttered a word, as neither of them knew what to say to the other. The silence was not particularly uncomfortable, nor was it tense. It was simply that silence. As they neared Kaleheart, something unexpected happened. "Everyone halt." Sir Thalos's voice boomed like a crack of thunder. The caravan slowed at once. Knights reached for their weapons. Even the craftsmen fell into an uneasy hush. Get ready for battle. The knights fell into formation with practiced precision, and the two Thornifang members followed suit, moving exactly as Sir Thalos had taught them. The two craftsmen were guided to the back, which was the safest spot beside the Iron Duke. Even Robert took a step back and waited to see what was coming. At first, there was no sound, but then you could hear the sound of thumping as the ground started shaking. The nearby trees started to fall down. As the trees were pushed aside, a being that was just as tall appeared. From the shattered tree line emerged a towering creature, nearly 10 feet tall. Its massive frame was covered in patchy, moss-laced bark, fused with craggy slabs of stone, as if the forest itself had grown over its skin and forgotten it was alive. Its limbs were grotesquely overdeveloped, like tree trunks carved by a mad sculptor. Gnarled fingers ended in thick, chipped claws, and veins like root systems pulsed under its bark armor hide. Its face was a snarling mess of tusks, wart-covered skin, and hollow yellow eyes glowing with dull hunger. Beneath its crooked jaw, black-green saliva dripped in slow strands. In its right hand, it dragged a massive club, rough-hewn from petrified wood and reinforced with iron spikes hammered crudely into place. The weapon left deep gouges in the earth behind it with every step. Each stomp shook the ground. Each breath wheezed out like the bellows of a dying forge. And worst of all, it wasn't alone. Giant trolls. Knights deal with the other one, while Thornifang provides range support. Leave this one to me. Sir Thalos tightened his gauntlets as he started sprinting towards the nearby giant troll. The giant troll swung its club, but instead of dodging, Sir Thalos, cloaked in the aura of a fifth mantle, met the strike head-on with a punch. The moment the giant troll's club met with Sir Thalos's steel fist, a shockwave erupted, blasting wind and dirt across the battlefield. Instead of flying away, it was the hand of the giant troll that was swatted away by Sir Thalos's fist. Come on, use those muscles of yours and make this a better warm-up. Sir Thalos taunted, making the giant troll roar. While Sir Thalos clashed with one beast in a storm of raw power, the knights faced the second troll with discipline and precision, moving like clockwork, defending, distracting, striking in perfect rhythm. Lucen, seated in the carriage, watched the battlefield unfold through the small window. He wanted to join the battle as well, but the look Varden was giving him seemed to be saying he should stay in the carriage. Outside, the two Thornifang members moved with practiced coordination alongside the knights, their arquebuses firing in sharp, thunderous bursts. Some of the lead balls found their mark, burrowing into the troll's bark flesh with dull cracks, but its monstrous regeneration closed the wounds almost as quickly as they appeared. Still, the steady volley forced it to stay on guard. The frontline knights, shield-bearers hardened by years of monster waves, locked together like a living wall. Second and third mantle auras shimmered faintly over them as they absorbed each bone-rattling strike from the troll's club. Among them, Sir Garrett stepped forward. With calm precision, he uncapped the powder chamber of his Crimson Lord MK Roman IV, poured in a measured amount of black powder, and pulled the trigger beneath the hilt. The blade hissed, runes glowing red-hot as the steel ignited. The charged blade sliced across the troll's thigh, leaving a molten trail of scorched flesh. Unlike the clean bullet wounds, these burns resisted the troll's healing. The regeneration slowed, delayed, weakened. How fascinating, giant trolls aren't native in this area. The color of their skin is also quite particular. Robert, standing beside the two craftsmen behind the lines, watched everything unfold with sparkling eyes. He didn't draw a weapon or lift a hand. He merely observed, muttering notes to himself like a scholar in the middle of a lecture. "Are you not going to help them, father?" Lucen asked, turning to Varden, whose gaze remained fixed forward, unreadable as ever. Lucen wanted to sprint out and join the fight, not just to help, but also to gain some experience points. But his father actively stopped him with a raised hand. "There is no need to make a move. The knights'll be able to handle such creatures. There are more dangerous things out there still." Varden looked to the side, and the sound of something rustling could be heard. "Have you not wondered, my son, how a couple of giant trolls that are rarely seen in Norvigard appeared? Not only that, but they even have clubs with iron spikes. These foolish creatures don't have the ability to make such a weapon, even one so crudely made. Are you saying the giant trolls were sent here by someone?" The second Lucen asked that question, his battle instinct passive skill warned him of danger. Lucen's body moved as guided by his battle instinct. His sword snapped up in time to deflect a glinting projectile. At the same time, Varden caught another arrow mid-flight with his bare hand, expression unchanged. He also noticed that his father's sword was about ready to block the arrow aimed at him. I guess he stopped since he saw that I would be able to block the arrow. Lucen thought to himself. HMPH, an arrow laced with poison, as one would expect of a greeting here in Kaleheart. Varden flicked the arrow back to wherever it came from, and the sound of someone falling to the ground could be heard alongside the sound of footsteps scattering. This is Kaleheart's greetings, the center of our kingdom, Norvigard, a place where snakes, foxes hide their fangs, where wolves and lions await their prey. Chapter 67, Welcome to Kaleheart. It didn't take long for the Knights of Stelheart to defeat the troll, despite its incredible regenerative powers. The second troll let out a final roar, swinging its club in desperation, but the formation of the knights tightened, shields raised. Garrett's blade flared once more, molten and red-hot as it carved deep into the beast's knee. The troll staggered. The arquebus shots rang out. One struck its eye. Another was buried into the roof of its mouth as it howled. Garrett, using this chance, pierced the troll with his burning blade in the chest, and this time it didn't heal. With a thundering crash, the giant troll collapsed, limbs twitching as steam hissed from its wounds. The battlefield fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of soldiers, and the low, approving growl of Sir Thalos finishing his own fight with a shattered club in one hand and troll blood staining his gauntlet. He ripped the giant troll's head clean off, vertebrae and all, like uprooting a tree from the spine. Aside from the giant troll's blood, there was not even a single bruise on Sir Thalos's body. He couldn't help but sigh. TCH. Not much for a warm-up, Sir Thalos muttered, wiping troll gore from his gauntlets. The snakes in the capital are getting lazy. Last time's greeting nearly had me breaking a sweat. As the knights were finishing off their respective giant trolls, Lucen looked at the area where Varden threw the arrow back. He could hear several footsteps going in different directions. Shouldn't we capture them? Lucen asked. There's no point. Whoever those people were, we wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of them. Even if we caught them, they'd silence themselves before we got a single word. Better to let them crawl back to their masters to tell that even now the Stelheart Knights are strong. Lucen gnashed his teeth. He knew his father was right. There was no point in chasing shadows, but it still left a bitter taste. The fact that they had been expected and ambushed before even reaching the gates of the city gnawed at him. Either they were waiting for them here for days, or it didn't matter which noble came, and whoever was unlucky enough would be killed by trolls. The former might be what is to be expected by what his father calls venomous snakes, but the latter was psychotic, chaotic, and he hoped that it was not the truth of the matter. Sensing his son's frustration, Varden spoke. This is but a simple greeting. In Kaleheart, strength is measured not by the weapons you hold, how great your spells are. Varden paused as he looked at his son's eyes. It is by how long you survive when someone decides you shouldn't. Make no mistake, my son, we may all wear the same colors of Norvigard, but don't mistake that for loyalty or camaraderie. Varden's voice did not rise. There was no frustration, irritation, disappointment, nothing. He was simply stating a fact. It was at this moment that Robert spoke to Lucen with a piece of giant troll meat encased in ice. Hey Lucen, wanna eat this and see what it could give us? Since the other monster meat gave some attributes that the monster had, maybe this would give super regeneration or monster strength. Lucen, who was contemplating what Varden said, smiled a bit at the suddenness that was Robert. Sure, let's try eating it later. The rest of the journey passed in silence. When the tree line finally broke, Kaleheart revealed itself. It was not just a city, it was a spectacle. Night had already fallen by the time the city lights of Kaleheart came into view. From a distance, the capital looked almost serene, a great walled city of pale stone and quiet light, resting beneath the stars. The roads leading up to the gates were lined with floating mana lamps crafted by the mages of the Grey Tower, elegant in design, their soft blue-white glow casting pools of light along the cobblestones. Each lamp hovered within a thin silver ring inscribed with delicate runes, humming faintly with mana. They were warm to look at, a fireless light, clean and constant with no smoke, no flicker. Above the outer wall, beyond the capital's heart, 6 spires reach skyward like monuments to unseen power. The red tower, burning faintly at its peak like a coal refusing to die. The green tower, wrapped in vines that bloomed even at night, was alive with silent pollen. The purple tower, its edges blurred by a glamour that shifted if you looked too long. The yellow tower, humming softly, the scent of different materials emitting from its walls. The grey tower, angular and cold, devoid of ornament, was built by function and formula. The black tower, silent, dark, etched with runes, gave it a powerful presence. As the caravan neared the gate, rows of royal guards came into view, standing like statues beneath the soft glow of the manhwa lamps. They wore polished black and steel plates, accented with deep red capes, the colors of the royal house. Their helms bore no plumes, only a single silver crest etched with the emblem of Norvigard. Not one of them moved, even as the carriages rumbled closer. Their halberds gleamed faintly beneath the lamps. Each one was held at an identical angle. Each boot was perfectly aligned. They looked more like a ceremonial wall than living men. Lucen stared at the royal guards and felt their powerful presence, which was almost similar to the Knights of Stellarheart. The capital city, this is where the academy is and where most of the game takes place. I remember that in the eyes of the protagonist, Alexander, this place was a shining city, completely different from the little village he came from. I wonder if that was all he saw. Lucen couldn't help but compare his own impression of Kael'thart with Alexander's impression of the city. The royal guards, seeing the banner of Thornyheart, opened the gates to Kael'thart. Even though a large group of fully armed knights entered the city, there wasn't much reaction aside from a whisper here and there. It would seem that we aren't the first ones to arrive. Well, that's to be expected as we are rather far from the capital. Varden noticed the lukewarm reaction of the people and guessed the reason why. It might be because other noble families would have already arrived in the capital. There are still 3 days before the celebration. Where are we going now, father? We have a residence here in the capital. We'll rest there for now and prepare for the celebration. Varden's answer was short, but Lucen could tell his father was already scanning the streets, watching shadows, gauging movements, memorizing faces. On either side of the street, rich merchants in sleek cloaks and artisans in elegant work robes paused to watch them pass. There were no cheers, no curious greetings, only nods, whispers behind gloved hands, and the occasional calculating glance. While they were moving, one of the people noticed that aside from the Thornyheart banner, there was another beside it. It was the banner of Thornefang. When the others noticed the insignia, they found it familiar. And then one of them finally remembered where they had seen it before. This was the insignia that they could see in the new scented soaps, as well as the most popular item in all of Norvigard, the game Territory War. So Thornefang really is connected to House Thornyheart, one of the people whispered. Could it be the other rumor is true as well? Is Lucen Thornyheart the creator of the game? No, did you see that person over there? That's Robert Duskwell, the mad genius. Maybe he's the one who created the game. The scented soap even has alchemy written all over it. I heard a rumor that Lucen Thornyheart is also someone with alchemic knowledge. That can't be, no matter how sickly and untalented he is with the sword. A Thornyheart that uses magic and knows alchemy. I can't believe such a thing. The chatting between the people looking had become a little more intense. Lucen, with his enhanced senses, was able to hear most of the conversation, and a smile appeared on his face. I guess the branding is working. The carriage wheels slowed as they turned off the main thoroughfare and onto a quieter, cobbled path flanked by neatly trimmed hedges. Lucen leaned forward slightly, peering out the window as tall black iron gates came into view. Set into the stone arch above the gate was the sigil of Thornyheart, a shield wrapped in thorns. 2 guards stood at attention on either side, clad in the dark blue and grey colours of House Thornyheart, chainmail beneath their cloaks and short spears planted into the ground. The moment they saw the approaching banner, they stood even straighter as they moved to open the gates. The mansion in Kael'thart was grander than their estate in Ironhold, but the one in Ironhold looked solid and ready for action, while this one looked full of flash but more brittle. Get ready, my son. The second you step foot out of this carriage, the foolish game of nobles begins. Hearing Varden's words, Lucen nodded his head. I will do my best, father. Varden nodded his head as he then glanced at the building next to their estate. Varden's gaze lingered on the estate next door before turning away with a grunt. Lucen also looked in the direction Varden was looking at, but saw nothing. I guess some spy or assassin was lurking around. Lucen sighed. This is my most hated part in stories and games, the part where everyone is basically lying and hiding their true intent. Whatever, as long as we have the stronger fist, it really won't matter what anyone is scheming. Lucen thought to himself as he and Varden exited the carriage. In the castle in the center of Kael'thart, watching over the city, stood King Ragnar Veilguard, a man forged by war and crowned by iron will. At 50, he stood tall and broad, his presence heavier than any armor he wore. Streaks of silver ran through his dark hair, and old scars marked a face carved by battle. His cold, storm-gray eyes saw through lies and flattery alike. He wore a sword not for tradition, but because he still knew how to use it, and few would dare test him. Clad in the red and blue of House Veilguard, he was no aging relic, but the Iron Sovereign of Norvigard, still sharp, still unyielding, with a certain wisdom in his eyes, and a mischievous grin on his face. A man appeared beside him, clad in all black, blending in the darkness. He spoke to the king. "Sire, the sword, the quill, the judge, and the shield have all arrived. I see. I wonder if all will survive the turmoil that is to come, or if everything will change, and will descend into chaos." The king spoke in a deep voice as he grinned. Chapter 68. Walk through the knights and craftsmen busied themselves unloading crates and securing gear. Varden had already entered the mansion, disappearing into his chambers without a word. Once Lucen and Robert had finished inspecting their own belongings, they followed suit. The entire Thornyheart mansion was filled with mana lamps. The second Robert saw this, he could not help but shout, "Nope, I can't stay here. This entire place reeks of the stink of those grey Tower B** stards. Is there a room here without mana lamps?" Lucen asked one of the servants. "Yes, young master," the maid answered respectfully. "There are a few in the west wing that still have no mana lamps in place." "Thank you, that's good enough." Lucen glanced at Robert, who clicked his tongue. "Tusk, I guess that's fine for now. So, when are we going to try and see what we could get from eating the giant troll meat?" Robert, still a bit irritated by how many mana lamps were in the mansion, changed the subject. When the servants heard Robert's words, they were visibly rattled as they looked at one another. Still, they remained ever the professionals and kept their mouths shut. They were servants of Thornyheart, and as such, will reflect the dignity as befits this noble household. "Not today," Lucen said, suppressing a yawn. "I'm tired. We'll do it tomorrow." He turned to the maid beside him. "Can you guide me to my room?" "Of course, young master," she curtsied. "Right this way." Lucen followed her down the hall, footsteps echoing against the polished floor. "Borings. Fine, tomorrow it is." Robert grunted, spinning on his heel. "You show me the room without any of these irritating mana lamps. Please follow me," one of the maids answered while curtsying. "Very well, show me." Robert walked off, following behind the maid, already mumbling ideas under his breath. Lucen's new room was far larger than the one he had in Ironhold, which was as he expected. High ceilings framed with intricate woodwork, a wide window that looked out onto the moonlit garden, and polished floors that reflected the soft light from the mana lamps. Lucen set down his things in a corner, but his weapons were placed near his bed, just in case he needed them. Lucen then rummaged through his bag and took out a notebook. This was the notebook where he wrote everything he remembered about the game, the second he regained his past life's memories. He flipped through the pages to see what items or useful people could possibly be in the capital during this period before the game starts. The sword of Norvigard should be hidden in the treasury of the royal family. The third strongest weapon in the game. It is one of the items needed to get the royal ending, where the protagonist becomes the new king of Norvigard. That ending wasn't really that good, since you can end the story midway without doing much. Lucen remembered first unlocking that ending and was disappointed since it ended the story without learning who the enemies are, and it didn't even give any good skills. Also, I won't be able to use the sword anyway since it's a weapon that chooses its owner. And one of the requirements to even be able to touch the sword is that you should have absolute faith in your companions. If you made a mistake in the dialogue even once, the sword would never respond. Now, in reality, this rule should be even harder to gain. The current Lucen truly believes in his chosen allies, but at the same time, he knows that he cannot blindly believe in them the same way Alexander would, the ever pure and righteous. What am I even thinking? That guy Alexander did have a couple of endings. He turned evil. Well, I guess he only became evil because he was so pure and trusting. I guess no matter what dialogue you choose, the only reason Alexander does anything is for his companions. Lucen couldn't help but remember all the endings the protagonist could have had in the game. No matter the ending, he chooses it's always because of his companions that he ends up in those situations. The only ending where the protagonist decides for himself was the true ending, which was arguably the best ending. I wonder what the current protagonist is like. Right now, he should be a little boy just turning 6. Damn, I got too caught up in the nostalgia. Lucen shook his head as he continued reading his notebook to see what or who would be useful to get while he was here in the capital. He continued reading through the notebook and saw something interesting. Oh right, the underground arena is somewhere in the lower sections of the city. Back in the game, Alexander would enter the arena because of one of his classmates who participated in the arena. If Alexander is crowned champion of the arena, he gets the chance to unlock the revolution ending, and he also gets the hidden martial arts book, which gives him a choice to pick one of 3 unarmed techniques. Lucen, who read those words in the notebook, started thinking about it. Even though his current system, which gives him skills and traits, wasn't the same as the one used in the game, it was still very similar. Maybe I can unlock a new skill or even a trait related to unarmed combat if I join the underground arena. I'm not sure if my own system will acknowledge such things. The system's rules weren't always clear, but if those martial arts books can even give me half the edge it gave Alexander, then I have to try. Even though it has been a year since he regained his past life memories and the system, there were still many unknowns about it. The system itself was already hard to understand how he acquired a system from a different game entirely. There was also the fact that the system that was from a different game gave skills and traits that did not exist in its original game. There was also the difficulty of guessing what each skill and trait does, since the system doesn't tell him. Whatever, even without the system, the martial arts book would surely help me in training. The problem is, how can I join without anyone knowing I went there? I can't actually go out on my own. I can't sneak out. Many of the people here would notice once I try to do it. Tusk, better try thinking about how I can go for later. For now, let's continue looking to see what else I can do while I'm in Kalehart. Lucen continued to scan his notebook, but most of the people and items listed weren't in the capital at this point in time. Some of them didn't even exist yet. There must be a few things here that I could use. Lucen continued to flip through the notebook, which read like a walkthrough of the entire game with every possible ending written in it. A smile appeared on Lucen's face as he read his notes. I really was devoted to this game, wasn't I? To think I could write a very detailed walkthrough the second I regain my past life's memories. Heth, I kinda wish I could play my console games again. He paused as the page he was looking at blurred a little, not because he was tired, but because he felt nostalgic. He closed the notebook and leaned back, the soft creak of the bed beneath him oddly familiar. In the quiet, his mind drifted, not to tactics or training but to home. His old home, the one so clear in his memories. It wasn't as grand as the one he was in now, but it had everything he needed. A small fridge at the side, where he kept his energy drinks. An inverter AC was cooling down his room. He also liked reading various manga, manhwa and light novels, which was why he had a large bookshelf in the back of his room. Of course, he read other non-fiction stories. His favorites were sci-fi and fantasy, but his favorite thing in his room was the 4 monitors to play and watch various things. The gaming chair where he sat comfortably, where he could lean in and relax. He practically lived in that gaming chair, controller always in hand. Lucen remembered the feel of his favorite controller as he pressed the buttons. It always felt right and calmed him down. The headphones in his ears were making it sound like he was really there, but of course, now he was truly in a game-like world. This place was already so stunned by the simple gameplay of Reversi. I don't expect them to have any entertainment that I would find fun. Now that I think about it, I did say that I would want to watch a play. I guess since I can't watch anime or movies here, that would be the only other alternative. Lucen then remembered that he had seen a few plays in his past life, mostly Shakespeare's, as he got interested in them due to an anime he watched. His favorite being Hamlet. I'm curious how the level of plays here compares to the masterpieces in my past life. I wonder if the plays here suck, maybe I could adapt the ones I know. I would start with Hamlet. Everyone loves tragic sword-wielding royalty. A soft chuckle escaped Lucen's lips. Well, that's for another time, I guess. For now, I need to focus and see what items I can get. Lucen continued scanning the notebook while already thinking about many other things he should do while in the capital. Chapter 69. System upgrade. The following day, Lucen woke up with a weird feeling. Normally, he would feel more than energized when he woke up. In fact, every now and then, some of his stats would increase even while sleeping, back in his room in Ironhold, but now there was none of that. He didn't mind much when he was sleeping outside during a mission or when traveling, since he thought it was because of the bad bed. But now it seems like it was something entirely different. He had always assumed it was the system rewarding good rest. But now, in a luxurious room in Kalehart, on a better bed even. There was nothing, just silence. What's different? What don't I have here that I have in Ironhold? It didn't take long for Lucen to realize what was missing. It was the heart of Embers, the young fire dragon's heart. Did it have such a function? Lucen had so many questions, but like always, no one was there to answer him. Robert would probably leap at the theory, but Lucen didn't dare tell him, not unless he wanted a dozen questions about how he knew what effects his body had during sleep. And that meant talking about the system, and that was never going to happen. Lucen didn't want to explain things concerning his system, as that was his most important trump card he had in this world. Should I have brought it here, he thought to himself. Then yesterday's events came flooding back, troll ambushes, poisoned arrows, whispers in shadows. No, it's much safer in Ironhold. With a sigh, Lucen pushed the thought aside. There were other things to do today, plans to make, leads to bang. The door slammed open, and of course, it was Robert, grinning ear to ear, holding a frozen slab of giant troll meat like it was a prized relic. It's time to eat. Lucen looked at the always manic alchemist, and his lips curled up into a smile. The messy thoughts he had seemed to clear up because of Robert. Have you already figured out how to remove the poisonous substances from the monster meat? I have not, Robert answered without hesitation. But that shouldn't stop us from exploring the possibilities. What is a little poison in the face of ever-expanding knowledge? Robert tossed the giant troll's frozen meat onto the nearby table. Now let us feast upon the knowledge that we will gain from taking a bite. I see that you didn't even bother cooking it, Lucen said as he stared at the frozen meat. Of course not, Robert replied, matter of fact. Who knows if the properties of the meat change once heat is applied? First we eat it raw, then we cook it. Seeking the truth like alchemy demands thoroughness. Lucen dragged a hand down his face. How can we continue to seek the truth if we die from monster poisoning? Robert waved dismissively. I've already prepared a few antidotes. I'm an alchemist after all. Besides, based on our earlier experiments on monster meat, the poison isn't that lethal for people with mana or aura. Which, by the way, I already know you have both. Lucen blinked. So you finally caught on to that, since when? The only other person who knew the truth was his father. I noticed it when you were fighting those bandits during the journey here. It's faint, but I know you have gained an aura. Well, that's surprising. You knew about it for that long, and you didn't ask so many questions about it. Well, it's not like you're the first one to have gained both mana and aura. There have been many cases in history of such people, many of whom were true geniuses that either had both since birth, or gained the other once they reached the pinnacle of one. He paused, brow furrowing in thought. Now that I mention it, you are neither of the two, who gained both since birth, nor gained the other after mastering the one he has. Still, I did hear that the first Duke of Stelhart had also gained both aura and mana, but he was someone who had reached the near pinnacle of aura and forcefully formed a mana circle. Robert was once again in his own world, muttering to himself. Lucen knew that once Robert was like this, someone needed to intervene to make him stop. Should I just leave him here? The second Lucen thought about it and was about to leave, Robert's hand suddenly clutched onto Lucen's shoulder, stopping him. Where do you think you're going? I thought you were going to continue mumbling to yourself, so I decided to give you privacy. Nope, we won't leave this room until we take a bite of the giant troll's meat. Robert snapped his fingers and there was no visual cue, but Lucen knew a spell was activated. I used a barrier spell on the door. To be able to break it, you need power equivalent to a third circle spell. I won't deactivate the spell until we eat the meat. Lucen looked at the crazed eyes of Robert and sighed. The truth is, if Lucen wanted to escape, he could simply jump out of the window since there's no barrier spell there. He could also break down the wall if he used the explosive properties of his mana. Still, he decided not to do any of that, since he was quite curious as to what kind of buff he could get from a giant troll. Since he already had a regeneration skill he gained from the dragon blood, maybe he could stack up other regeneration skills. Fine, let's eat the meat, Lucen answered while shrugging his shoulders. Now that's the Lucen I know, come let's eat. Robert deactivated the spell that was keeping the meat frozen. The second the ice melted, the two could smell a pungent scent coming from the giant troll's meat, which just made it less desirable. If I hesitate now, I won't be able to take a bite. While Lucen was hesitating, Robert had already taken a bite of the meat. Seeing that Lucen stopped hesitating and also took a bite of the meat. You have gained minor troll vitality temporary, plus small health regeneration plus resistance to blunt trauma hunger poisoned, temporary. Lucen was surprised by the screen that appeared in front of him. Normally, the system would only make a notification sound and tell him with those robotic words what he gained. but now it was clearly in front of him on a transparent screen. Not only that, but there was an actual explanation of what minor troll vitality was. He didn't need to guess what the skill would be. If that wasn't enough of a surprise, the duration of the minor troll vitality was only stated as temporary. It didn't give him a definite time frame like before, where each time he ate monster meat, the duration of the gained buffs only lasted a few seconds. Did the system upgrade at some point? Now that I think about it, it has been a while since I last checked my status window. There was no sound or notification. Is the system upgrading as I get stronger? The questions, when did it upgrade or how did it upgrade, came to his mind, but he knew that, like all other questions he had about the system, no one would answer him. So, as usual, he put those questions in the back of his mind for now, and would try to figure out what was happening now. When Lucen decided to check his status window, he was stopped because of the poison, which was finally taking effect on him. Robert, by his side, was already drinking a few antidotes, trying to see which one would work. As Lucen was about to do the same as Robert and drink a few antidotes, he received another system message via the transparent screen. You have gained Poison Resistance Passive Novice. The pain from the poison had lessened greatly, and in fact, it no longer felt like a problem for him, just to wait for the poison to disappear on its own. Lucen then took this chance, while Robert was busy trying to remove the poison, to open his status window. Status window name, Lucen Thornyheart age, 13 class, gun mage level, 8 health, 940/940 mana, 273/273 aura, awakened no mantle mana core. First circle skills plus bullet creation active intermediate, plus gun creation active intermediate, plus gun knowledge passive novice, plus marksmanship passive intermediate, plus gun kata passive intermediate, plus alchemy passive novice, plus battle instinct passive intermediate, plus regeneration passive novice, plus flame resistance passive novice, plus poison resistance passive novice, traits Thornyheart lineage dormant foreign soul unique, plus training adept rare, plus grit normal plus acting adept rare, plus dragon killers resolve epic, monster traits plus minor troll vitality temporary. There were now plus signs before the traits and skills, except for the Thornyheart lineage and the foreign soul. Those were the ones I was most curious about. Anyway, let's see what happens if I press on the plus signs. Lucen pressed on Dragon Killer's Resolve, and an explanation of what it does appeared before him. Effects: plus immense resistance to fear and intimidation, plus slight increase in physical stats when facing stronger enemies, plus bonus effectiveness against dragon-type creatures, plus your presence becomes more distinct to draconic beings, plus trait may evolve if you slay another dragon. Lucen felt excited the second he saw more details appearing. Now he didn't need to guess what each skill does. He can check it out. The days of blindly guessing what each skill does by doing random things were over. Now he just needs to click on it, and he'll know what they do. Chapter 70. To the next, while Robert was still trying to expel the poison from his body, Lucen continued to look through the skills and traits he had. He tapped through the plus signs on his status window, reading each new description that popped up. As he expected, most of them were just as their names implied. Bullet creation lets him conjure ammo faster now. Gun kata refined his movement and combat instincts as long as he held a gun. Battle instinct gave him clearer danger signals. A few had subtle quirks, but nothing wildly different from what he'd already figured out through trial and error. Still, it was a relief, no more guessing games. Now he could plan his growth more efficiently. Some traits, however, offered more than expected, like acting adept. It greatly enhanced his ability to assume personas. When fully immersed in a role, he could temporarily adopt fragments of that character's mindset, instincts, or even skills, at the cost of slight psychological strain. Of course, the effect depended on how well he understood the character. The deeper his knowledge, the stronger acting adept's influence was. To think acting adept was such a skill. Now that I know, I can use this more to my advantage. While Lucen was thinking about how to use his skills and traits more effectively now that he had more details on them, Robert, who was on the ground, finally expelled the poison from his body. To think that poison was greater than those from the other monsters we have tried eating before. Still, despite my sorry state at the moment, I actually feel quite good. I wonder what kinds of abilities we gained from eating the giant troll's meat. Before Robert could begin theorizing aloud, a knock came at the door. A maid bowed outside. "Young Master Lucen, a message has arrived from Duke Thornyheart. You are to report to his study." Sorry, Robert, but you have to figure out what the effects of the giant troll's meat are on your own. But I think maybe we gained some of its vitality. I see. That makes sense, since that's the most distinct ability that giant trolls have, nay, all trolls in general. Heh, once I'm able to move again, I'll test it out. Robert once again started mumbling to himself, eyes glazed with inspiration and madness in equal measure. See you later, Robert. Lucen gave a casual wave and stepped out, following the maid down the polished corridor toward his father's study. Now that the sun had fully risen, the mansion's beauty was on full display. Every corner of Kalehart's ducal estate radiated wealth and tradition, towering windows with velvet drapes, portraits of stoic ancestors, and gilded columns that shimmered faintly with enchantments. It was completely different from their home back in Ironhold, which was more fortress than a house. It took a few minutes to reach Varden's study. The same as everything else in this mansion, the door to Varden's study was quite extravagant, carved from darkwood, inlaid with silver threads forming the thorny heart crest. This is the Duke's study, the maid spoke while curtsying. Lucen opened the door, and there inside was his father with a sword in hand, unlike his study in Ironhold, where you would see him with paperwork. This study was more like a training ground with its large open space, and just a few chairs and a desk at the side. Varden had his eyes closed, he was not moving a single inch, and he was holding his sword relaxed in his hand, but for some reason, it felt like he was about to cut everything in the room. Lucen's battle instinct activated, and he quickly created 2 revolvers in each arm as he unconsciously moved to defend himself. It seems that you have once again improved, my son. The pressure Varden was emitting had disappeared. Was there really a need to test me? Lucen asked while still in a defensive stance, sweating a little. I simply wanted to see how far you have progressed. It would seem that even without an aura mantle, you should be as strong as someone who's at the peak of the second mantle. I guess the training with Sir Thalos has paid off. Lucen showed an awkward smile after hearing his father's assessment. With just one move that wasn't really a move, he was able to assess Lucen's current strength. So why have you called for me, father? I'll get straight to the point then. While we're here in Kalehart, you may do whatever you want, but always remember to keep the honor and pride of a thorny heart. Also, when you go outside, Sir Thalos will be guarding you. Father, what if I go to the underground arena and participate? Will you stop me? After speaking, Lucen gulped dryly, awaiting Varden's response. I have already said you may do anything you want. For as long as you uphold the honor and pride of a thorny heart, I will not question where you go or what you do. Lucen slowly nodded, the ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. I will follow your command, father. After a brief conversation with his father, Lucen exited the room, and just outside the room was the knight whose muscles could intimidate just about anybody. Of course, it was none other than Sir Thalos Stonemaul. Good morning, young master. I will be your guard for the duration of our stay in Kalehart. A confident smile appeared on Sir Thalos's face. I will entrust my protection to you, Sir Thalos. You can count on me, young master. Sir Thalos pounded his chest. Okay, now let's find 2 more companions and head out. In one of the grand rooms within the mansion, Harlick and Mark were cleaning their weapons in silence. Who would have thought that guys like us would be sleeping in a place like this? Mark suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Harlick chuckled. Yes, who knew a couple of mercenaries would be in a place like this? Still, sometimes I think this is all a dream, and I would wake up and see myself back on some battlefield, doing anything for coin. I guess we lucked out, didn't we, boss? Mark replied with a smile on his face. I guess we did, especially you, Mark. If the little leader didn't forgive you, then you wouldn't be here at all. No need to remind me. I have sworn to never betray him again and always remain loyal. So I hear ya, Harlick responded with a light chuckle. Just then, the door creaked open. Get ready, Lucen's voice called from the hallway. We're heading out, Harlick raised a brow. Heading out where? Lucen stepped in with a sly smile, and Sir Thalos towering behind him like a mobile fortress. Somewhere a little more interesting. Little leader, anywhere you go becomes a little interesting, Harlick responded while equipping himself with weapons. No need for any weapons. I guess just leave the arquebuses behind and bring a sword. Harlick and Mark nodded their heads as they set aside their arquebuses and tightened their sword belts. Now that the group was formed, Lucen headed out with his 3 bodyguards. In the distance, watching from the room in the opposite building of the Thornyheart estate and other such places, Several spies noted that Lucen came out with 3 bodyguards. The group of spies followed the young heir of the Iron Duke. Of course, they kept their distance so that the knight walking beside Lucen wouldn't notice them. Unfortunately, the second they followed Lucen's group, Sathalos noticed them. "Young master, should I deal with the flies following us? There's no need to do that. Who cares what they tell their masters? In fact, I want them to know what we're doing. If that's what you want, young master." Sathalos no longer bothered with the ones following them. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, like attacking Sathalos, they would not move against them. "So, where are we going, little leader? The casino perhaps, or the auction house?" Harlik asked. "Neither, we're going to some place much more fun than those," Lucen replied with a huge grin on his face. "A place more fun than the casino?" Harlik asked, trying hard to think about what could be more fun than a casino. "Yep, we're going to the underground arena." The second Lucen said those words, his 3 bodyguards had very different reactions. "I knew you had it in you, young master. Come on then, let's show the might of the Thornyheart house." Sathalos laughed heartily while slapping Lucen's back, which hurt a bit. "I think you don't understand the meaning of fun, little leader." Harlik responded with a sigh. "Well, what can I say, but as expected of the little leader, always saying the most outrageous things." Mark responded while shrugging his shoulders. Now knowing the destination, the group headed to the lower districts of the city, a place where the lights don't reach, and mercy is a foreign word. Chapter 71. Warm-up. Lucen and his group continued walking until they reached an area where there were no longer mana lamps. The sky is blocked by the taller buildings in the upper sections, and the stench is as putrid as it looks. The further they descended into the lower districts of Kaleheart, the more the air changed. Gone were the polished stones and gleaming lanterns of the upper city. The cobbled streets here were cracked and uneven, slick with grime that never quite dried. The scent of incense and perfume was replaced by the stench of smoke, sewage, and too many bodies crammed into too little space. Even the light itself felt different, filtered, grimier, as if the sun hesitated to touch this part of the city. Tall, crooked buildings leaned over the narrow roads, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch like claws. Shabby signs creaked on rusted chains, their paint faded and chipped. A butcher's stall spilled red water into a gutter. A toothless vendor barked at a beggar child who had gotten too close to his dried meat. Sathalos stopped, his gaze locked on the vendor, sharp as steel. The vendor flinched, then quickly looked away, shrinking beneath the knight's towering presence. Thalos approached, his steps slow, deliberate. What do you want?" the vendor muttered, voice wavering. "How much for the piece of dry meat?" Thalos asked, voice calm but firm. Two copper coins each." Without a word, Sathalos flipped a silver coin through the air. It hit the stall with a sharp clink. He grabbed 5 pieces of dried meat and turned toward the beggar child huddled in the corner. Kneeling slightly, he held the food out with both hands. "Do not give up, child. As long as you survive, your chance to change your fate will come." The child hesitated, wide-eyed, then reached forward with trembling fingers. Lucen watched in silence, a small smile tugging at his lips. Yes, this was how he had always imagined a knight would act. And Sathalos, loud and brash as he might be, was a knight in the truest sense. "Sorry for the delay, young master." Sathalos bowed his head in front of Lucen. "No need to apologize, you did as any true knight would have done." The group then resumed their journey, descending deeper into the belly of Kaleheart. With every step, the air grew heavier. The stench of piss and **T faded, replaced by something far more disturbing, the iron tang of blood. It lingered in the gutters, clung to the walls, and soaked into the earth like a permanent stain. Harlik wrinkled his nose. "Been a while since I walked through a place like this. Back in Ironhold, you don't really see slums like these. Always found that odd, honestly." "The reason you won't find districts like this in Ironhold," Sathalos replied, voice low but steady, "isn't because it's cleaner or more noble. It's because Ironhold doesn't allow such weakness." He glanced around at the shanties, the broken windows, the desperate faces watching them from shadowed alleys. Ironhold has harsh winters, beasts at the gates, and storms that could bury a man alive. If you live like this in Ironhold, you won't last a night. Lucen listened to their conversation while looking around. His gaze lingered on a blood-stained wall, and the flicker of movement disappearing behind it. "I don't think the weak can survive this place either." As if they waited for Lucen to say such words, a group of men came out of an alleyway, each holding a weapon, with sinister-looking smiles on their faces. "First time I've seen you guys around here," one of the men spoke. "Based on your looks, I say you guys are some noble brat and his bodyguards, correct?" Lucen didn't answer. He simply raised an eyebrow as he assessed the group. There were 7 of them, each armed with chipped swords, rusted axes, and the kind of bravado born from desperation, not strength. Harlech's hand hovered near his sword, eyes narrowed. "Hey, you fools, you should learn to gauge your opponents before picking a fight." Sir Thalos, meanwhile, stood completely still. His expression hadn't changed, but the slight shift in his stance was enough to make one of the thugs instinctively take a step back. Unfortunately, their leader wasn't so wise. "HMPH, who are you trying to scare? There are 4 of you and 7 of us, and one of you's is just a noble brat." The thug gestured at Lucen with his sword. "Free/novel bin, COM, listen up, kid. Down here, you pay tolls if you want to walk with all your limbs attached. Nobles bleed the same as the rest. You see, Hendrik over there has already awakened his aura." The leader of the thugs pointed at the largest of them, who was holding an axe. "So you best be a good noble whelp and fork over whatever you got, and we'll even give you the VIP treatment." Lucen smiled gently as he stepped forward. "How about you guide us to the underground arena, and we'll not beat you up? Or I could beat you up, then you guide us to the underground arena." Lucen was actually quite happy that such a group approached them, since he had gotten lost a while ago. The real lower districts were a much more confusing place than the ones shown in the game. In the game, just going through a few twists and turns, you would reach the underground arena. But there they had been walking for half an hour now, and they could not see a single thing about the underground arena. When the thugs heard what Lucen said, they looked at each other and then started laughing. Their laughter echoed through the alleyway, loud, mocking, full of teeth. "Did you hear that, boys?" the leader cackled. "The noble pup wants directions, and he thinks he's going to beat us up, he says." Hendrik, the aura user, stepped forward. His axe rested casually on his shoulder, his expression a lazy sneer. "Maybe I'll just lop off a hand and see if your tongue's still that smug after." Lucen didn't flinch. Instead, he let out a disappointed sigh and cracked his neck. Should have gone with the first option. Lucen looked at his 3 companions who were ready to strike. "You guys stand down, I'll deal with them myself. This should be good enough for a warm-up." Lucen decided to use acting adept trait to its full abilities now that he knows what it truly is. Lucen then imagined an unarmed fighter when he knew quite a bit. His demeanor then changed as he got into a boxing stance. He was now using a character from a fighting game he used to play a lot. His knowledge of this character from his backstory to all his combos was complete. Sir Thalos, who was standing at the side, was surprised by the sudden change in Lucen's demeanor and the stance he was using. This was not any known stance in the art of unarmed combat in Norvigard. It wasn't a stance from any knightly order or pit fighting style Sir Thalos knew. Lucen shifted into a narrow, sideways stance, shoulders loose, fists tucked near his face, his weight bouncing lightly on his toes. His smirk widened. He didn't just look like he was about to fight. He looked like he was about to enjoy it. Is this perhaps an unarmed martial art the young master created himself? Or is it something he read in a book? Anyway, that is quite an interesting fighting stance. Lucen gestured with a flick of his right hand, taunting. "Come on then, is that cocky little? Get him," the leader barked, face contorting with rage. The thugs surged forward like a pack of starving dogs, weapons raised and shouting, too blinded by ego to realize they were about to get beaten up. The moment the first thug lunged, Lucen's body snapped into motion. He didn't meet the attack head-on. He slipped left, the blade grazing air where his head had been. His footwork was light, deliberate, bouncing on the balls of his feet. 1-2, he weaved in under a wild swing and drove a right hook straight into the thug's liver. Crack! The man let out a strangled gasp, folded over and crumpled to the ground. Before the others could process what happened, Lucen was already moving again. A second thug came from the side with a dagger. Lucen didn't even look at him, his left shoulder rolled back, the blade barely missing his cheek as he bobbed under, then countered with a brutal uppercut that snapped the man's head back. Teeth flew. The thug fell like a puppet with its strings cut. What the hell? One of them stammered, stepping back, but Lucen closed the distance before he could retreat, using a short, explosive dash. A left jab to the nose, then a right cross to the jaw, 2 quick shots, fluid and efficient. The man was out before he hit the ground. 3 down. Lucen ducked a club swing from behind, twisting low and pivoting into the man's blind spot. He didn't even punch, just slammed an elbow into the side of the thug's knee. The joint gave out with a sickening pop, and the man screamed as he collapsed. Hendrik finally stepped in, his aura flaring. "You little bastard." Lucen turned, eyes cold and focused, still bouncing lightly, still smiling. "You'll do, *****. Whoa, since when did the little leader move like that?" Mark was amazed by the sight. He already knew Lucen could fight. He had seen him fighting using swords and guns before, but it was nothing like this. Was the little leader more talented in unarmed combat than any other weapon? Harlick commented on the side. Hahoha, as expected of the young master, the training he did every day has not betrayed him. His body, even without using aura, is doing great. Sir Thalos laughed heartily, impressed by Lucen's style of fighting. Hendrik roared and charged, aura flaring wild and red around his body. Lucen didn't move. He simply waited, weight shifting, shoulder relaxed, one fist still cocked near his cheek. Just as Hendrik raised his weapon to swing, Lucen stepped in. One step, one punch, a right straight, fast as lightning, drilled into Hendrik's solar plexus with the sound of a cannon going off. The thug's body lurched, his eyes bulged. The axe hit the ground before he did. Silence fell until Lucen's voice broke it. Too slow. Lucen then shifted his attention to the leader of the group of thugs, who was the only one left standing. The leader unconsciously backed away as Lucen approached him. The thug stumbled, his butt hitting the ground. Lucen crouched slightly, flashing a wide grin. Now, are you going to guide us to the underground arena, or do you need more convincing? Lucen raised his fist slightly, the smile never leaving his face. No need, good sir. I will gladly guide your group to the underground arena. The leader quickly replied. Chapter 72. Let them remember my name. The spies watching could not believe what they had just witnessed. Even though the people Lucen just defeated were thugs, they still outnumbered him, and one even had awakened his aura. The way Lucen defeated them, using unarmed combat, with such ease was unexpected, especially from someone who was once known as a sickly disappointment of the Thornyheart house. That's the Iron Duke's son. One of the spies couldn't help but blurt out to himself, could the recent rumors about Lucen Thornyheart actually hold some truth? That thought echoed through the minds of every hidden observer. ****, unaware of what the spies were thinking, Lucen and his group were following the leader of the thugs to the underground arena. While they were walking, Lucen was reviewing his own fight. Acting adept. It really is an incredible trait. The ability to borrow the skills of a character. I knew inside and out it's truly absurdly powerful. I'm honestly surprised it's only rated rare instead of epic. Then again, the drawbacks probably hold it back. He remembered the feeling, how slipping into that persona felt too natural. For a moment, it wasn't just mimicry. It was similar to possession. The more he embraced the role, the more it nibbled at the edges of who he really was. It felt like his own personality was being overwritten. If I made a mistake, would my own personality be replaced? There's also the fact that, unlike when I try doing things myself, I gained increased proficiency with the chance of it becoming a skill. But when using the skill of a character using acting adept, my own proficiency doesn't increase. Lucen opened and closed his fist. There's also the fact that even if I act out someone perfectly and am able to use some of their skills, my stats are the same. Most likely, I won't be able to perform techniques that my body can't do, like flight or energy beams. Aside from those, I'm not sure if there are other drawbacks. Still, overall it is a great trait. While Lucen was deep in thought, Sir Thalos laughed heartily beside him. Who knew that the young master had such skill in unarmed combat. Still, none of that would have been possible without the necessary body to move in such a way. Didn't think you'd be a brawler too, little leader. Harlick joined in the conversation. You truly are something else, little leader. Mark also praised Lucen. Seeing his companions praising him so much, Lucen couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He kept quiet as he did not know what to say. ****, with a guide, the group was finally able to reach the entrance of the underground arena. It was a rather unremarkable building that made it feel like any other building in the lower district. Still, Lucen knew that was just a facade. Upon entry, there is a literal hidden underground arena. As they approached the entrance, the thug leading them stopped in front of a weather-worn wooden structure nestled between two leaning buildings. Cracked stone, boarded windows, a crooked sign, of course. It had no words, since most people here were illiterate. It just had a picture of a skull. This is it, the thug mumbled, still nursing a bruised cheek. The entrance to the arena. Lucen knew the thug was telling the truth, as this area was a place he had seen on the screen several dozen times since he needed to pass through here for different endings. Lucen tossed a gold coin to the thug, who caught it. For your troubles. The thug swiftly hid the gold coin and dropped to one knee. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. The sudden gesture caught the attention of several others who were about to enter the building, and they sneered. Lucen and the others felt a little embarrassed gathering attention like this. Enough, stand up already. The thug did as he was told. If you need anything else, my lord, just find me. The name's Jay. I know the lower districts like the back of my hand. Sure, if I need something more, I'll come looking for you. For now, you can go. All right, my lord, but if you need my services, I usually am around the area we met a while ago. Jay did an awkward salute and left. Now that Jay was gone, he could finally look around. No one was paying them any more attention as they entered the premises. Lucen noticed several people wearing masks glancing over at them. Those guys are probably nobles or some rich merchants. They are trying to guess who I am. Unfortunately, despite my current fame, only a few people had seen me before. Even those who saw me in the past would get confused and wonder who I am since I changed so much. A wicked grin appeared on Lucen's face. No matter, I will make sure they remember me after this. Lucen and his group were about to enter, but were stopped by what seemed to be the bouncer of the establishment. The person beside the bouncer, holding what seemed to be a list of names, spoke. Do you have an invitation or a recommendation? Lucen stepped forward calmly, his eyes half-lidded, almost bored. He reached into his coat, not fast enough to alarm the bouncer, but deliberately enough to make everyone watch. He pulled out the emblem of the Thornyheart house, a silver shield wrapped in thorns. A recommendation from myself, Lucen said, casually handing it over. I believe that should suffice. The man looked at the emblem and his eyebrows raised. The bouncer, sensing the subtle shift, straightened his back. You're Lucen Thornyheart. The man with the list asked, voice low, as though saying the name too loudly might provoke something. Lucen smiled faintly. Is that a problem? The man's eyes scanned him again, clearly noting the youthful face, the expensive custom coat, and the trio of rough but dangerous bodyguards standing behind him. No problem at all. He quickly stepped aside. Please proceed. As they descended the stone steps into the building, the air grew colder, thicker. Flickering torchlight painted shadows across the corridor, and the muffled roars of a crowd echoed up from below. Cheers, jeers, and screams all blended together. I've seen this place countless times in game, but reality truly is different. The smell here is worse than I imagined. The underground arena was massive, circular, stone-walled, and packed with spectators from all walks of life. Nobles in masks lounged on plush cushions above, while lowlifes and mercenaries crowded the lower tiers. Every eye was focused on the blood-stained pit at the center. A fighter's corpse was being dragged out. Name, a clerk spoke from a side booth, glancing at Lucen's group. Put me down as Lucen Thornyheart, Lucen said coolly. I'm not here to spectate, I want to join in the fun. The three bodyguards already had a guess as to why Lucen came here. At first, they thought he was just going to watch, but after seeing him fight unarmed, they understood that this was bound to happen. The scribe hesitated. You want to join tonight's list? You do know that the only rule in the arena is no use of weapons, aura, or mana. Just pure physical skill, right? Death here is a normal occurrence. Are you sure you want to join? Lucen nodded once. The scribe blinked, then shouted to someone deeper inside. New blood in the bracket. Under the name Lucen Thornyheart, the crowd began murmuring as the news spread. The name sounded familiar, but from where? It took them a few seconds to realize that was the name of the firstborn son of the Iron Duke. Is the son of the Iron Duke really going to participate in the arena? Maybe it's just someone using his name. I heard he was a sickly boy, the disgrace of the House Thornyfang. No, I heard that wasn't true, and he was actually a hidden prodigy. There were rumors of his killing a young dragon. Aren't those rumors fabricated by the allies of the Iron Duke? I might be able to believe he's not as sickly as rumored, but defeating a young dragon with a motley crew of mercenaries, that's too much of a joke. He might have just defeated a wyvern or something similar and called a dragon. No matter. We'll see what he's truly capable of in the arena. The murmuring of the audience could be heard like buzzing bees in Lucen's ear. He grinned, and as he was about to step into the waiting area, Harlick stopped him. You sure about this, little leader? Harlick asked, his voice low. Yeah, this is what I came here for, Lucen replied. Hess, as always, I'll believe in you, little leader. Mark grinned faintly. Young master, I won't stop you from joining in the fun, but know this, once you get into real trouble, I'll step in to rescue you. If I do that, it would be a disgrace to the Thornyfang name, and I would have to tell our father. Don't worry, I don't plan on losing, so that won't ever happen. Heh, that's what I expect to hear from you, young master. We'll be cheering you on in the stands. Sir Thalos's serious face was replaced with a wide grin. "Do your best, little leader." Mark's voice was calm but firm with a smile full of confidence. "Since you're going to do this, then I'll be betting on you," Harlech said. Here, Lucen tossed his coin pouch. "Use that and bet everything on me as well." After saying that, he stepped toward the waiting area. He had a vicious-looking smile on his face, as his coat fluttered slightly with each step. "Time to make sure they won't forget who I am." Chapter 73. Debut match. The waiting room was small, cold, and reeked of sweat and dried blood. Lucen sat alone on a splintered bench, elbows resting on his knees, coat folded beside him. Somewhere outside, the crowd roared. Another fight had begun or ended. There was no other person in the waiting room except him. He closed his eyes for a moment. It was quiet here, just a single mana lamp on the wall, the distant chants of gamblers, and his own breathing. He flexed his fingers slowly. He started thinking about which character he could remember who was good at unarmed combat. It must be a character that he knew well enough that he would be able to perform his techniques. Still, I need to be careful. The last time I was too into it that I was almost consumed by the character's personality. Lucen remembered the feeling of being overwritten. When he gave speeches using acting adept, it felt like he was simply wearing a role. But fighting, especially with someone else's instincts, someone with real presence, was different. There, it was easy to lose track of who he was. As long as I keep myself steady, acting adept won't overwrite me. I just need to be careful. He smiled faintly. And in a way, gaining pieces of cool personalities isn't the worst thing. I did have a chuny phase back in high school, after all. The thought made him chuckle under his breath. Lucen exhaled, rolled his shoulders, and thought of the one persona that matched what this moment needed. Flashy, fearless, fights like a devil-may-care showman who treats battle like a stage. Acting adept was now in use. In an instant, the air around him shifted. His stance loosened, one foot sliding forward with casual confidence, his shoulders squared with that familiar cocky tilt. He flicked his head lightly to the side, as if tossing away the tension, and his expression curved into a devil-may-care smirk. Lucen wasn't just preparing to win, he was preparing to perform. Footsteps echoed outside the door. A guard called from beyond the iron gate. "Lucen Thornifang, you're up next." Lucen rose slowly, coat slung over his shoulder with one finger, the picture of relaxed menace. As he walked toward the gate, he twirled the coat once and slid it back on like a cloak before battle. Time to raise the curtain. Lucen stepped into the arena, the noise hit him like a wave. Cheers, jeers, laughter, and the sound of coins being passed around. Lucen's coat fluttered behind him as he walked, a sleek black long coat with deep crimson lining and silver thorn embroidery curling around the cuffs like creeping vines. It wasn't meant for battle, it was designed to be remembered. This was what Lucen was practicing to sew before, but he failed. So he asked professionals. This was an early design for the uniform he planned for Thornifang to use. "Tusk, it's another noble brat." One of the spectators in the lower seats spoke. "Heh, this is the kind I like watching being broken down." The nobles and rich merchants wearing masks had a different reaction from those in the lower seats. "Is that really the Iron Duke's son? I was expecting either a sickly boy like in the rumors, or a harder *** like his father. But this guy looks like a C***CKYB* starred." Even those close to Lucen were quite surprised by how Lucen carried himself. His demeanor changed again. Sir Thalos mumbled to himself. "Come on, little leader," Mark shouted. "I bet everything on you, so you better win." Harlech shouted as well. The opposite gate opened, and a man stepped out wearing light, sleeveless clothes that showed off his lean but honed frame. His body was built like a blade, no wasted bulk, only precision and purpose. He moved with the casual readiness of a fighter who'd bled more times than he could count and stopped fearing pain long ago. A strange crest was stitched into the side of his sash, unfamiliar, likely a remnant of a disbanded mercenary group. He was bald, with a single thin scar running across his scalp, and sharp black eyes that locked instantly onto Lucen. Even without aura or mana, the man radiated danger. Facing off against the Iron Duke's son Lucen Thornifang in his debut match, the announcer bellowed, "Is a long-time arena fighter, former mercenary and veteran of 34 matches, Card Medin the Bonecutter." The crowd cheered. It wasn't just some low-level thug facing the Iron Duke's son, but a true veteran of the arena. Card walked towards Lucen with an intense glare. "This isn't the place for a noble brat like you to play around. You better surrender now before I send you back to your father broken." "You're right," Lucen said, his voice dripping with mock sincerity. "This isn't the place for a noble brat like me." He took a casual step forward, coat swaying behind him. It's stinky, it's filthy. And my playdate? He gestured lazily at Card and waved a hand in front of his nose, grimacing like he'd caught a bad whiff. Smells about the same, looks even worse. Gasps and laughter broke out across the lower seats to those who heard what Lucen said. Card did not respond and simply glared at Lucen, wanting to attack right this very moment. Seeing the two seemed about ready to strike at each other, the announcer raised both arms, silencing the crowd with a grin. All right, you lot know the rules, but for the new blood, let's make it clear. No weapons, no manhwas, no auras, just your fists, your feet, and whatever else you've got the guts to throw. The announcer pointed at Lucen briefly. The fight ends when one man taps out, blacks out, or bleeds out. He then glanced at Card. No rounds, no breaks, no excuses. The announcer then looked at the two fighters, and he brought down his hand in a chopping motion. Fight, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The announcer's hand dropped. Card was already moving. He dashed towards Lucen and punched with a fast, precise jab aimed at Lucen's throat. Lucen didn't flinch. He leaned just enough for the punch to pass by, barely grazing a strand of his hair. He blinked lazily. Geez, you're already going for the kill. You must be fun at parties. Card followed up immediately, an elbow aiming for Lucen's ribs. Lucen twisted his hips, coat fluttering dramatically as he stepped aside. He didn't dodge far, not because he couldn't, but to make a point and then flick. Lucen casually flicked Card's forehead with 2 fingers. Card's head jolted slightly. The crowd gasped. Lucen stepped back with a grin, shaking his hand. Loofs, tough skull. You sure there's anything left inside? Lucen's voice wasn't too loud, but it was loud enough for some people to hear. Laughter rippled through the stands. Card said nothing. His glare was sharper than his strikes. He lashed out with a knee. Lucen caught the motion early due to his skill battle instinct and drifted sideways, slipping past it with ease. As he did, he knocked the back of Card's head lightly with the back of his knuckles. Not a strike, just an insult, boop, Lucen said playfully. Card spun, fury rising, and swept his leg in a low arc meant to take Lucen's legs out from under him. Lucen jumped lightly, coat trailing like a black flare, and landed in a crouch on one foot. He gave a theatrical bow toward the crowd. Elegant attempt, but I've danced with much prettier ladies who had better timing. The laughter got louder. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Humiliation boiled in Card's chest. Precision gave way to brute rage. He rushed in, fists flying in sharp, vicious arcs. One aimed for Lucen's cheek. Lucen tilted his head to the side, the punch skimming past his jaw. Another strike came fast toward his gut. Lucen leaned back, just enough for the punch to miss, then flowed into a sideways step as if he were skating. He let the momentum carry him behind Card's guard and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Almost had me there. Come on, keep on trying. You can do it, I believe in. You, Card roared and raised both arms for a crushing overhead hammer blow. Lucen waited until the last second, then he vanished sideways, a blur of black and crimson, and brought his heel down hard on the side of Card's calf. Card staggered. Lucen casually circled him, never breaking stride. Sorry about that, Lucen said lightly, circling Card. You're leaving so many openings, it's like you want me to do it, but I'm still cheering you on. Card turned fast, throwing a straight punch out of reflex. Lucen caught it, not with strength, but with motion. He let the momentum pass him, twisted his body, and redirected it harmlessly past him. Then, with a grin, he brought his fist up from below in a sharp, clean uppercut. Crack! Card's head snapped back. He stumbled 2 steps. Lucen let the moment breathe. He cracked his knuckles. Okay, I think I'm warmed up now. Card looked like he was going to continue as he took a shaky step forward, fist twitching, then his knees gave out beneath him. He collapsed face first with a dull thud. Oh, is it nap time already? Lucen spoke while looking at his fallen opponent. The entire arena froze for a heartbeat. Then the announcer raised her voice, breaking the silence with disbelief barely masked. The winner is Lucen Thornyheart. Hearing the announcement, the audience in the lower seats cheered, while the noble and rich merchants were still in awe of what they had witnessed. Chapter 74. Barbarian warrior, the spies who had followed Lucen and his group, were amazed by the fight they had just watched. They already knew that Lucen was a good fighter from the previous battle with the thugs outside, but this one was entirely different. The two sides did not use an inkling of mana or aura, with nothing but their body. Lucen had dealt with the veteran fighter like an adult playing with a child. A silence hung in the darkened corner where the spies observed, broken only by one of them muttering under his breath. It would seem that all prior information on Lucen Thornyheart is outdated or deliberately false. It would seem that the Iron Duke did not have a fangless son, but a wolf pup. No, this might already be a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the arena, Lucen was able to stop using acting adept. He was getting too deep into character. It was just too fun to act that way. Okay, it's still alright, better use another character for the next fight. Lucen remembered the way he moved while using acting adept. Those kinds of movements I could only have done when using the gun kata skill. My body is able to move in such a way, but I couldn't do it with the assistance of my skills and traits. Still, I wouldn't have been able to move like that at all if I hadn't trained relentlessly. A grin touched his lips. It was his own this time. Maybe I should try it later. Practice it properly. No acting adept, no skills. Just me. It might actually be fun to move like that on my own. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the announcer. So will you continue or will you stop here? Before Lucen could speak, the crowd answered for him. You need to continue. Show us more of that style of yours. That was fun to watch. Lucen, of course, had only one decision since he needed to get that martial arts book. Of course, I'll continue. The moment Lucen answered, the crowd cheered with excitement. Come on, bring in the next one, Lucen said with confidence. Lucen Thornyheart will continue. Now bring out the next opponent. Once the announcer spoke, some men took the unconscious card out of the arena, and several seconds later, the gate opened. A massive man wearing animal skin came out, his upper body exposed, filled with tattoos. Black hair and black eyes. This kind of person was someone the people in the north dealt with frequently, a barbarian. Entering the arena as Lucen Thornyheart's next opponent, the announcer's voice boomed. Another person from the north, from the Ulgari tribe Kor Beasthide. The crowd became ecstatic upon Kor's entry. It would seem that he was much more popular than Card. Kor approached Lucen with his towering physique that could match Sir Thalos. Lucen Thornyheart, I know of your father. He is a true warrior, a great warrior, and my tribe has acknowledged your tribe as true warriors. Come and let's fight as true warriors do. Lucen met Kor's gaze head-on. Lucen knew from the books and his knowledge of the game that barbarians respect the strong. Barbarians respect a good fighter and would gladly die in battle. They were basically this world's version of Vikings. To earn Kor's respect and to change up the audience's understanding of him so they won't get a clear view of his true personality, he needed to embody a character who uses overwhelming force and would not back down. Lucen continued to meet Kor's gaze as the grin on his face disappeared. In its place stood something heavier, calmer, colder. Lucen didn't puff his chest or bare his teeth. He didn't need to. All he did was stand straight, steady, unmoving as if the weight of the entire arena pressed against him and slid right off. Acting adept took hold again. It was not the showman this time. This persona didn't need the crowd. A walking wall of will and violence. Lucen was still not that deep into the character, so he was able to control the urge to attack for now. His demeanor changed again. Sir Thalos commented on the audience seats. The little leader is full of surprises today, Harlech said. When was our little leader ever without surprises? Mark asked. Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. He is always full of surprises. Harlech corrected himself. Lucen's presence shifted. There was no smile, no flash, just the aura of someone who refused to yield, someone who could break stone with a look. His voice was low, but it carried. You honor my house with your words, Kor. He stepped forward. Not fast, not slow, just final, like a boulder rolling downhill. Then let us fight as true warriors. Kor's eyes widened slightly, then curved into a grin. Good, the announcer, sensing the tension, quickly raised her voice. No weapons, no manas, no auras, only flesh, bone, and resolve. The match ends when one man taps, blacks out, or dies. Begin. Kor didn't hesitate. The barbarian charged forward with a thunderous roar, every footstep shaking dust loose from the arena walls. His fists were raised, muscles coiled like springs. Lucen stood still. Only when Kor was almost upon him did he move, one step to the left, perfectly timed. The barbarian's fist brushed past his ear. Lucen's counter came immediately, a sharp, brutal palm to Kor's exposed ribs. The impact echoed, but Kor didn't grunt. He smiled. The real fight had begun. The two punched and kicked at each other in close range. Even though Kor looked visually stronger, he and Lucen were nearly of the same strength. Kor might have the superhuman strength that most barbarians have, but Lucen's body was trained by Sir Thalos and was enhanced by the system, giving him an edge. Lucen, with battle instinct, could dodge some of the strikes made by Kor, and those he could not, he just took head-on. With his trait grit, the temporary boost from the troll meat giving him minor troll vitality, and his regeneration skill, taking a hit from the powerful barbarian turned out to be not too much of a problem. Lucen saw a punch aimed at his ribs, but he did not dodge it and allowed the punch to connect. The punch slammed into his ribs. It was a meaty, bone-crushing strike that would have dropped most men. But Lucen, who was using acting adept and being supported by his numerous skills, did not flinch. Instead, he stepped in. His heel drove into the dirt for momentum as he twisted his entire upper body and slammed a brutal hook into Kor's liver. The barbarian staggered. Lucen didn't let up. Another hit landed across Kor's jaw, then a rising elbow caught the man just beneath the chin. Blood sprayed. Kor could not help but grin viciously, even as his head snapped back. You endure pain like a true warrior. Your fists are like a hammer. Lucen's expression didn't change. His movements became heavier now, more brutal, more final. He let another punch land against his shoulder, absorbing it fully, and in return, drove a knee deep into Kor's side. A sickening crunch echoed through the arena. The barbarian's breath hitched. His footing almost faltered, but he stood his ground. Lucen stepped in closer, too close for any big swings. He stared into Kor's eyes. "Can you continue?" Lucen asked, and the barbarian replied by headbutting Lucen. Lucen didn't flinch as their two heads collided. It was then a huge grin appeared on Lucen's face. It was not the playful grin he had in the previous match, but a more beast-like smile. Kor matched Lucen's smile with his own. You truly are a good warrior," Kor said. Lucen's hand shot out, not in a punch, but to grab Kor by the back of the neck. He leaned in close, their foreheads almost touching again. "You still standing," Lucen said calmly. "Then let's end this the way warriors should." This time, it was Lucen who headbutted Kor. A brutal, resounding crack echoed as skull met skull. Still, Lucen's damage was nearly negated by the minor troll vitality, and his regeneration skill had already healed the damage he took. On the other hand, Kor reeled back a step but didn't fall. Instead, he raised both arms and roared to the sky, as if calling the gods to witness this battle. Lucen raised his own fists in return, and the two charged again. Fists flew. Flesh slammed into flesh. Each strike they exchanged now came at the cost of another, as if neither man cared about defense anymore, just power, will, and pride. The crowd watching was quiet as they were speechless by this form of fight. No more skills, no more dodging, just hitting one another, waiting for the other to fall. Lucen took another hit to the ribs, followed it with a devastating spinning elbow to Kor's temple. Kor drove a knee into Lucen's gut, and Lucen returned it with a vicious right hook to the jaw. Finally, as their fists collided midair, both took a half step back. Despite getting hit over and over again, the damage he received wasn't too much, as the minor troll vitality had resistance to blunt attacks. Plus, with his regeneration skill, most damage was recovered over time. Kor, on the other hand, had his eye nearly swollen shut, and it was Kor who dropped to a knee. He wanted to stand up, but his body would not let him. Kor chuckled as he used his last bit of strength to pound his chest. That's enough," he said, voice hoarse but proud. "You win, Lucen Thornyheart. It was truly a good fight." Chapter 75, 12 rounds. Hearing Kor surrender, Lucen stopped using acting adept. "I was able to control myself a bit. I was using another persona, but I was still me. Still, that was seeking hard. I can't use a persona with that kind of personality too much." Every time he used acting adept that deeply, it was like he was watching himself move through a screen, but he had a controller at hand. It should have been able to control the character at play, but the deeper he went, the more he lost control, and the character would do things he wouldn't. Even now, he could feel the echo of the persona tugging at the edge of his mind, like a shadow behind his thoughts. It hadn't fully left him, that intensity, aggressive like a beast, utterly ruthless, even though it was useful but also dangerous. "If I lose myself in the role, what's left of me after the curtain falls?" He shook his head slightly, clearing away the lingering fog. "In the game, you need to win 10 times to fight the champion. I don't know how many times I need to fight in reality. Still, now that I have the audience going, I don't need to make too much of a spectacle in the next few fights." The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. "So, will Lucen Thornyheart continue or end his battles here?" The crowd once again responded before Lucen could. "Come on, Lucen Thornyheart, show us the might of the North. That was incredible. I want to see more." The second round was a completely different style. What'll he do next? Lucen. The arena's air was thick with heat and adrenaline. Merchants who had come just to scout cheap fighters were now leaning forward, their ledgers forgotten. Even the usual gamblers had stopped shouting odds. The crowd was cheering his name now, and there was no mention of him being called a noble brat. Lucen couldn't help but chuckle as everything was going as he imagined. He stepped forward and raised a fist. "Of course, I'll continue," he said with a confident grin. The second the words left his mouth, the arena erupted again. As expected of the son of North, Lucen Thornyheart, come, let us call his next opponent. The next few opponents were pretty much at the same level, and since Lucen did not need to make a spectacle of it, he used his overwhelming stats to overpower most of his opponents. While he was fighting, he was also trying to recreate the boxing style he used against the thugs led by Jay, without using acting adept. It was rather awkward at first. His footwork was all over the place. His punches had missed a few times despite him being faster than his opponent, but unlike when he was using acting adept, this time, he was receiving system notifications of his unarmed combat proficiency going up. Not only that, but even his agility and dexterity stats had gone up by 1. It had been quite a while since he got a stat up that wasn't from leveling up. As the fights continued, and the crowd was already in a state of frenzy, since this was the first time someone from the arena had continuously fought without rest. Lucen flexed his fingers between rounds. His breath was steady, but his shoulders were beginning to feel it. "I'm getting a little tired, but it's not that bad. Sir Thalos's training was way worse than this. Besides, he couldn't afford to stop now. I'll reach the champion today. I have to. Once word gets out about what happened here, it might get too complicated to come back. Better to finish this in one go." The spies, nobles, and rich merchants were having a difficult time believing what they were watching. Just moments ago, they thought Lucen was the sickly disappointment of the Thornyheart house. Now, everything they knew turned out to be wrong. Every report, every rumor, they were off the mark. Now they learned that not only was Lucen not the sickly disappointment, but he was even quite the fighter. Many of them needed to adjust themselves to this new information. In one section of the lower seats, Sir Thalos, who was watching the fights with incredible concentration, spoke. "I see, I get it now. The young master is using this arena as a training ground. He's improving himself in actual battle. Ha, as expected of a Thornyheart, as expected of a son of the North. So you're telling me that the little leader is treating these deadly matches like some sparring match?" After saying those words, Harlech couldn't help but sigh. The little leader truly is something else, Mark chuckled. In one of the upper seats, a lady wearing a mask and her hair magically altered to have a different look and color than her actual hair. She had arrived during Lucen's second match. Beside her were her bodyguards. This little lady was none other than Lysette Crowlorn, one of the spies from other noble families, had told her about Lucen's sudden entry into the underground arena. Even though the capital was full of intriguing people, Lysette was drawn to Lucen more since his family was the suspected creator of the Territory War board game. In fact, the prevailing rumor was that it was Lucen himself who created the game. After learning that he had entered the underground arena, she immediately set off. She had imagined many different scenarios as to why Lucen would come here, but there was none like this. She was the same as the others knew of Lucen's sickly status. She also knew of his pitiful talent in swordsmanship. Unlike the others, though, she had seen him firsthand when they were younger, alongside other children of marquesses and a duke. She knew him to be truly untalented in the way of the sword, but she also knew how hard-working he was despite the lack of talent. So it was a surprise to see him here, not with a sword in hand, but using his fist to defeat others. She smiled a very bright smile under her mask. "Good for you, Lucen. You found a path that's for you. But to think you, who were always regarded as talentless and weak, could shine like this." Lysette smiled under her mask as he looked at Lucen in the arena. Now that I think about it, there was also a minor rumor that he had awakened a Monocore, which was why the Iron Duke hired Robert Duskwell to teach him. Lysette's deep blue eyes were almost sparkling as the puzzle that appeared before her, the pieces were starting to fit. All the recent changes in the north seemed to stem from Lucen. Was everything before just an act? Were you always hiding your true skills, Lucen Thornyheart? Lysette started giggling. "I can't wait to pry open your secrets, Lucen," she whispered to herself. Lucen, unaware of the opinions of the surrounding spies, nobles, and merchants, was now in the middle of another fight. This time, he did not use this fight to grind his unarmed combat proficiency, nor did he use this fight to practice his control of acting adept. He also didn't finish this fight immediately, and instead was now dodging with minimal effort. He did not swing his fist or attempt to attack at all, and simply weaved through the opponent's attacks. He was using this round to rest a bit. His opponent, of course, did not know this and felt insulted by Lucen not attacking, thinking he was being underestimated, not knowing that the truth was even more insulting. Lucen stood in the ring, relaxed, weaving through every blow with lazy grace. His opponent was a muscular brawler, clearly competent, but to Lucen, he was similar to a loading screen, a time where he could rest before continuing. The opponent, panting, face red with exertion, lunged again with a frustrated roar. Lucen easily evaded the lunge with a quick sidestep. The man continued his barrage of attacks, but eventually he lost steam and fainted. The announcer did not miss a beat this time and boomed, "Lucen Thornyheart, the son of the North, wins again." The crowd cheered and some stood up on their seats. That was seeking incredible. He won without even touching the opponent. A battle won without throwing a single punch. This was already his 12th straight win, and he won with such ease. While everyone was getting excited because of his victory, Lucen, on the other hand, was slightly irritated. That wasn't enough time to rest properly. That guy should have stopped and rested as well, so he could continue. The announcer, who was about to ask the same question about whether Lucen was going to stop here or continue, a person came to her side and whispered something in her ear. She looked shocked when she received the message, but then she calmed down and announced something in excitement. Lucen Thornyheart, who had just started fighting in the arena today, with an impressive record of 12 wins in a row without rest, with no defeat, has gained the right to challenge the champion. The second those words were spoken, the entire arena became silent. The announcer then looked at Lucen and asked, "So, Lucen Thornyheart, will you challenge the champion?" It wasn't Lucen who got nervous by this question, but most everyone watching. Unlike before, where they pushed Lucen to continue, no one spoke and instead waited for Lucen's answer. Lucen grinned and spoke with a voice loud enough that everyone could hear. "Champion, huh? Sounds nice. Guess since he's giving it away, I'm taking it." Lysette leaned forward, her eyes gleaming behind the mask. Sethalos chuckled as he continued to watch Lucen's show. Chapter 76. The Seeker and the Wolf. Lucen remained standing in the center of the blood-stained arena, his breath steady as the crowd roared his name. He hadn't left the ring once since his first match. Finally, time to face the champion. I wonder if it would be the same champion as in the game, or since this is before the game starts, maybe it's a different person. Either way, I hope that I still get that martial arts skill book upon victory. Lucen was confident that with his current stats, as long as there was no mana or aura involved, he should be strong enough to win. If the champion is that guy, it might be a little troublesome, but I have acting adept to compensate for my lack of technique. After fighting core and taking a few hits, I also know that my grit, in combination with the minor troll vitality and regeneration, means I can take quite a bit of damage and keep going. Yeah, I can do this. Despite thinking all that, Lucen was a little worried. The champion in the game was someone whom the main character could defeat in the early stages, depending on the equipment you had at the time. Still, that was in the game, and even then, the cutscene showed that despite winning, the champion held back simply because he liked Alexander. In the flavor text, scattered across equipment descriptions and dialogue choices, were hints, lore fragments that painted a clearer picture. Wears weighted bands to suppress power and speed, blindfolded to sharpen his other senses. Every fight is training. Lucen clenched his fist. I don't know how strong the champion is in reality, but I remember almost all his moves. I grinded every route, played every path to completion. He always starts by testing his opponents. Land a clean hit and he acknowledges you. His fists tightened. But this isn't a game anymore. If he's even slightly different from what I remember, then it might get troublesome. Lucen frowned, but he still got ready for whatever comes next. The gate opened, and the person who came out was as Lucen expected it to be. The iconic blindfold, the weighted band on both wrists and ankles. Jet black hair cut short but not shaved, swayed faintly with the wind, trimmed just enough to never be grabbed in a fight. His upper body lay bare, revealing a body sculpted by fighting. He didn't have the body of a bodybuilder. There was no unnecessary bulk, just the kind of lean, hardened musculature that spoke of lethal efficiency. He wore simple dark martial pants, tied at the waist with a fraying red cord, the only splash of color on him aside from his skin. His bare feet touched the arena floor like they belonged to it, solid, grounded, unshakable. This was the champion of the arena, the one who seeks the pinnacle in martial arts, Forst Kriedrich. Even before Forst stepped fully into the arena, the atmosphere had already changed. It was as if the blood-soaked earth itself braced in anticipation. Here he comes, the champion of the arena, the undefeated Faust. When the announcer said his name, the cheers in the arena became deafening. The audience started stomping on the floor, making it feel like the arena was shaking. Dust fell from the wooden beams above. The walls groaned under the weight of thousands of cheers, pressing in like a living wave. Try to survive for as long as possible, Lucen. Don't give up too easily. Make sure to last for as long as you can. Don't lose too badly, Lucen. Almost everyone in the audience believes that there was no way for Lucen to win this fight. They were all simply betting on how long he would last. The only ones who had a bet that Lucen would win were Harlech and Lucen himself. The only ones who were cheering for him were his bodyguards and Lysette Crowlorn. Her fingers curled around the armrest, interested to see what Lucen would show next. The stomping grew louder, like drums of war. Somewhere in the noble booths, a merchant was screaming at his retainer to triple the bet on Faust. Other nobles were interested in how Lucen would fare against someone like Faust. Sir Thalos looked at the arena with a serious expression on his face. He already knew that Faust was an incredible fighter from just the way he carries himself. To think such a person is staying here in the underground arena. Sir Thalos understood that someone like Faust wouldn't kill the young master, so he was going to treat this as a valuable experience for Lucen. Despite being blindfolded, using all his other senses, Faust saw better than most people. He knew the shape of the opponent's body, he could sense his contracting muscles, and even hear his breathing. A teen about 12 to 14. You must be quite talented. The shape of your muscles tells me what kind of training you have done. Still, it is quite confusing. Faust tilted his head to the side. Based on the way you carry yourself, you seem to have swung a sword more than your fist. You should be an amateur in unarmed combat. You might have a superior body to most of the arena fighters, but they have more experience than you in unarmed fighting. This is very weird. This is the first time I can't gauge my opponent properly. How curious. The more Faust spoke, the more Lucen felt himself sweating. All of the things Faust said were correct. The reason for his victories was mostly because of his system skills. Still, Lucen showed a confident smile as he replied, as expected of someone at your level, to be able to discern so much without even looking at me with your eyes. Young one, what you see with one sight might fool you. Even using my other senses, I can't get a full picture of your potential. Lucen could feel that Faust was staring at him intently behind those blindfolded eyes. Still, I have a rough estimate of your overall strength, and I advise you to surrender before you get hurt. I do not wish to harm such a promising, young one. Come back when you gain more experience. Hearing Faust's words, Lucen's heart started beating faster, not out of fear, but out of excitement. The way Faust spoke, the presence he was emitting, another character from the game he loved, had appeared before him with such grandeur. He had already met numerous in-game characters, but Faust was one that he had seen numerous times on the screen. No matter the route, whether you win or lose, he was someone the protagonist must face. Seeker, do not underestimate me. The second Lucen said those words, his demeanor changed, and Faust was quick to notice that. Lucen's stance drops into a semi-crouched, almost animalistic posture, feet light, shoulders loose, weight shifts subtly between legs like a coiled spring. Lucen now had a wide, cocky grin, eyes sharpen with a hunter's gleam. He radiated confidence, recklessness, and hidden calculation. The noisy crowd fell silent for a beat, and they became uneasy, unsure. They didn't know why, but they felt something primal had entered the ring. Your stance changed. Not only that, but even your breathing and subtle movements have changed. It's like you have become a very different person, but your bone structure, your muscles, your scent remain the same, so I'm sure you haven't been replaced. Faust spoke while continuing to analyze Lucen's sudden change. How interesting, this is the first time I've met someone like you. Now you no longer feel like an amateur with a powerful body, but a seasoned, unarmed fighter. Lucen's grin widened, not out of arrogance, but out of something deeper, a certain intense hunger. He tilted his head to one side. Cracked. Then the others. Cracked. It wasn't a threat, it was a release. Like a predator uncaging itself. His body was already humming, itching to move. His voice came low, not cocky but amused. I'm getting excited, Seeker. I will show you what I can do. Let's see if my fangs can sink into your body. Forst tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable beneath the blindfold. It would seem that I truly have misjudged you, young one. It seems that you have been hiding your fangs. Still, the way you're now moving doesn't match the training shown by your body. You truly are quite the interesting fighter, young one. His voice was calm but with a bit of intensity. He then touched his chin, thinking, as expected, I did not make a mistake. Your body truly has been trained in the way of the sword. The sound your hand makes when you move it, and the way your muscles are structured, everything says so. Yet the way you're moving now is telling me different things. A striker with knowledge of grappling techniques, everything about you contradicts itself. I wonder what truths lie beneath those contradictions. Forst hadn't taken a stance. He was simply standing there, but Lucen could already feel an intense pressure weighing down on him. Still, Lucen, whose personality was being mixed with the character he was playing, showed a vicious smile. Come on then, Seeker. Let's see how deep my fangs can bite. Very well. Young wolf pup, let me feel the depth of your bite. With the two warriors squared off and tension thick in the air, the announcer no longer waited. No weapons, no manas, no auras, only flesh, bone, and guts. The match ends when one man taps, blacks out, or dies. Begin. Chapter 77, The Rhythm of Combat, a Seeker, one who pursues the peak of martial arts. They climb a mountain with no summit, chasing a perfection that may never exist. No matter how grueling the path, no matter how far they fall, they rise again and continue the ascent. It is a journey without end, a pursuit without finish. Yet they continue to climb the mountain called martial arts. One of those seekers is Forst Friedrich, the opponent Lucen was facing. The second the announcer signaled the beginning of the fight, Lucen was slowly moving towards Forst by sliding forward, while Forst remained stationary, not even lifting a single finger. He was simply standing there, but Lucen could not see any openings at all. Still, that did not discourage him, and instead made him feel excited to see up close the legendary martial artist from the game he used to play. He slowly got closer, but he was not afraid to be attacked first, as he knew that Forst never initiates the first strike. They haven't even clashed yet, but the atmosphere was intense as the audience watched in silence. Then, without warning, Lucen sprang forward. He did not start with a punch, nor did he do so with a kick. Lucen's body twisted mid-lunge, his left foot stomping to the side, not toward Forst, but at a sharp angle just past him. He dipped low, shoulder nearly grazing the ground, then surged upward with a sweeping elbow strike aimed at Forst's ribs. It was nothing but a misdirection. The elbow was fast, but not the real threat. His other hand was already shifting, fingers curling into a clawed palm strike aimed for Forst's jaw, an upward hook with enough force to dislocate a grown man's neck. Forst already sensed that was Lucen's intent in the first place. Feints like that do not work on him. Forst simply swayed his body to the side, evading the strike, and was about to counter with a punch. But Lucen used the forward momentum of the palm strike to fall forward, landing both hands on the ground. He did this the second Forst initiated his forward fist strike, causing Forst to miss him by a hair's breadth. Lucen, who was now doing a handstand, started moving around using his hands to stay upright, and started attacking with his legs. Now his legs were whirling outward like scythes. His body moved like he was dancing, except every rotation carried the intent to maim. A storm of spinning low kicks and sweeps flowed from his grounded posture, each more unpredictable than the last. This was the first time Forst saw such a technique, but even then, he immediately understood its rhythm. Forst disrupted Lucen's rhythm by stomping on the ground at the exact moment Lucen was about to swing his legs to the side. The stomp not only disrupted Lucen's rhythm, but also blocked his leg sweep. Lucen was then caught off balance, but instead of falling, he used his hands to push his body backward. Forst used this chance to strike. His body moved like a whip. No wasted motion, no sound, just a clean, precise thrust of his palm aimed at Lucen's exposed abdomen. Lucen twisted midair. The strike grazed his ribs instead of hitting center mass, but it still felt like being rammed by a battering ram. The air burst from his lungs. He hit the ground and rolled, his back sliding against the arena floor as he gasped. Even though I predicted that move, I barely dodged. Lucen got up, but he did not charge. Forst did not continue his assault as he was once again having his hands lowered, standing motionless, watching Lucen. Even with those weight restrictions, he moves fast, and even blindfolded, it feels like he can see more than I with my eyes wide open. To think that the protagonist in the game, Alexander, can fight this man. It's now obvious that he let that guy win because he liked him. Lucen knew that he wouldn't be able to hit Faust with half-baked methods, so he decided to go deeper into the character, to use acting adept more. Lucen stood tall again, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his lips with the back of his hand. His expression shifted. The playful grin had become sharper. The hunger in his eyes became more focused. Inside Lucen's mind, something slid into place. The lines blurred between memory, persona, and instinct. His spine arched like a predator stretching. He began to walk, not run, not charge, but walk forward slowly. His breathing had changed and become calmer. Lucen was diving deeper into the character he was playing. His fingers twitched at odd rhythms, shoulders loose, his center of gravity impossibly fluid. Acting adept didn't just mimic styles, it let him become what he imagined. The more he understood the character, the better the role he could play with acting adept. Faust's head tilted slightly. He sensed it too. Another change, he muttered aloud. Lucen's entire body relaxed to an incredible degree, and suddenly, with a burst, he charged forward with incredible speed. Faust was shocked by the sudden increase, but even with that, he reacted fast enough and barely dodged the forward tackle. The breeze from Lucen's charge swept past him, hot and heavy like the breath of a beast. The moment Faust's foot touched down again, Lucen had already twisted mid-stride. With no pause, he spun into a backfist, aiming at Faust's head. Faust caught the backfist with his right hand, pushed it aside, and using the same right hand, also did a backfist aimed at Lucen's ribs. Lucen heard the sound of his ribs cracking a little, but with the resistance to blunt trauma given by the minor troll vitality and the slight increase in physical stats against a strong opponent given by the Dragon Killer's resolve, he was able to withstand that strike. He did not stagger, and instead stood his ground and grabbed hold of Faust's arm with both hands. Lucen then did a forward kick aimed at Faust's abdomen, but before his kick could connect, Faust did a low kick aimed at Lucen's one leg on the ground, making Lucen lose balance. Lucen's footing was lost, but his grip on Faust's arm remained tight. In the half-second he was falling, Lucen pulled downward with both hands, using Faust's own limb as an anchor. His body swung low, inverted again, legs snapping upward in a violent scissor motion toward Faust's neck. A roar of surprise erupted from the crowd. Faust was slightly surprised by the unconventional counter. He then proceeded to rotate his wrist, which was being held by Lucen. A sharp, fluid twist, guided by the angle of Lucen's grip, targeting the weak point in his hold. Lucen's grip, firm as it was, lacked the grounding of proper footwork due to his compromised balance. Faust took advantage of that. In one motion, he slid his forearm through the path of least resistance, breaking free without needing too much force. One of Lucen's feet sliced through the air, passing mere inches from Faust's blindfolded face. A strand of his black hair fluttered from the wind the attack created. The two had once again separated. A smile appeared on Faust's lips. Oh, that was close to a proper hit. It has been a while since someone managed to do that, even with all my restrictions. Faust thought to himself. That was a good counter, young one. This is the first time I've seen such techniques. Who is the one who taught you these techniques? No one. I just move the way that feels like I'll land a hit. Ho, not from technique but from wild instincts. Asterisk in the audience seats, Thalos was fully immersed in the fight between his young master and the champion of the arena. To think the young master has such talent in unarmed combat. Should I tell the Lord to make young master focus on training in unarmed combat, instead of doing those other things, like creating games and learning alchemy? While Thalos was seriously contemplating forcing Lucen to solely train in unarmed combat, Harlick and Mark were amazed by the high-level fight. Hey, can you move like that if you used your aura? Mark asked Harlick. Are you kidding me? Even if I could keep up by using aura, I can't make my body move like that. Harlick responded while pointing at Lucen and Faust. Seeing how Lucen was able to keep up with Faust, the minor nobles and the rich merchants felt like they needed to report this scene immediately to their allies and backers. Even though neither of them was using mana or aura, the speed, strength, and technique they showed were beyond most weaker knights, even when using aura. Lysette had her eyes wide open behind her mask. Even her bodyguards, who were at the third mantle, were speechless while watching the fight. To think he would grow up to this point without anyone knowing. Was he hiding strength for a long time, or did he gain it just recently? No, based on the way he moves, I might not be an aura user, but I know that's not how a novice moves. He's experienced, and if the recent rumors are true, then he must have been on the battlefield a few times now. Lysette's lips curled upward as she started tapping on her armrest. If he was hiding his power, why did he decide to show it now? Is it because his preparations are done? Whatever could he be planning with all the moves he's been making recently? Hee, how interesting you are, Lucen. So many secrets that I wish to know. **** From below in the blood-stained ring, Lucen took a slow breath and smiled. Faust, who always had a relaxed stance, which was just him simply standing and reacting, now lifted his arms and formed a fist. Seeing this scene, the crowd was ecstatic. They had never seen Faust taking a proper stance before. Your rhythm keeps changing, young one. It would seem that I must raise my tempo a little bit. Chapter 78. Match end. The moment Lucen saw Faust raise his hands to fight, he knew that he had entered his second phase. Lucen knew that he needed to stop using acting adept, since the character he was acting out as was not someone who could deal with Faust's second phase. Yet the second he tried to do so, a thought came to his mind. Why should I stop? How am I not enough to defeat this old man? Lucen was surprised at himself. Those thoughts did not feel like it was his. Lucen knew that he had dived too deep into the acting adept, that the personality he was playing must be changing into something. Enough, Lucen screamed in his mind. He clenched his jaw. The persona didn't want to let go. Lucen gritted his teeth and then punched himself in his face, making his nose bleed a little. The audience and even Faust were bewildered by the bizarre actions of Lucen. Young master, what are you doing, hitting yourself? Sir Thalos in the audience shouted, filled with confusion. Little leader, have you gone crazy from the stress? Mark questioned. Hey little leader, your money and my money have all been placed on a bet. If you lose, then we both lose, Harlech shouted. Faust, who was standing in front of Lucen, was still trying to comprehend why Lucen would hit himself when he suddenly noticed that Lucen's demeanor had changed again. The stance he had also changed back to the one who seemed like he knew nothing of unarmed combat, and instead was focused on swordsmanship. Sorry about that, I had to clear my head a bit. Lucen's voice carried over to those in the audience. This boy must be crazy. It was what most of them thought. How curious. The way this young one changes seems to be something different from simply changing his fighting stance. The right side of Faust's lips curled upward. Are you ready, young one? Sorry for making you wait, Lucen said, getting into a basic fighting stance. His right fist was near his face, and his left fist was slightly forward, his right leg pushing behind as support, and his left leg was placed forward, aligned with his fist. Then here I come, young one. After saying those words, Faust disappeared from Lucen's sight and reappeared just inches away from him. As expected, it's a quick left jab. Lucen ducked low, his spine compressed tight as a spring. The rush of displaced air brushed against the crown of his head like a ghost's hand, gentle, but laced with lethal promise. His heart thundered once, then steadied. Next would be a knee kick. As he thought about it, the attack came as he expected, and Lucen blocked the strike with his palm. Lucen twisted, palm catching Faust's knee with a firm slap, redirecting it just enough to slide past his ribs. Even though it didn't hit fully, the power from the knee strike was incredible and shook Lucen's hand a little. Still, he continued towards the next move and used this opportunity to tackle Faust. Elbow from above. Lucen didn't even need to wait for his skill battle instinct to tell him the danger was coming. The moves Faust was doing were the pattern he used in the game. Lucen understood that even though this was reality, not a game, the unconscious choices Faust made would be similar or near enough to be predicted by him. As he expected, the elbow strike aimed at his back arrived, but Lucen had already slipped through and slid to the back of Faust. As expected of a martial arts master of Faust's caliber, he quickly reacted and spun around, attacking Lucen with a back fist. Despite this move not being part of Faust's pattern, Lucen was expecting that he would do something like this and block the back fist with his forearm. He then countered with a straight punch, which Faust redirected and countered with an elbow strike to the abdomen. Lucen spun to the side, evading the strike, and then rolled forward to give the two space between them. Faust did not press his attack and instead spoke to Lucen. Young one, to be able to predict my attacks so accurately is incredible. It feels like you have fought me several dozen times before. In another life, you and I might have fought hundreds of times, Lucen said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Despite only exchanging a few strikes, Lucen had drained more stamina than he expected. Is that so? Faust responded deep in thought. Even though I already know what he's going to do, the second I make a move, he reacts promptly. I need to do something even he would not expect. Lucen thought about it for a second, and a smile appeared on his face as he thought of a solution. When the opponent is leagues above you, the only way to get through is by doing things in a do-or-die manner. Lucen charged not with perfect form, not with the refined stance of a martial artist, but with the awkward, off-tempo rush of a brawler who had nothing to lose. His feet kicked up dust. His arms swung wide. It wasn't a technique. It was simply utter chaos. Faust's brow furrowed as he was confused. What happened was the question in Faust's mind as he sensed Lucen's unrefined movement. Still, despite it being unrefined and obvious with such a big swing, Faust's body tightened a little, ready to intercept. But Lucen wasn't aiming to strike. He dropped at the last second, both palms slamming the ground. A feint or a tackle. Those were the two options in Faust's mind, but Lucen did neither and instead backed away suddenly. Faust was very confused at this point. Is he baiting me to follow? Lucen's footwork became erratic and unpredictable as he kept on going back and forth, side to side. He even started clapping loudly, making it a little difficult for the blindfolded Faust. Still, even with all that, Faust wasn't perturbed. Faust moved and became a blur. A roundhouse kick sliced the air, so fast it was barely visible. It was hard for Lucen to follow with his eyes, but this was a move Lucen had expected, so he quickly ducked. Lucen then countered with an uppercut, which Faust evaded by swaying his body to the side. Faust then attacked with a right hook. It was then something unexpected happened. Faust and those who were watching the match were shocked. Everyone, even Faust, expected that Lucen would evade once more, but this time he did not. The punch hit Lucen square in the face. Using the momentary stunned reaction, Lucen countered with a punch of his own. Faust, who had reacted to everything, was a fraction of a second slower and barely evaded the strike, but it still slightly touched his cheek. His knuckles brushed skin, not even a proper hit, but it counted. He'd touched the untouchable. Lucen then felt an intense pressure coming from Faust. His entire body shook as if blood was being drained from him. He quickly backed away. It was just a moment, but Lucen felt like someone had cut off his head. The feeling quickly disappeared, but Lucen was already sweating bullets as he touched his neck, his head still attached to his body. Faust touched the cheek where Lucen's fist grazed him, and a weird smile appeared on his face. Young one, to be able to graze me with an attack. It has been quite a long while since the last time that happened. I congratulate you, this is your victory. Everyone clearly heard what Faust said, and some of them had their mouths open. No one could understand why Faust would concede. Gasps spread through the crowd like wildfire. What did he say? One noble whispered, nearly choking on his wine. He conceded. Even the arena announcer fumbled as she did not know if she should end the fight and announce Lucen the winner. Sir Thalos could not believe his ears. He had thought of many scenarios of how this fight would end, but even he, who believed in his young master, could not imagine him winning this fight. Mark, who also believed in Lucen 100%, did not expect any outcome but Lucen's victory. This was the young man who fought a dragon and lived. He was the person who had spoken to a group of mercenaries that wanted to capture him, but instead made them change their minds and join him. Harlech was in a state of shock. He did not move as he could not believe what he heard. Faust conceded, meaning Lucen had won. Almost everyone but he and Lucen himself bet on Lucen winning. After that realization sank in, Harlech couldn't help but shout, "I believed in you, little leader. I knew you would win. F***ck yes. You won. We won. So many coins." While everyone was shocked by the result, it was only Lucen who knew that this would happen the second he was able to touch Faust. It's a good thing that this was still the same as the game. Chapter 79. Champion Lisette could not understand the intricacies of the match since she wasn't a fighter, but even she was able to see how incredible it was. "What do you think of Lucen Thornyheart?" Lisette asked one of her bodyguards. "He's an incredible fighter," the bodyguard replied after a brief pause. "That's all I can say. Do you think you could defeat him under the same rules?" The bodyguard fell silent. Lisette smiled beneath her mask. That was all the answer she needed. To think he was this good. "I guess no matter how late he bloomed, he is a Thornyheart after all." Lisette giggled softly to herself as she watched Lucen, his chest heaving from the exertion. "I wonder how everyone will react once they find out about this. I'd better hold another tea party." Lisette stood up from her chair. "Are we going now, milady?" one of the bodyguards asked. "Yes, I've seen enough." She turned toward the door. "And besides, things might get noisy if we stay any longer." Without another word, Lysette glanced once more at Lucen and left the room, her bodyguards trailing behind like shadows. ****, Lady Announcer, aren't you going to announce Lucen Thornyheart's victory? The second Force said those words, the world that seemed to have paused started again. Why yes. The announcer was about to announce Lucen as the winner when one of the people in the audience shouted, "Forced, you be ****, D what do you mean you concede? I bet a lot of money on you, do you seeking dare say you lose? Yeah, you only got hit once and it was just a pat to the cheek. This is rigged, right? The Thornyheart brat bought you out, right? Now that you mention it, that seems about right. How could a once-known sickly loser suddenly become so strong? He must have paid off the other fighters too. All of this was a setup, shameless, disgusting. The crowd's discontent became a frenzy. Jeering, accusations, and outrage filled the air. Sathalos, Harlick, and Mark stood up, their expressions twisted with fury. They were about to shout right back at the crowd, when suddenly a booming voice made everyone quiet. Enough, the stadium fell silent. Faust's voice thundered like a divine command, shaking the very foundations of the arena. An overwhelming pressure swept over the crowd. Even the strongest present, third mantle elites, felt their breath hitch. Some staggered, others fell to one knee. Sathalos, who was at the beginning of the fifth mantle, also felt the pressure weighing down on him. The only other time he felt such pressure was when he was with his lord, Varden Thornyheart. No, not even the lord's pressure is like this. Who? No, what is this man? Faust stood tall at the center of the ring, like a mountain made flesh. His voice rumbled again, cold and furious. You dare speak such filth after witnessing such courage and honor. You stain the name of a fighter who earned his victory. He pointed to Lucen, whose stance remained steady despite the pressure bearing down on everyone else. To say that he cheated, to say that I, Faust Kriedrich, was bought, to taint my duel with such garbage. Faust's blindfold shifted slightly with the tremble of restrained wrath. You insult not just him, but me. You insult the very spirit of combat. I would sooner die than sully the battlefield with lies. Not a single person dared speak, not even to breathe too loudly. This young one has fought with honor and courage. He took hits from me directly. If you think you can do the same, Faust lifted his fist. Then come down here, any single one of you, in fact, all of you. Come and you'll see what it means to take a hit from me. He slammed his fist into the stone floor. Cracked. The arena trembled. The ground beneath his fist fractured like glass beneath a hammer, splintering outward in a spiderweb of cracks. And he had done it without a drop of aura. It was pure force, pure weight, pure Faust. Silence reigned. No one moved. No one dared to breathe. Lucen, who got his breathing back to normal, watched the entire event like a cutscene. Did he hit me with that much power? If he did, does that mean my body is more durable than I thought? Lucen thought to himself. Seeing the crack in the arena floor, the ones who shouted were trembling in fear. Not much is known about Faust's origins. He just suddenly appeared in the underground arena and dominated. Every time he won a match, he added restrictions to himself, the blindfold, the weights, and sometimes even restricting the use of a single body part. It was as if he was seeking not just the perfection of martial arts, but seeking his defeat as well. A noble had once wanted to take Faust as a knight, but was rejected. Feeling disgraced, the noble sent assassins to Faust, but they were all killed. The noble who sent those assassins also disappeared shortly after. Of course, many who knew of the feud between the two thought of Faust, but there was no evidence that could prove Faust was guilty. Some had tried to do the same thing, but ended up dead or disappeared. It was then that the people understood that it did not matter who you were. If you touched Faust, the end was the same. Even now, no one truly understood why such a powerful person was hiding in the underground arena, in a kingdom like theirs. Still, no one dared to question him. The loss of money had momentarily made the people forget what kind of person Faust was. They could only close their mouths tightly, hoping that Faust would not retaliate against them. Thank you for speaking up for me, Sir Faust, but you don't need to do all this. I can handle my own problems. When Faust heard what Lucen said, he moved his head in the direction of the other party and then started laughing heartily. I guess you could. It seems that I have disrespected you as well, young one. I apologize for doing so. I just couldn't hold myself back when these people sullied our dignity as fighters. To not be able to keep my emotions in check, how childish of me. I guess I too still have a long way to go. Forst bowed his head for a second, but that was enough to shock all the other people. Not once have they seen Forst bow his head to anyone, not to any other fighter or noble. Lucen nodded, his eyes steady. No need to apologize, Sir Forst. I understand why you did what you did. After speaking with Forst, Lucen glanced at the audience and spoke in a loud enough voice for everyone to hear. If any of you still believe I cheated, then step onto this stage and fight me yourselves. I will prove with my own fists to you all that I have not done anything that you all claim I did. I, Lucen Thornyheart, will not back down. If you wish to not only sully my honor but that of the Thornyheart household, I will respond in kind. No one moved or spoke. They did not even dare breathe loudly. A nobleman who had been shouting earlier sank into his chair, face pale. They understood that fighting Lucen in the arena was one thing, but facing the might of the Thornyheart household was another. The latter would just get you beaten up, or at most killed, but the latter might end with your entire bloodline vanishing from history. Several hooded figures at the far end of the arena turned and left, boots echoing on the stone. Seeing that no one else seemed to have anything to say, Forst exhaled slowly, his shoulders finally relaxing as the tension in the arena diffused like steam from a boiling pot. He turned his head toward the frozen announcer, his tone returning to a calm, deep bass. "Lady announcer, if you please." The announcer looked around and hesitated a little before finally speaking out loud. Due to the champion Forst Kriedrich conceding the match, the winner of this battle and the new champion of the arena is Lucen Thornyheart. There were a few seconds of silence when Lucen's victory was announced, but after a while, someone started clapping their hands. As if that was the signal, everyone else started clapping as well, until finally everyone in the entire arena was clapping. "You did it, young master," Sir Thalos shouted while clapping the loudest. "I never doubted your victory, little leader." Mark smiled gently as he clapped his hands. "We got all the coins now. Little leader, you truly are my lucky star." Harlech, who had won the betting pool, was grinning from ear to ear. Long after the applause faded, the name Lucen Thornyheart lingered in every mouth. The boy who had once gone unnoticed now stood atop the arena's throne, his name etched into its blood-stained stone. Chapter 80, What to Choose. After Lucen was declared the new champion, Forst approached him and asked in a calm, respectful tone, "Would you mind speaking with me for a moment?" "Of course not," Lucen replied quickly. This was the scenario he was expecting, what he wanted to happen. "Just give me a second. I need to get my companions." He turned and jogged off into the crowd, weaving past dazed onlookers until he spotted the familiar trio standing together. Sir Thalos looked like a proud uncle who was desperately trying not to tear up. Mark gave him a small nod, subtle but filled with meaning. And then there was Harlech, his arms bulging as he carried 2 overstuffed sacks of coin, the jingle of gold louder than his footsteps. Lucen couldn't help but chuckle as Harlech now looked like one of those cartoon robbers he watched when he was a kid in his past life. "It would seem that our bet has paid off, Harlech." The second Lucen spoke, Harlech, who was happily hugging the 2 sacks of coins, finally noticed Lucen. "Little leader, you surely are my lucky star. This is the most coins I have ever carried in my entire life. With this much, I can eat and drink booze for 2 years straight." Forst was waiting in the audience seats near the entrance to the ring. He stood arms folded, his blindfold still firmly in place. Despite the cracks in the arena floor and the chaos from earlier, he stood calmly, like none of it had ever happened. There was no one near him, and no one wishing to even get close as they stood respectfully at a distance. When Lucen returned with his group, Forst gave a faint nod. "Thank you for indulging an old man," he said. Lucen could not help but frown when he heard Forst say those words. Despite looking like he was in his early 30s, he spoke like he was already around his 60s. Even in game, no one knew Forst's real age, nor could anyone determine his real level, since he always had restrictions. The fact that he looks exactly the same a decade later means he's either ageless, or he ages very, very slowly. There are quite a few races that are long-lived, but based on Forst's physical characteristics, he should be human. While Lucen was thinking to himself, Forst noticed that Lucen was staring at him intensely. "Young one, is there a problem?" "Oh, sorry about that, I was just thinking about something." Forst nodded his head. "I see. My home is not far. Please follow me." The group followed Forst outside the underground arena. The people who wanted to talk to Lucen could not since Forst was with them. When they exited the underground arena, the group took a right turn, walked a few steps, and they were there in Forst's home. It was a simple house just beside the arena. It was nothing special, a house made of wood and stone. When they entered the house, The first thing that caught their attention was the scent of aged parchment, oiled leather, and faint incense greeted them. Inside, the house was clean and meticulously arranged, not luxurious, but clearly cared for by someone with discipline. A low table sat at the center, surrounded by floor cushions. Weapons lined the wall, all in perfect condition. On one side was old armor. It had many scratches here and there, but it was maintained well enough. "This is my sanctuary," Faust said. "Please take a seat wherever you wish." Even in his own home, Faust never removed the blindfold or the weights. Lucien and his group did as asked. Harlik hesitated at first, still clutching the coin sacks. He did not want to let go, but in the end, he set them aside and sat down. "I'll be direct," Faust began. "There is something I wish to give you." When Lucien heard those words, he found it very hard to stop himself from smiling. "This is it. He will offer me one of 3 martial art techniques. In the game, reaching this event early was oddly easier. Faust always scaled to your level, low or high. In fact, fighting him later made things worse, as he uses techniques that he would never use at the lower levels. Lucien was starting to have his own game commentary in his head, while Faust was rummaging through some old things in a corner of the room. He lifted up a shelf and opened a hidden compartment from the floor. "I came here a few years ago due to 2 promises I made with a friend. The first promise might not be fulfilled until the end, but I will keep it since I already gave my word. As for the second promise, it would seem that I would be able to fulfill it today." Faust paused for a few seconds and sighed as he took out a chest from under the floorboards. The chest was old, dust clung to the edges, and the iron fittings were dulled with age. But even then, it did not creak as Faust maintained it as much as he could. Faust's hand hovered for a moment above the latch. In this chest, he had hidden the final objects his friend had given him. Then slowly, he opened it, not with hesitation, but with the careful weight of someone fulfilling a vow years in the making. "After fighting in the arena for years, I thought I would never fulfill either of the promises. Even though many fighters in the arena have talent and the will, my friend was very specific as to what kind of people they wanted me to give this to." Faust took out something resembling a book, but it was a little tattered. The quality of the materials used was not that good. Of course, Lucien immediately knew what it was since he had seen it before. "This is a detailed guide to a martial arts technique that uses pressure points. It has many applications, like strengthening one's body or momentarily disabling an opponent's body part. It can also help in making one feel numb in some areas, depending on which pressure point was pressed." Faust placed the book down on the table. Though it has many uses, its destructive potential is weak, and in battle, it would be hard to press the pressure points of a moving opponent with the right amount of force. It might work if your opponent is vastly weaker than you, but against an equally skilled opponent, it might be hard. "Still, I didn't delve into this martial art, so you might be able to improve it. That would also fulfill one of my friend's wishes." Lucien, of course, knew all of that already. In-game, the pressure point technique was more of a buff-type technique. It could momentarily boost your stats, it could slow down poison, but if you use it against an opponent, its hit rate was horrendous. This one wasn't liked by the normal players, but I find it to be quite interesting, as it could stack up the stat boosts with other spells and techniques. Faust then took another book from the chest. "This is a martial art technique my friend created called the Iron Body technique. This one, as the name implies, is a purely defensive technique. Depending on one's mastery, even without the use of aura, one could potentially withstand being stabbed by a sharp sword." Faust dusted the book in his hand and placed it beside the other one. "Of course, once aura is used, you could withstand spells. The damage you can withstand would depend on a number of factors, including your understanding of the technique, the strength of your body, and your mastery of aura. Of course, there are drawbacks. Once the technique is used, the user would be unable to move until they release the technique. There's also the fact that once you release, your body is momentarily stunned for a second before being able to move again." Lucien nodded his head. In the game, this technique was one of the strongest defensive skills. The drawback was, if you used it, you wouldn't be able to do anything else, and if you stopped using it, you would lose one turn before you could perform another action. This was a very good skill when trying to survive some bosses' one-hit kill techniques, or techniques that would reduce the HP bar greatly. Faust then took another book from the chest. This one is a martial arts technique called Destruction. It focuses your entire body, mind, and spirit into a single strike of pure destructive power. If you add aura to this move, it creates even greater destruction. Faust placed the book beside the other two. "The problem is that when you try to use the technique, It takes a while to build up enough power for the strike. It will leave you open to attack. This last technique was a favorite of a majority of players since it was the technique that gave the strongest attack in the early and mid-game. It took a total of 3 turns for it to charge up and empty the SB or MP of the character who uses it. If you add a few buffs to this attack, it is possible to one-shot a few bosses. Lucen, who already knew this beforehand, already had a choice which technique he wanted to learn. As he was about to pick one of the books, something unexpected happened. Force took another book from the chest. This is the last of the books you can choose from. It wasn't just my friend who made this. I too helped in its creation. This is a technique that forcibly awakens the potential of that user's body. My friend called this technique release. Upon using the technique, your speed, strength, agility, dexterity, focus, and even your aura increase to an incredible degree. Forced placed the book beside the others. The problem with this technique is that after prolonged use, your muscles will feel like they're tearing apart. Also, depending on the user, it was possible to overuse it, and you would immediately feel exhausted. Lucen was truly surprised. This had never happened in the game. He had unlocked all the endings, had chosen all the possible dialogues, and had gotten all the equipment. Yet he had no idea there was such a technique. Thalos, Harlick, and Mark, who were listening to the description of each technique, were amazed by the effects of each one. Despite their drawbacks, each technique was useful in battle, which could help in a critical moment. You can only pick one of these techniques. So which do you wish to learn? Chapter 81, Release. Lucen was staring intently at the 4 books on the table. He knew about the other 3 and was already ready to pick one, but then Forced showed another one, and like the others, it was good but had some limitations. Damn, should I just choose the skill I'm already familiar with, or should I pick the new skill? Lucen started thinking about what to pick. He was originally going to pick the pressure point technique because of its versatility, but now with the new skill, Release, it had competition. Based on the description of the technique, it feels like an awakening skill that most RPG protagonists have. Now that I think about it, didn't Alexander have a similar technique? Lucen's memories of the game he used to play in his past life were clearer than most since he played it for so long, and he remembered that Alexander did have something similar to Release. It was a power that he manifested using nothing but his willpower. When the damage he accumulated had reached a certain point, and when his HP dropped to a certain threshold, he was able to enter his burst mode, which increased his stats for a few turns. It was written in lore that this state was reached by Alexander because of his never-give-up attitude, and his willpower to protect those who are precious to him. It was a manifestation of his fighting spirit. Maybe that's the reason why Forced never offered this technique to Alexander, since that guy already had something similar, and in a way better. Since Alexander's burst mode did not have the drawbacks Release has, but there was still a time limit for its use. Lucen stared at the 4 books, and while he was thinking his companions remained quiet, allowing him to think. Thalos, Harlick, and Mark had their own opinions as to which technique Lucen should pick, but they kept their opinions to themselves as they understood Lucen would choose what was best. If they added to his thoughts, it might lead to a bad decision. Should I just choose the technique I'm sure of? Lucen closed his eyes for a second and smiled as he opened them. I guess there really wasn't that much to think of in the first place. There's a new technique I haven't tried, of course. As a gamer and a completionist, I need to choose that. Not to mention the technique could be good when used in a desperate situation. Lucen's hand moved towards the book about Release. I pick this one. When Lucen picked up the book on Release, Forced had a soft smile on his face. On the other hand, Lucen was hoping that once he made his choice, he would instantly learn the technique, but there was nothing. I was hoping that I would just touch skill books and I'll learn them. It would seem that my system just likes me doing everything manually. After Lucen made his choice, Forced, with swift and precise movements, took the remaining 3 books and hid them back into the chest. So you have made your choice, give the book to me for a while, Forced spoke to Lucen. Lucen handed the book to Forced, who got some ink and a brush that were on the side. He then started writing something in the book. Since you have a mana core and have aura, I need to revise some parts of the technique to make the 2 powers flow properly. When the trio heard that Lucen had aura, they were shocked. Even though it had been a while since Lucen had awakened his aura, only a few knew that he had awakened it. Young Master, Thalos suddenly had tears in his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Your efforts, they've finally borne fruit, he said with great joy, but still tearing up. The training you have spent your entire life doing without stopping, no matter what anyone said, has finally paid off. I'm so happy for young Master. Harlick gave him a long look, then snorted. To think you've been keeping something like this from us. He thumped Lucen's back with a meaty hand. It's not like I wanted to keep it a secret, but the fewer who know, the better. So you guys better keep your mouths shut. Come on, little leader. You can trust us, we won't speak a word of it, right, Mark? Yes, I promise you that I would never betray you, little leader, so I'll die first before telling your secret. Mark spoke with such conviction that it made Harlick and Lucen feel a little weird. No need to go that far, just keep it a secret as much as you can, and if somebody learns about it, then let it go. While Lucen's group was talking, Faust finished his revision of the book. I have fulfilled a part of my promise, he mumbled to himself. Faust then handed the book back to Lucen. Yes, thank you for this. No need to thank me. I simply gave out an old book. Lucen's group stayed for a little while in Faust's house. The book had few words in it and was mostly pictures, so Lucen had a ton of questions. After gaining the answers he needed, Lucen, in front of Faust, tried the release technique. Lucen did as was instructed. Despite just learning it, his body moved with uncanny precision, as if the technique had always been part of him. First, you want me to do it manually, now you're helping me activate it. Why not just give me the skill then? Such a F***-seeking weird system. Lucen sighed as he continued. His breathing had changed, and his heartbeat started beating faster and faster. His veins bulged as blood rushed faster through his body, pounding in sync with his accelerating heartbeat. Lucen's muscles expanded a little and then suddenly compressed. There was steam radiating from Lucen's body. He now looked like something akin to a raging demon. Lucen could feel strength surging from within, but at the same time, he was feeling incredible muscle pain. It was then that the system notification screen appeared before him. Gained an active skill, release novice. The second he saw the system notification, deactivated the skill. Once the skill was deactivated, Lucen felt intense pain. It was like his muscles were chewed on and were now being pounded by hammers. Lucen's body shuddered. The pain was like fire threading through every vein, like something inside him had been pulled too tight and suddenly snapped. His breathing turned ragged. Each beat of his heart felt like a hammer blow on bruised flesh. Lucen could not remain standing as a sudden nausea hit him. Lucen's knee hit the ground hard, and breathing was getting harder. It was as if he were drowning. He was now sweating bullets as everything was painful. He could taste iron in his mouth. Was he bleeding internally? He could not tell. He had been hit and stabbed before, but the pain he was feeling right now was like no other. Young Master, Sir Thalos quickly moved to Lucen's side. What happened to him? Both Harlick and Mark asked at the same time, both ready to attack Faust. Despite knowing they were no match, they still grabbed the hilts of their swords, ready to defend their little leader. Faust was not offended by their actions. It was not like they could do anything to him, even if they did attack altogether. He had already assessed their capabilities, and knew the strongest among them, Sir Harlick, was at the beginning stage of the fifth aura mantle. They had no chance of touching him, much less claiming victory. Still, he was actually quite impressed by them. Their loyalty to Lucen seemed to be genuine, and the way they acted in his defense without fear, despite understanding the disparity in their abilities, could be applauded. Faust then shifted his attention to Lucen, who seemed to be in great pain, and nodded his head in approval. To think he would be able to activate the technique in his first try. Truly a talented young man. The way he uses it is still crude and will cost him the most pain, but that will be improved over time with a little practice. This is merely the aftereffects of using release. The young one is still not that proficient in its use, which is why he's feeling so much pain. Even if he does master the technique, it will only lessen the pain, not erase it. Faust approached Lucen, and of course, the trio blocked his path. Don't worry, I won't harm the young one, just ease his pain. Harlick and Mark looked at Sir Thalos, waiting to see what they should do. Sir Thalos, seeing how much pain their young master was in, nodded his head. We will trust you, Sir Faust. The three gave way and Faust kneeled in front of Lucen. Faust, with swift, practiced motions, pressed several pressure points. Lucen stopped breathing heavily and fainted. He will wake up after a while feeling better. The three looked at Lucen, who was breathing calmly, unconscious, and felt relieved. Thank you, Sir Faust. Sir Thalos placed his right hand on his chest and bowed. Harlick and Mark followed suit. There's no need to thank me. I just did what I wanted to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Faust stood up. Now, while we wait for the young one to wake up, do you want to have some tea? Chapter 82. The ripple of one fight. It was in the afternoon when Lucen was declared the new champion. When he left with Faust, the ordinary people, the spies, the merchants, and the nobles started moving. Each one of them left with different purposes, but they all had the same person in their minds, and that person was Lucen Thornyheart. The way he fought with different styles was so incredible, and the fight at the end with Faust was unforgettable. His clash with Faust, in particular, was retold with dramatic flair. Some swore they felt the ground tremble as the two moved. Others said that they moved so fast that they could not keep up with their eyes. On the side of the ordinary citizens, they went back home and recounted what they saw to their families. Others went to the local taverns to recount the match to friends, while some began striking up conversations with strangers in their excitement. A noble child fought against a hardened warrior and won. Not only that, it was the rumored talentless son of the Iron Duke who did it. The way he moved in most matches was like a dance. On the side of the spies, they returned to their various masters and reported back to them. They recounted what they saw without embellishing anything. Their masters started to rethink a few things and ordered them to continue to monitor Lucen. As for the merchants, they started weighing the pros and cons of what could happen due to the event in the underground arena. The crest on his coat was not of the Thornyheart family, but of the growing popular Thornifang. It was already guessed that Thornyheart had something to do with Thornifang, but seeing Lucen's crest, it was already a fact that they were behind Thornifang. They now had to make a choice opposing Thornifang, which means opposing the Thornyheart household, or support an ally with Thornifang. Some merchants immediately began drafting letters, weighing alliances and calculating what trade routes might benefit from Thornifang's expansion. Others quietly withdrew from deals with Edrim Lysark's camp, sensing his influence beginning to fade. The nobles who had watched Lucen fight were also rethinking some of their moves and future plans. The long-expected decline of the north of Stelhart was no longer a certainty. In fact, it might never come at all. They need to reassess who their allies were and who their enemies should be. Some minor nobles who had allied themselves with people against the Iron Duke were starting to feel anxious. By dusk, rumors of Lucen's battles in the underground arena were the only thing the common people could talk about. They say that the talentless heir of the Iron Duke had an elegant fighting style, as if he were dancing with his opponent. Some said that Lucen was like a demon whose presence made one feel like they were suffocating. Others say that despite just being a boy, Lucen acted like a real man, taking hits and giving them back tenfold. As the rumors about Lucen's victory in the underground arena were spreading all over the capital, even behind the thick walls of the Thornyheart mansion, the ripple of Lucen's victory had reached. A servant whispered it to a guard passed it to a knight, and soon enough, the news found its way to the ears of Varden Thornyheart. I already knew he was going to the underground arena, but I didn't expect that he would join in as a fighter. Varden thought to himself as he looked at the knight who informed him of this. So my son has become the underground arena's champion. The knight nodded his head. Yes, my lord. Varden closed his eyes for a moment. Then a faint breath escaped him, neither sigh nor laugh. That child truly is quite the troublemaker. Kaelvar Runeskar and his daughter were training when they heard the news from one of their knights. Ha! Kaelvar's hearty laugh resounded in the training ground. It would seem that the son of my best friend and rival isn't like him at all. Kaelvar grinned from ear to ear as he looked at his daughter, Elira. His eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. Well, not like my lovely daughter is anything like me. I can't wait to see the young man. How about you, Elira? What do you think? Is it true that the champion of the arena is more powerful than you, father? Elira suddenly asked. I would have liked to say that I'm stronger, but I can't lie to you, my lovely daughter. Faust Kriedrich is the strongest person I have ever seen. I have not battled him before, since he only fights in the arena, and fighting without my sword really isn't my style. Still, even without fighting, from what I've seen, I know that I'm no match. And Lucen defeated such a man in unarmed combat, Elira asked in her flat tone as she looked at the person who informed them. That is what was said, milady, but it was also said that Lucen could only graze the other party, and Faust conceded after that. Even grazing such a master is quite the feat, Kaelvar said happily. Elira gripped the handle of her sword tightly. Let us continue, father. Elira got back into a fighting stance. Heth, it would seem that story has lit a passion in you, my lovely daughter. The father and daughter once again continued their sparring. The other two Duke households were informed of Lucen's victory in the arena. In the Judicar household, Elandor Judikar felt that a son of a duke shouldn't be spending his free time fighting in such a place. I thought the Iron Duke's son was like him, but perhaps he's more like that fool Kaelvar. Well, he is young, father. He was also rumored to be quite sickly. Maybe he's just trying out new things because he's feeling better. Evander, with his Prince Charming-like looks, smiled, defending Lucen. I'm sorry, my son. It seems that I was too heated. Even now that we're here, we still don't know what the king truly wants, and this youngster is just doing whatever he pleases. Well, that's the privilege of youth. Evander spoke as if he himself weren't just a 15-year-old boy. Asterisk, 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 have you heard? It would seem that the young man who created our favorite game seems to have won in the underground arena. Serafina sat beside her daughter, who was reading another book. Myria lowered her book, and her violet eyes glanced at her mother. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. An intellectual such as him shouldn't bother with such violent games. He should continue working to create another board game instead. Well, boys will be boys. Most of those we call men, even those with intelligence, rather like using violence. I think they do so in order to attract a mate of their choosing, just like some animals. After all, despite how much we have evolved, we are still a form of animal. Serafina answered with a lazy tone. Also, I too enjoy watching the occasional fight. It is quite interesting. Who knows, maybe you would find it interesting as well. How about we go and watch a fight in the underground arena tomorrow? Very well, mother. I guess that those kinds of things are a part of knowledge. I cannot tell if I like something or not if I haven't even seen it. That's decided, we'll make a day of it. Serafina showed a bright smile. Asterisk, 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 in a certain mansion, just outside the noble district, Edrim Lysark was throwing expensive vases to the ground. What? That F asterisk seeking Thornyheart brat is really the one who created that F asterisk seeking Thornifang, sh*t. Now his name alongside that of Thornifang is all over the city. He stormed to the wall, pulled down a decorative sword, and began swinging wildly, shattering furniture, cutting into bookshelves. What is happening? How is everything starting to go wrong? Edrim, who was slowly losing ground because of Aldrich Merrin's shenanigans, was furious because the name Thornifang was becoming more and more known. I can't understand it. What is the second prince thinking? The room, warded with runes to prevent eavesdropping, echoed only with his voice and destruction. It was a tantrum no servant would witness, and one he would never show in public. He would never dare say anything against a royal in the presence of another, but here, he can curse all he likes, and it wouldn't matter. The second prince must know that the Iron Duke would never side with him when the time comes. If we continue to make him stronger, wouldn't we be creating a strong enemy? He collapsed into a velvet chair, panting, gripping the sword like a crutch, and sighed. Nothing was going as planned, and he could not do anything about it. Is the prince planning something that I don't know? Should I make preparations in case he betrays me? Edrim started thinking about switching sides, or simply leaving the kingdom altogether. Chapter 83. Fried chicken. A man was playing in front of his computer, lost in the glow of the screen. He was playing an old retro game, one he used to sink hours into when he was younger. It was quite a fun game with a lot of things jumbled together. It had multiple endings, a lot of collectible NPCs that can join your party, and 4 styles of gameplay. The main turn-based one, the dual system, turns it into something like a fighting game. Then there was a strategic, grid-based battle system, even a tower defense. And the last one was similar to a gouge game where you make dialogue choices to increase affinity with certain NPCs. He had just finished one of the many branching playthroughs and reached for an energy drink from the mini-fridge beside him. No matter how many times I play this game, it's always fun. He drank his energy drink and scrolled through the many walkthroughs of the game he was playing. Even after 15 years, new content was still being uncovered. Secret endings, unused NPCs. The fanbase remained alive, and so did the game's mystery. Even now, gamers are still finding routes we never knew existed. The devs truly were insane geniuses. The man couldn't help but admire the ability of the people who made one of his favorite games of all time. He then started scrolling through the various blogs about the game. He then noticed a weird blog that he thought was a fanfic, but it posed an interesting question. Hey, I started thinking, what if the game isn't just a game, but a real world? The reason why it has so many endings and so many characters that feel real is because it is. When the man read the first line of the blog, he couldn't help but smile. It was the kind of thought he used to entertain back when he was a teenager. There had always been theories like that floating around. Some people believed reality itself was a simulation, or a dream conjured by some godlike being? Yes, who's to say this game isn't another reality? His eyes drifted back to the screen. The way the NPCs react, the way your choices ripple through everything, even across routes, the weight of every decision. Maybe it really is another world. He didn't laugh this time, just leaned in a little closer, the words on the screen blurring slightly as his thoughts began to drift. He didn't know it, but the room around him had started to soften, the edges of things just a little too still, too quiet, as if time was waiting for something. Still, he continued scrolling through the blogs. After a while, he felt a bit hungry. He looked to his side, and he saw that the cup noodles he had stored up were all used up. There was nothing left. Now that I think about it, when was the last time I went out to eat? The man felt a little confused, as there seemed to be missing pieces in his memory. Must be because I'm hungry. I bet after I eat my fill, I'll remember whatever it is I forgot. He stood up slowly and stretched, his eyes drifting to the wall across from his desk. There, hanging in the dim light, was an old poster of another game he used to play, which was called Last Fantasy. I think I remember some people saying that Last Fantasy is set in the future of Eroke. I can't remember why they thought that, better check it out later, but for now I need to eat. He took his wallet, his phone, changed his clothes and headed out. When he was about to leave his apartment, he felt something was wrong. It's like the moment he steps out of his apartment, he won't be able to come back. The man shook his head. What am I even thinking about? It's not like my apartment will suddenly blow up or something. Once I finish eating, I'll play Last Fantasy since I'm thinking about it. The man shook off his unease and opened the door. He went outside, half expecting something to happen, but nothing did. He looked behind him, the door to his apartment was still there. Of course, what was I even thinking? Okay, then it's been a while, so let's go and eat some fried chicken. The man happily stepped out of his apartment building and walked on the sidewalk. While he was walking, he saw a rather tall, bulky figure with silver hair. A foreigner, it was the first thought that popped into his mind, but then he felt like he knew who that person was. But as he turned around to look closely, the man disappeared into the crowd. Seriously, I lost sight of such a huge figure. Whatever, I'd better just get my fried chicken and head home. The man continued walking through the busy streets. It didn't take long before he arrived at his favorite fried chicken place. The man saw several figures that felt familiar, but he was not sure. They had weird hair color, most likely they dyed it. Are these guys cosplayers? I think I've seen who they were cosplaying as before, but I can't remember too clearly. Must be some old school anime or something. He shrugged it off, ordered his food, and stepped back outside with a warm box in hand. The comforting smell helped ease the weird tension in his chest. As he was walking back home, he noticed that the street back home had fewer people than normal, and one of the street lights was flickering. Feels like a horror movie. The man continued walking back to his apartment building when he suddenly heard screaming, the sound of explosions everywhere. He looked around and saw smoke rising from a lot of different places. What the F***ck is happening? The man grew confused, heart pounding. He yanked out his phone, searching for answers. Social media feeds were flooded with chaos. There were many videos now saying it was the end of the world. He then clicked on one of them. What he saw in that video was a monster-like creature the size of a bear. The first thought the man had when he saw the video was, CGI this good already? He quickly checked the other videos and all of them were about monsters. The man then saw many people running towards him, and behind them was a pack of flame-covered hounds, their fur crackling like living embers. The man started running away. Behind him, he could hear the sound of people getting torn apart. The man did not look back. He did not dare to do so. He ran with all his might. Out of the corners of his vision, he saw people getting dragged down, mauled, or torn apart. Seriously, what the F***ck is happening right now? The man shouted in his mind, and it was then that, just as he turned the corner, his foot caught something. He tumbled to the ground, pain jolting up his arm and legs. He tried to rise, but his body wouldn't respond fast enough. He saw that one of the fire wolves was about to pounce on him. He closed his eyes and waited for death, but it did not come. He opened his eyes and saw a figure slicing through the monsters. The man could not get a good look at his savior, as his sight was hazy. He felt his head aching a bit, and he could not hold it as he fell unconscious. Lucen opened his eyes, sitting up slowly as a dull ache throbbed in his head. He seemed to have seen something important, something he had forgotten, but he could not recall at the moment. It was just a dream, or maybe a memory twisted by fantasy. Whatever it was, it felt distant now, like the echo of a life that had already ended. You're finally awake, young one. Lucen heard Faust's voice and was about to respond when suddenly someone appeared before him. Young master, Sir Thalos's face was suddenly in front of him. It's all my fault, young master. I didn't train your body hard enough, which was why you couldn't withstand such pain. Don't worry, once we have time, I'll make sure to strengthen our training. It's a good thing you woke up, little leader, Harlech said, pointing to the 2 sacks of coin visible beside him. I hope you had a nice sleep, little leader, Mark said with a smile. I think I had a dream of something from long ago. For some reason, I also want to eat some fried chicken. Then, when we get home, we'll ask the chefs to cook you whatever you want. When Lucen heard what Sir Thalos said, he knew that the chefs could make fried chicken, but it wouldn't be like the one he remembered. I guess that would be good enough, Lucen thought to himself as he smiled, feeling oddly nostalgic. Chapter 84. To a play. Once Lucen woke up, it was already quite late. So, after thanking Faust once more, they headed back to the Thornyheart mansion. As they were walking through the lower districts, somehow it felt different from what it was during the day. Unlike the upper districts, the lower ones had only a few mana lamps and still relied heavily on torches. The blend of mana lamp glow and torchlight gave the streets a strangely charming look. You get the gentle light of the mana lamp and the warmth of the torch. The scent was also slightly different, as there was a mix of ale and some form of perfume. Lucen could see several drunkards already. There were also people getting into fights, but the main difference between the day and night in the lower district was the women. There were several women with a bit of makeup wearing rather seductive clothing. He could see them enticing men, and his 3 bodyguards quickly moved to block his view of them. Well, not like you're too young for this stuff, Harlech said, half laughing, but I'm betting your father would want your first time to be in better company than this lot. Young master, despite their allure, you must not take them. Many here look like flowers, but are, in truth, they are snakes that would devour everything until you have nothing left. Sir Thalos spoke as he continued onward. You sound like you've got some experience, Sir Thalos, Mark teased with a grin. I too was young once, Thalos replied with a nostalgic smile. Lucen couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. Even though he wasn't that much of a ladies' man in his past life, he remembered having several relationships despite being something of an otaku, so it's not like he was innocent. The group quickly moved through the lower districts. There was more activity now than there was during daylight. Even a few merchants were selling some random things. Better check that out next time. Young master, did you notice? There are more flies now than before. Of course there are. I sent everyone in the Kaleheart a message. Now a lot of eyes are on me. This is preparation. It's to show those B***stards hiding in the dark, waiting to strike, that the Thornyheart household is not about to fall. If they still dare come, I'll put holes in all of them. Upon returning to the Thornyheart estate, Lucen was made to report everything that happened in the underground arena to his father, Varden. It didn't take long for Lucen to finish recounting the events of the tournament. Varden nodded his head in approval. You have upheld your honor as Thornyheart. That was all Varden said, and the conversation with him ended, or so Lucen thought, but Varden asked him a question. What will you be doing tomorrow? I wanted to watch a play. A play? Varden was surprised to hear such an answer. He never expected his son, who seemed focused on strengthening himself and getting ready for battle, to want to watch a play. Yes, I'm quite interested in them. In the north, the only entertainment we have is training and listening to bards. There's also the territory war I invented, but I wanted to know if the plays were interesting to watch. When Varden heard Lucen's answer, he remembered that his son, just 2 years ago, was a sickly young man who only trained and never went out. I truly am a failure as a father. I wish you were here with us, Vera. Do you need money to watch the play? I have enough money from the underground arena. What kind of play are you going to watch? I don't really know. I haven't checked what kinds of play are happening right now. The second Varden heard what his son said, he was stunned for a moment and then sighed. Varden was once again reminded that, despite Lucen's intelligence, his way of dealing with things made him seem like he knew more than he let on. He is a child with little experience of the outside world. My son, plays just don't happen every day. There might not be a play tomorrow. Lucen was visibly shocked. In his past life, he had been to a few plays, and they happened every day. So he thought that it was the same in this fantasy medieval world. Seeing Lucen's reaction, Varden sighed. If you wish to see a play tomorrow, we can arrange for that, but it will be a private play. Hearing his father's suggestion, Lucen started thinking about it. There's no need for that. If there is no play tomorrow, then I'll just do something else. Is that so? With that, the conversation between father and son ended. When Lucen exited the room, Sir Thalos was there waiting for him. "Young master, the fried chicken you wanted has been prepared." Lucen headed to the dining room, where the chefs made a lot of different styles of fried chicken as requested. Lucen ate a few, and as he expected, none of them were like the ones in his past life. "I guess this is good enough for now," Lucen thought to himself as he continued eating. Once he was done, he told the servants that they could eat the remaining food if they wished to. After that, he headed straight to his room, and even though he had just woken up, the second he got into his room, he fell asleep. Unlike when he was in Faust's house, Lucen did not have any more dreams and woke up the next day feeling refreshed. After cleaning himself up, he was about to look around the city to see if there was any play about to start, when someone came into his room. "Lucen, why did you go to the underground arena and fight, instead of continuing to experiment with me?" Of course, it was none other than Robert who came into his room uninvited. He was looking at Lucen with fiery eyes. "Well, I got to exercise, get some money, and even learned a secret technique," Lucen replied while shrugging his shoulders. "Did you say secret technique?" Robert, who was upset a while ago, changed his mood quickly. "What kind of secret technique is it?" "It's a technique that enhances one's aura, mana, and other bodily functions for a short burst. Once you end the technique, your body will feel like it was torn apart." "Show me," Robert quickly said. "Sorry, I don't want to. Come on, show me just once." "No," Lucen replied flatly. "Why? Using that technique is painful, and I don't want to use it. Also, I have other things I want to do." "Other things? Are you going to that barbaric underground arena again? I just can't understand you, Lucen. You have such a wonderful mind, but you keep on holding yourself back with all these distractions like training and fighting." Robert kept on complaining for a while. Once he was done, Lucen was finally able to talk again. "I'm not going to the underground arena, I want to watch a play." "So play. Come now, Lucen. At least when you went to the underground arena, you got something from it. In a play, simply watching others act doesn't get you anything. Didn't you say something similar about territory war? That's entirely different. Have you ever watched a play before?" "No, I'm too busy trying to pry open the truths of the world." "Are you really going to judge something you haven't even tried doing before? What kind of alchemist does that? Fine. I will come with you and see if watching plays is worth giving time to." Now with Robert as company, Lucen headed out, and of course, Sir Thalos as his bodyguard came with him. This time, though, Lucen didn't bring Harlick and Mark, since they said they were tired from morning training with Sir Thalos. The trio headed out of the Thornyheart mansion, and similar to the previous day, the second they stepped out of the mansion, they could already feel the presence of numerous spies following them. Unlike yesterday, these spies were not even bothering to hide their presence much, and any competent knight would have noticed them. Sir Thalos clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, using these amateurs to hide the presence of the true spies. How irritating. "Young master, are you sure we don't need to at least warn these people not to be excessive? If you want, I can capture a few of them. They should be good experimental subjects." "I do have quite a few things I wanted to test out," Robert chimed in. "There's no need to do anything. It's not like I'm trying to hide anything. Also, Robert, stop thinking about experimenting on people without their consent." "Tusk, how can we advance if we hesitate to do such things?" Robert said while pouting a bit. "We can find a way to advance without doing such things. Also, Sir Thalos, if they wish to follow us and watch a play, then they could do so." Lucen replied while shrugging his shoulders. When Sir Thalos and Robert heard what Lucen said, they had nothing more to say and continued walking through the streets, no longer bothering with the spies following them. The three then started asking around to see if there were any plays that were going to happen today. It turns out there were several theatres in the Kaleheart, since many nobles like watching plays, as it was one of the few sources of entertainment. It was true that there were days when a play was not held, but due to the number of theatres in the Kaleheart, that happens fewer times than expected. Today, Lucen was lucky since there was a play that was about to start in an hour. Despite it being last minute, the three of them were able to buy tickets to the play. Chapter 85. A cliché: when they arrived in the theatre, there was still half an hour before the start of the play. Due to his status, Lucen was given the best seat in the theatre and was informed what the play was about. The play was about the creation of the kingdom of Norvigard. Oh, this should be interesting. The origin of Norvigard was never told in the game. Lucen was now getting a little excited to watch the play. He was about to learn of a lore that was not part of the game. Even with his knowledge as the young Thornyheart, he never did learn anything about the founding of the kingdom. While he was waiting, Lucen took a look around the theatre and was honestly quite impressed by it. The style was that of Gothic architecture with its pointed arches. Above, chandeliers made of wrought mon-infused glass cast a soft, opalescent glow, scattering flecks of multicolored light across the vaulted ceiling. Intricate murals were painted there of deities, dragons, and different races, locked into a war that felt like it would never end. Such a waste of resources, Robert muttered, arms crossed and clearly unimpressed. If they were going to waste materials like this, they should have just donated them to the Yellow Tower. Not everyone can be like you, no, what am I saying? No one will ever be like you. People just can't live on experiments alone. Some people need culture and entertainment, Lucen replied. What are you saying, Lucen? Aren't you and I the same? Looking for the truth, wanting to learn more. Don't you dare insult our young master like that, alchemist. Sir Thalos suddenly chimed in. He isn't like you. The young master has the blood of Thornyheart flowing in his veins. He might indulge you in your experimentations, but his true calling is in battle. Robert scoffed. It would seem that you don't have any idea what your young master is like. He isn't just some idiot who only knows how to swing his fist around. He's one who would make us step into a future filled with wondrous things. HMPH, you're the one who doesn't understand a thing. Sir Thalos and Robert started arguing, and Lucen did nothing to stop them as he simply looked around appreciating the structure of the theatre. This is a nice change of pace. Lucen smiled at himself. It was then that he heard another set of voices arguing. What do you mean you gave my seat to someone else? I apologize, young lord, but no one owns a seat, and it is simply on a first-come, first-served basis. Huh, do you know who I am? Of course, the young lord is the heir of Count Vermont, but even then we cannot give you the seat that has already been given. The middle-aged man had worked in the theatre for years now and had met his fair share of nobles, which was why he was used to them. Still, it was quite hard to talk to nobles who don't seem to understand the common language. Then make whoever it is in those seats on the balcony box move. I cannot do that, young lord. The more the theatre staff denied him, the angrier the heir of Count Vermont became. Lucen sighed as he listened to the rising tension near the entrance of his balcony box. He didn't even need to look to know what kind of entitled brat was throwing a fit. The heir of Count Vermont, Reginald Vermont, was the textbook definition of a typical noble heir in the eyes of commoners. He looked down on commoners and thought of himself as someone above them. He loved the theatre, the arts and music. He considered himself a tolerant noble compared to others. He had frequented this theatre because of the quality of the seats, which was why right now he was feeling irritated. Since other nobility were coming for the third prince's birthday celebration, Reginald was surrounded by the sons and daughters of barons and viscounts who were smirking beside him. It seems that you, as a commoner, have forgotten your place since I have spoken to you nicely. I think I need to remind you of your place. Reginald signaled his bodyguard. The bodyguard stood in front of the theatre staff, his body towering over the other. The middle-aged theatre staff knew that he was about to get hit, but he did not look away and stood his ground. As Reginald's bodyguard was about to strike, someone suddenly intervened. That's enough. Lucen appeared between the bodyguard and the theatre staff. Sir Thalos stood behind Lucen, and on the other side was Robert, who yawned. Who are you? Reginald asked, when he noticed the insignia on Lucen's coat. Oh, you're a part of that merchant group Thornifang. Tusk, is this the person who took over my seat? Reginald asked the staff, but the other party did not answer. HMPH, to think a lowly merchant thinks he can act like a noble because of coin. The second Reginald said those words, Sir Thalos's killing intent leaked, making Reginald sweat and his bodyguard tremble. The other noble children and their own bodyguards also felt some discomfort. Lucen lifted his hand, gesturing for Sir Thalos to stop, and seeing that signal, Sir Thalos reluctantly stopped. What was that? I think I might have felt a little sick because of the thought of a merchant like you doing this. Unaware that it was Sir Thalos's killing intent, Reginald continued complaining to Lucen. On the other hand, the bodyguard understood that it was killing intent, but he wasn't sure where it came from. Was I just hallucinating? The bodyguard thought to himself. So you're telling me that I, who paid for those seats, should happily give them to you? But of course, isn't that a privilege? Who knows, maybe I will ask my father to sponsor your little merchant group. So these types of nobles did exist in the game. The ones I've seen, both in game and in this reality, were indeed people who believed they were above the common class, but they weren't as open about it as this guy. Lucen felt like the guy in front of him came from a different story. So what will you do if I won't give you the seats? Lucen asked. Reginald sneered, puffing out his chest like a rooster unaware it stood in front of a wolf. TCH, it seems that coin of yours has made you forget your place. Do you think a few bags of gold can put you on the same level as I? No matter how much coin you earn in the end, you're nothing more than a slightly better commoner, but a commoner nonetheless. How dare a merchant speak to a noble heir in such a way? One of the noble heirs with Reginald spoke, which made the others speak against Lucen as well. Yes, we should have you punished for this. As expected of a commoner simply without class, I can't believe I get to take part in that all being underestimated cliché. Well, I guess the chances of that happening to me were quite high to begin with. I guess it was more surprising that it's just happening to me right now. Lucen mused to himself. This is getting us nowhere. Can't I just close up their mouths and be done with it? While Lucen was thinking, Robert suddenly spoke, annoyed by the entire conversation. What did you just say? How dare a commoner speak to me that way? Reginald's face turned red in anger, and so did the other noble children with him. Commoner this, commoner that, Robert echoed in mockery. Is that all your vocabulary can manage? A parrot with a crushed beak could come up with better insults. No, actually, talking to you is like arguing with an angry dog. Loud, annoying, and utterly pointless. Robert rebuked, making Sir Tharlow's grin and Lucen barely holding a laugh. Damn you! How dare you insult me like this? Reginald pointed his finger at Robert, and he then looked at his bodyguard. Teach them a lesson. Yes, teach them a lesson. You go and help. The other noble children also sent their bodyguards to help. The bodyguard, despite feeling uncomfortable with the entire situation, still nodded his head and proceeded to walk towards Lucen's group. The other bodyguards did so as well. Don't hurt them too much. Lucen spoke to Sir Tharlow's, who nodded his head. As you will, young master. Sir Tharlow simply punched forward. There was no other movement. Sir Tharlow's fist moved only inches, but when it connected, the sound echoed like a hammer striking an anvil. The bodyguard crumpled, unconscious, before he hit the floor. Sir Tharlow's did not even bother to use any aura, but that was all he needed to do to knock out Reginald's bodyguard. Before the other bodyguards could react, Sir Tharlow's had already moved, and with light taps to the neck, the other bodyguards fell to the ground unconscious. What did you just? They'll wake up in a few minutes, Sir Tharlow said calmly as he returned to his spot beside Lucen. Looking at the stammering and trembling Reginald, alongside his dumbfounded entourage, Lucen was quite amused. I bet he's going to say something cliché, like this isn't over, or I'll make sure you regret this, or maybe he'll say my father will hear about this. Reginald's jaw worked uselessly for a moment before he stomped forward. How dare you, commoners? How dare you humiliate me like this? Reginald stomped his foot repeatedly, red with fury. This isn't over. I'll make sure you regret this. My father will hear about this, and we'll see if you can continue to laugh at me. After saying all that, Reginald didn't bother waking up his bodyguard and left the theatre. The other noble children glared at Lucen, then followed Reginald out of the theatre. Lucen couldn't help but smile. He actually said all 3 lines together. Chapter 86. The play. Once Reginald and his entourage left, the middle-aged man who was talking to them bowed his head in front of Lucen. Thank you for helping me, young lord. No need to thank me, Lucen replied. I simply did that because they were getting on my nerves. Even so, you've helped me nonetheless, and for that I offer my sincere gratitude. The man bowed once more, this time lower and longer. You're welcome. The man was surprised by Lucen's reply, a noble saying you're welcome to a commoner. That wasn't something he heard every day. Slowly, a smile tugged at his lips. He bowed one last time, deeper this time, and quietly returned to his post. After that whole fiasco, Lucen and his group returned to their seats. It didn't take too long before the play started. The lighting they used was a creative way of applying the mana lamps. They also used the normal lamps, which had filters made of stained parchment or dyed cloth that cast tinted hues to match the mood of the scene. Thin ropes were rigged overhead, allowing stagehands to lower or raise lanterns at precise moments. Mirrors on poles, operated by crew in the rafters, redirected firelight like spotlights onto the actors. To mimic moonlight, they placed bluish fabric over some flames. For dawn, they added reflective panels behind the stage painted in reds and oranges, and timed the light shift with a slowly rising curtain that simulated the morning sun. HMPH, I guess even these people have some skills that can be learned, Robert begrudgingly said, as he was quite impressed by the way they used what they had to recreate certain things. Hearing Robert's words, Lucen chuckled as the sound of a narration echoed in the theatre. They did not have speakers, but the way they constructed the theatre with specific runes helped their voices carry over the entire theatre. In a time long ago, when knights were able to cleave heaven and earth, and mages had spells to summon the very stars themselves, a young general of a long-forgotten empire began his legend. The curtains slowly lifted. The stage was set in what looked like a throne room. The actor playing the emperor was a young man. Beside him were beautiful actresses who were supposed to be his wives. The actor playing the young general was a handsome man with black hair and grey eyes. He was kneeling in front of the emperor. "General Richard Veilguard," the emperor intoned, voice steady, "I have a mission for you, one of utmost importance." The general lifted his head, his expression one of solemn resolve. Lucen was quite amused by the way the actors showed their emotions. It truly felt like he was transported to the past, and these people were truly replaying scenes from history. "Speak your will, your majesty. I, your loyal servant Richard Veilguard, shall carry it to the ends of the world if need be." The emperor turned, gesturing to a map unfurled by attendants. The stagehands cleverly shifted panels in the background, changing the scenery to depict mountainous terrain and vast forests stretching into the unknown. "As you may know, our mighty empire has many enemies. I wish for you to go to the northwest of our empire. In that area, numerous enemies surround it." The emperor pointed to an area of the map. "To the north of that place are the continuous waves of monsters and barbarians. To the southwest, the border of our former enemy, the Carno's empire. Even though we are at peace, war could break out at any moment. Now to the east is the forest Mirkwald, a place where unknown creatures reside. All of those are potential problems for our empire. I wish you would create a fortress that would defend us from all sides." On stage, the actor playing General Richard Veilguard stood slowly, his cloak trailing behind him. The music swelled, a somber note from the string quartet hidden in the wings, as his eyes swept across the painted landscape. He then faced the audience and spoke in a loud, clear voice. "I will undertake this mission and complete it without fail." The painted panels shifted again, now depicting a caravan crossing snow-covered mountains. Actors portraying soldiers, mages, craftsmen, and farmers marched behind the general as he made his way toward the desolate frontier. Two of the actors standing behind the one playing the general stood out. The narrator's voice returned, calm and solemn, and so began the march to unclaimed wilds. Beside the general stood his two childhood friends. The mighty and courageous Edric Thornyheart was the general's sharpest blade and sturdiest shield. The actor playing Lucen's ancestor had the iconic silver hair of the Thornyhearts, which was obviously a wig, and his eyes sparkled grey. Upon mention of his character's name, he stood proud and tall, with his towering shield in his left hand and a two-handed sword in his right hand. The other was the master of the mystic arts, the one who kept record of their incredible journey, manhwareccomendation. The actress who played the strongest mage to ever exist in Norvigard was a beautiful lady wearing a violet wig. She was wearing a normal mage's robe, but that could not hide her great figure. In her left hand was an extravagant-looking mage staff. On her right hand was a journal of sorts. As the stage lighting dimmed to mimic a dusky wilderness, a chorus of singers softly hummed, their voices melding with the melancholic strains of a flute. The caravan advanced across the painted backdrop of icy peaks and looming trees, an image of hardship and purpose. The narrator resumed. "With sword, spell, and steadfast will, these three legends, Veilguard, Thornyheart, and Eromont, would carve from wilderness a bastion that defied time itself." The curtain dropped, and after several seconds they opened the curtain, revealing a grand-looking castle-like structure in the middle of the stage. The design of the castle was similar to the castle in the middle of Kaleheart. "We have finally succeeded in building a fortress that would defend our beloved empire from all threats." General Richard spoke with a smile on his face. On stage, the actor playing Edric Thornyheart stepped forward and slammed his shield into the ground. "Then let this land be known not for fear, but for honor. Let those who seek peace find it within these walls, and those who wish to bring ruin find only death at our gates." A roar echoed from the cast, accompanied by simulated lightning that danced across the ceiling, a crew member swinging a mirrored panel to catch the flame and make it strobe. Then the actress playing manhwareccomendation stepped forward, her journal raised. "I, manhwareccomendation, record this moment, not as the end of our trials, but the beginning of something greater." With a flourish of her robes and a gesture with her staff, flakes of silver confetti rained down from above, mimicking starlight. The audience gasped, enchanted. Robert looked at the scene, amused by their creativity, and Sir Thalos nodded his head in appreciation. Well, this is better than I expected, Lucen thought to himself. The curtain fell, and after several seconds, once the curtain was lifted once more, it showed the scene of a bustling fortress town. Stagehands cleverly moved scaffolding, painted wooden walls, and fabric banners that fluttered like real pennants in the breeze. Smoke from hidden incense, braziers gave the illusion of forges running hot in the background. General Richard stood at the center of it all, arms crossed behind his back. His armor gleamed, even under the low amber light. Beside him were his childhood friends, Edric and Lunava. The narrator's voice echoed once again. The fortress stood tall and proud, its citizens always working to defend the empire from threats from all sides. Unfortunately, one day General Richard received horrible news. A soldier ran up to General Richard, clutching a letter. The general read it, and his face contorted in pain. His childhood friends looked at him worriedly. "What is it, Richard? What does the letter say?" Edric asked, and Lunava stood closely waiting for an answer. "The empire has fallen. Did you make a mistake, Richard? Did you mean the empire is being attacked?" Lunava questioned, trying to make sense of what Richard said. "No, it's not being attacked. It has already been attacked and has fallen." Richard once again gave the devastating news. "How could that be? What do you mean it's fallen? How can something like our empire fall without us knowing?" Edric shouted in anger and confusion. On stage, silence reigned after Edric's anguished shout. The atmosphere turned heavy, the light dimming until only a pale orange glow remained, flickering like dying embers. General Richard slowly crumpled the letter in his hand. "They struck from within. They let our enemies in. The royal knights were caught by surprise and were annihilated. The people in the capital were like lambs to a slaughter." Lunava stepped forward, stunned. Her voice trembled. "Then what of the emperor? His wives? His heirs?" Richard turned toward the audience, eyes dark. "Dead. All of them have been killed. Not one survived. Our homeland is no more." The music shifted into a mournful melody. Stagehands rotated a backdrop into view, a burning city painted in reds and blacks, smoke trailing upward. In the foreground, paper embers fluttered from the ceiling like falling leaves. The narrator's voice returned, heavy with sorrow. The empire that bore them, that raised them, that gave them purpose, was gone. But in that moment of despair, when hope withered, a new flame kindled. Richard slowly walked forward. A single beam of light followed him. He dropped to one knee and placed the tip of his sword on the ground. "I have failed. I have failed my mission to protect my homeland. I have failed my duty to protect my emperor. I have failed the people who honored my name." The scene was quite powerful, and the actor playing Richard was quite good at acting his part, making some of the audience cry, even those who had already watched this play before. Edric strode forward and knelt beside Richard. His voice, rough but resolute, echoed through the theatre. "No, Richard, you did not fail. We did not fail just yet. The people of the empire are still here. We are still here. The empire might be gone, but the people live on." Lunava joined them, placing her hand gently on Richard's shoulder. Her voice trembled, not from fear but conviction. "The stars have not left us just yet. They still shine above us all the same. Even though we failed to save our empire, we can create a place that would truly protect its people. Right here and now." The narrator's voice once again echoed in everyone's ears. The three who lost their homeland did not wallow in despair. Instead, they continued onward with hope in their hearts. With the name of their forgotten empire, and the name of the general who failed to protect it, was combined in the old tongue and became Norvigard. Chapter 87. The end of the play depicted how the three forged a kingdom and defended its people from all the enemies of the forgotten empire. It ended with the deaths of each of the three childhood friends. The first to go was the strongest of the three, the first Duke of Stelhart. After mastering his aura, he sought more power and forcefully created a manhwa. Yet despite his strength, he died battling a full-grown adult dragon. The two fought for an entire month without rest. Mountains were cleaved, the land was torn. But in the end, the two sides were unable to determine a winner since both died at the same time. No one knew the reason for their battle, but many speculate it was simply because Edric wanted to prove that he was a match for even the strongest of beings. Richard and Lunava came to meet their friend at his end. When they saw the vicious-looking smile on Edric's face, they couldn't help but smile as well. His body, alongside his final opponent, was buried on the land they fought. The next to fall was the first king of Norvigard, the former General Richard Veilguard. He died of old age with a smile on his face. Beside him were his lovely children, grandchildren and wives. The entire kingdom wept on that day. Even the neighboring kingdoms, the barbarian tribes, and Norvigard's former enemies came to pay their respects to the fallen king. They had a grand funeral, which was portrayed quite nicely by the actors on stage. Lunava waved her staff, making flowers fall from the sky. She did this to honor her fallen friend who loved flowers. Of course, in reality, the stagehands were scattering the flowers from the ceiling. As the music swelled, the petals formed a trail leading to the center of the stage, where the actor portraying Richard lay in repose. The last to go among the three was the Mage of the Stars, Manhwareccomendation. She, as a master of the mystic arts, was able to prolong her life for centuries. She had watched her childhood friends die. She had seen the rise and fall of many kingdoms, always writing her discoveries, her insights, her experiences. She handed over her journal to her descendants, who shared her knowledge with those who were worthy of it. They also shared Lunava's story to those who wished to listen to it. What? The second he heard of Lunava's journal existing, Robert suddenly shouted, disturbing the solemn moment. Sithalos quickly blocked the other party's mouth. The audience looked briefly at Lucian's area while frowning, but they did not say anything and continued watching. The actors and actresses did not stop, despite Robert's sudden shout. It was like they were truly in that moment, unaware of the audience's reaction. The last scene was set in the nighttime, when the moon was high up. The actress playing Lunava was sitting on top of a hill that overlooked the kingdom she and her friends built. A gentle wind rustled through the fabric leaves on painted trees. Soft, glowing flecks drifted from above, silver confetti mimicking starlight just like before. The moonlight lantern cast a pale blue over Lunava's figure, making her look more spirit than woman. It truly was a fun and wondrous adventure we had. Lunava closed her eyes as if recalling a distant past. Richard always telling us of his dreams of the future. A truly beautiful dream, where no one fears hunger, thirst, or dying forgotten and alone, where everyone smiles without pretending. The actress who played Lunava spoke softly, but her voice could be heard even to those sitting in the distance. The music accompaniment in this scene was truly amazing as well. That lunatic Edric, always looking for a greater challenge, always pouring everything into strengthening himself. He was a noisy madman, but he was also the kindest man I have ever known. The shield that would never break as long as one needed it. The sword that would always save as long as one would call for him. Truly a fool until the very end. Lunava chuckled as she looked above the starry sky, tears falling down her face. Some of the audience also unconsciously shed tears. The adventures we had were truly ones worthy of becoming myth. Lunava smiled every so brightly as the tears continued to fall. She watched as a meteor shower appeared before her eyes. From the rafters above, shimmering strips of silver cloth and glinting beads were swiftly pulled across invisible wires, catching the light of mirrored lanterns. These mirrors, held aloft on long poles by stagehands perched above, angled flickers of flame and monolamp glow across the streaking strands, making them shine like stars flaring across the heavens. At the same time, delicate handfuls of crushed mica and powdered fish scale flakes were gently released from above. They fluttered like silvery snow, catching the reflected lights and creating a cascading waterfall of stars. The back wall of the stage unfurled into a dark velvet backdrop, speckled with tiny pinpricks of colored glass that shimmered under rotating filtered lamps. The stars twinkled as the lighting shifted, and with every passing second the illusion grew stronger. The music also matched the changes, making a very memorable moment even more memorable. In the end, even stars must fall and stories end. But even so, I'm glad we had those adventures together. Lunava stood up, wiping away the tears on her face. She then looked forward and saw Richard and Edric in front of her. It wasn't the older actors who reappeared this time, but two younger ones. Teenagers portraying Richard and Edric in their youth. The one who played the younger Edric was not wearing his plate armor, but was wearing a simple leather armor with a small buckler and short sword. The younger Richard was also not wearing his majestic kingly attire, but a simple garb that one would see a baron wear. The two had bright smiles as they extended their hand to Lunava, who looked stunned for a second. Her lips trembled as she looked at the two before her, but then she smiled her brightest smile yet. So this is the end of this story. I wonder what the next one will be like. She whispered to herself, but of course, even that whisper-like voice could be heard throughout the theater due to the structure and runes placed within. Are we going on another adventure? She said as she grabbed the hands of the two. Yeah, we're going on a grand adventure, Richard answered. HMPH, took you long enough to get ready. We've been waiting for you for ages. I'm ready to get things started, Edric said. Hee, Lunava giggled as she and her friends moved on to the next adventure. The stagehands shined a strong light in the direction the trio were heading, And as the curtain fell, the story ended. The curtain once again rose, and all the actors and actresses came on stage and bowed their heads. It took the audience a few seconds to grasp that the play had ended, but they gave a standing ovation. Lucen also stood up and clapped his hands. Even Robert and Sothalos joined in, clapping along with rare enthusiasm. That was better than I expected. I guess they aren't that far behind in theatre, at least. In fact, with runes and spells, you can recreate a lot of stories from my past life in theatre. Lucen was getting even more interested in creating his own play, since the limitations they had in his past life could be overcome with the things that were in this fantasy world. I can even create my favorite anime in a play. I could start a cultural revolution in this fantasy world. Well, I guess that's for another time. There's other things that need to be done first. Still, just the thought of making such stories come to life in a play and showing them to these medieval people is getting me a little too excited. Lucen calmed himself down first, pushing aside the flood of ideas. One thing at a time, Lucen reminded himself. As he was doing that, Robert suddenly asked a question. Hey, that journal, do you think it truly exists? It does exist. Most of our history is based on that journal. It wasn't Lucen who answered Robert. Surprisingly, it was Sothalos who did so. So it does. Why haven't I heard of it before now? Well, I'm guessing it's because you're too focused on your alchemy and you didn't even try to know, Lucen answered. Damn it, I need to see that journal. It might have some insights into alchemy that's been lost in the ages. Well, that might not be possible. I'm not really sure, since I'm basing this on what I heard and what I saw in the play, but the journal is kept by the Eromont household, the descendants of Lady Lunava. They had written the parts of the journal that were about the history of Norvigard in a separate book. That's what they show to the public. Sothalos paused for a second to look at Robert, who was urging him to continue. As for the other knowledge written within, they won't show it to anyone. I'm guessing either only family members can read it, or whoever wants to read it needs to pass some sort of test to see if that person is qualified to read it. I'm not sure, these are all just my guesses. If you want to know the truth, you need to ask the current head of the Eromont household. Robert, who would normally leap at any chance to gain more knowledge, actually hesitated when he heard Sir Thalos's explanation. So I need to meet that old hag who dresses up like she's still young. Robert mumbled to himself. Do I do it or not? Well, seeing the Starlight Witch's journal would help, but I can learn the truths of the world myself. I don't really need some hand-me-downs. Yes, there's no need to talk to that old hag, Robert convinced himself. Chapter 88. Curtains and confrontations. After the play was done, Lucen asked one of the theatre staff if he could meet the playwright. They, of course, agreed and guided the group to the playwright. The playwright was in a room with several dozen books, and in the middle of the room was a desk with a person sitting on it. The playwright looked to be in his late 20s, though the sharpness in his eyes made him seem older in spirit. His dark auburn hair was slightly unkempt, tied loosely at the back with a leather cord, strands falling freely over a pale, ink-smudged face. He wore a deep blue waistcoat over a high-collared shirt, its sleeves rolled to the elbows and stained with blotches of ink and soot. A pair of small, wire-rimmed glasses rested low on the bridge of his nose, clearly well-used, judging by the scratches on the lens and the tape on one arm. Despite his youthful age, his posture was calm and composed, as if used to long hours of both study and stress. His fingers were stained with ink, yet moved with a scholar's precision as he flipped through the notes on his desk. When he looked up at Lucen's group, his eyes, piercing and steady, a pale green touched with grey, carried the weight of someone who had read and remembered entire lifetimes of history. This is our playwright, Harry Nadauhi. Upon the mention of his name, Harry, who was reading a book, finally looked up, and with a frown on his face, he looked at the group that had arrived. Who are these people? Harry, this is the Iron Duke's son Lucen Thornyheart and his companions. What do you want? Harry spoke with some irritation in his voice, which almost made Sir Thalos smash his face. Of course, Lucen already predicted that, and raised his hand to stop Sir Thalos. Nice to meet you, Harry. I just wanted to ask a few questions regarding the play. Great, another noble who has some notes for me. So what is it? Do you want me to make a story about you? The rising star of the Norvigard. You know of me? Yes, I know you, Lucen Thornyheart. Everyone in the capital can't stop talking about you. Your story is quite interesting, but there's no ending to it yet, and I don't make plays with vague endings. I think there's a misunderstanding here. I was not planning on asking you to make a play about me, Lucen replied. Harry blinked, then leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping the spine of the closed book before him. His expression shifted, still guarded but no longer irritated. "Then what do you want?" he asked, this time with more curiosity than scorn. "Like I said, I just have a few questions." "What is it?" "About the story of Norvigard's origin, how much of it is true?" "The story has been told 100 times with different interpretations. The main story itself came from the journal of the star mage Lunaver Eromont. There were, of course, some minor changes I implemented to make the story more appealing." "And those were?" Harry tilted his head slightly, studying Lucen for a moment, as if weighing how much he should say. "The biggest difference is tone," he said plainly. "Reality rarely has clean arcs and poetic symmetry, but theater demands it. For instance, Edric's final duel. In the journal, it's vague, some scribbled words about a battle with a dragon. There was not much mention as to why the battle happened or how it happened. It was simply stated that it happened. Lunaver Eromont was not there during the battle. She only saw the aftermath, so I filled in the gaps with stories coming from different sources." "What else was changed?" Lucen asked. "King Richard's ending was as is, since not only was that part written in great detail, but many other historians also wrote about the event, so there was more to go on. As for Lunaver's ending, of course, that one was fully made up by me. The journal was given to her descendants a few decades after Richard's death, so her story after that was taken from word of mouth. The last known sighting of Lunaver was on that hill overlooking Kalehart, but no one knew what she was doing there, so I made the ending to her story myself." Harry adjusted his glasses, his ink-stained fingers brushing back a loose strand of hair from his temple. "I knew I had to end it on something memorable, something fitting. A mage of the stars, alone beneath the heavens, watching over the kingdom she helped build. That was the image that came to me. And the meteor shower, that part is real. There were records of one on the same night she disappeared. Some thought it a coincidence, others saw it as her final spell. That was a pretty good ending," Lucen complimented. "I'm also interested in writing my own play." The second Lucen said those words, the face on Harry's face changed into a deeper frown as if that was possible. Harry's eyes narrowed behind his scratched glasses, and he leaned back slowly in his chair, folding his arms. "Of course you are," he muttered, dry sarcasm dripping from every word. "First nobles wanted to act, then fund, now write. You all think it's as easy as picking up a quill and declaring yourself inspired. Well, who knows, maybe my play would be a masterpiece. HMPH, you nobles think that everything is so easy. What do you even know of the art of riding? Tusk, you make it sound like riding is something more than it seems. I must admit that the play I watched was entertaining, but that was it. It was simply entertaining, nothing more, nothing less." Robert suddenly chimed in on the conversation. HMPH, a mage's cloak with the Yellow Tower's emblem, an arrogant look on his face. "You must be that so-called mad alchemist Robert Duskwell. What can a mage who only sees what's in front of him know about the wonders in the mind of a writer, of an artist? You think a writer can compare to me an alchemist. You simply imagine things and entertain people, but I look into the truth and create things that would advance civilization." "You may create things that would advance civilization, but I write things that would inspire others to do such deeds and more." Lucen watched the two arguing with an amused smile on his face. While the two were arguing, someone entered the room. "Sir Lucen, Count Vermont, and his son came back and wished to meet with you. It would seem that we will need to end this conversation here, Mr. Nidauhi. I will send you a rough draft of my work, and tell me then if I can write or not." Harry adjusted his glasses. "Send it. I'll read it, and if it's garbage, I'll make it the subject of my next satire." After hearing Harry say that, Lucen exited the room, and Sir Thalos followed behind. Robert glared at Harry and showed him his middle finger. Outside the theatre, Count Kyle Vermont had quickly arrived at the theatre after learning that his son had been embarrassed by a merchant. He arrived in the theatre with a group of his strongest men, 3 of whom were at the third aura mantle, and 2 mages who were at the third circle. HMPH, I was already irritated that commoner merchant Edrim was close to the second prince, but now even a random merchant is disrespecting my son. When did these commoners suddenly think they had the right to humiliate nobility? Kyle was fuming at the idea that these commoners gain a bit of money. They think they are better than a noble. It was the blood of our families that made Novaregard strong. It was we who laid the foundation so that these commoners can even live such nice lives. Now they think that they can look us in the eyes as if we are equal. HMPH, I'll make sure to teach this merchant a lesson in manners. Kyle waited for the merchant who insulted his son to come out. Reginald was standing beside his father with a smug look on his face, wanting to see Lucian's face when he saw his father. The second Reginald saw Lucian come out of the theatre, he shouted, "Father, that's the lowly merchant who insulted me." Kyle looked at the person who insulted his son, and the second he saw that silver hair, he almost had his eyes pop out. There were only a few people in Norvigard that had silver hair, and fewer that had silver hair and ruby red eyes. Kyle immediately knew who the other party was, and he now understood that his idiotic son had messed with someone he shouldn't have. Heh, now you'll see how. Reginald was not able to finish what he wanted to say as his father covered his mouth. Kyle was already sweating a little as Lucian approached them. Chapter 89. The fox and the clown Reginald was confused as to why his father was covering his mouth. Not only that, but he was sweating a little. "Why are you acting like this, father?" Reginald thought to himself as he suddenly felt his father's hand trembling ever so slightly. "I see, so that's it. Are you holding back your anger so much?" Reginald, who misunderstood his father's true feelings, was now smiling. On the other hand, Kyle was thinking as fast as he could about what he could do in this situation. "What is this? This stupid, idiotic son of mine? How is that person a merchant? What should I do? Should I bow my head?" Lucian walked toward them with a measured pace, his silver hair shining under the sunlight. It looked as if it was glowing. Lucian's black long coat fluttered every so slightly from the passing wind. The faint scuff of his boots on stone echoed with a strange finality in Kyle's ears, like the ticking of a clock counting down. Each footstep felt louder, heavier, as if judgment itself was drawing near. Kyle's heart pounded in his chest like a drum of war. Sweat clung to the back of his neck, yet his expression remained unreadable, cold and stony. No, even if he is the Iron Duke's heir, he's still just an heir. "I'm a count, I should not have to bow to a boy that hasn't been given a title." Lucian, alongside Robert and Sir Tharlos, was now standing in front of Kyle. The third Mantle Knights felt pressure from Sir Tharlos's presence, but they could not back down with their lord standing beside them. The two mages immediately knew who the person standing beside Lucian was. It was the genius mad alchemist Robert Duskwell. Seeing that person, they already knew that if a confrontation happened, they would not last a single second, and might be transmuted into mice. "If I insult him, I offend the Iron Duke. If I show weakness, I lose face. What should I do in this situation?" Seeing that Lucian was standing in front of him, Kyle understood that this child wasn't the same as the nobles who surrounded him and his son. "Come on, father, teach this arrogant merchant a lesson. Show him the power of a true noble." Except for the ignorant Reginald Vermin, everyone else understood that they were outclassed by Lucian's group. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Count Vermont. I heard that you wished to speak with me." Lucian did a knight's salute. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well," Kyle spoke in a flat tone. His face continued to look stoic, but deep inside, he was screaming. "I came to talk to you about the misunderstanding you had with my son." Reginald, who was finally released from his father's hand, spoke. "There was no misunderstanding, father. This lowly, Kyle suddenly slapped his son in the face, making the other party fall to the ground due to the strength of the slap. The sound of the slap echoed louder than a thunderclap. Reginald staggered, crashing to the stone floor, clutching his cheek with wide, disbelieving eyes. Lucian was quite surprised by the sudden move, but he quickly regained his calm as he watched the play in front of him unfold. "Shut up, you fool." "Why, father?" Reginald could only ask that question, confused by the situation. "If you don't understand what's happening, then keep your mouth shut." Hearing Kyle reprimanding him made Reginald even more confused. Still, even he understood that this was not the time for him to say anything and kept quiet. Seeing his son finally doing something right, Kyle fixed his suit and looked at Lucian with confidence. "Forgive me, Lucian. I raised a son who does not know when to hold his tongue. I apologize for his rudeness." "There's no need to apologize, I wasn't offended. To me, he was quite fun, like a clown wanting to make me laugh." The second Lucian said those words, both Reginald and Kyle were fuming with anger, but on the outside it was only Reginald who was showing any such emotion, while Kyle remained rather stoic. "I've lowered my head enough. This boy needs to learn that he is only an heir now and not one with a title." Kyle straightened his body and glanced at his subordinates, after which he then started to emit a kind of pressure. It was not something created from aura, mana, or even killing intent. It was a pressure of one's presence. Even someone like this is a noble after all. Lucian thought to himself as he dismissed the Vermont family as some third-rate villains, but it would seem that the son was very different from the father. Heir of the Duke of Stelhart, you may have the stronger household, but that does not mean you can insult my son like this. Lucen, who had been in true life and death battles, was not that affected by the pressure Kyle was emitting and instead smiled. It would seem that I have spoken insensitively. Forgive me, Count Kyle, I have misspoke due to my youth. Lucen did not back down and stepped forward. Still, there is the fact that your son once threatened me, and now you have come here alongside some of your men. So what did you want to talk to me about? Lucen's voice was calm, but his presence filled the space like an oncoming storm. Lucen was now the one emitting a silent pressure. Sathalos and Robert were ready to strike. They were simply waiting for Lucen's command. Kyle could not back down at this point and stood his ground. I won't lie to you. I did come here to see what kind of person had an argument with my son. I was simply going to verify their story with my son's story. Ho, is that so? What did your son tell you I did? After learning it was you, I already understood that my son should have been lying. So if I were a simple merchant, you would have forced me to tell you my version. Then what will you do if told you that it was your son who was acting out, and I simply responded in kind? Looking at Lucen's eyes, Kyle fully comprehended that the person he was talking to right now wasn't a simple noble child. This was a thorny heart in front of him, and he was a wolf waiting for his opponent to show weakness. The two locked eyes at each other without saying a word. While the two were doing this, Reginald, who heard what his father said, finally knew who he had messed with. The heir of the Iron Duke. This F***seeker is Lucen Thornyheart. Even Reginald, who was clueless about a lot of things, knew who the Thornyhearts were. Their family was one of the oldest allies of the royal family, alongside the Eromont household. He was also aware of who Lucen Thornyheart was since he had become the talk of the city. The once sickly heir of the Iron Duke had a miraculous change and had even become the champion of the underground arena, where it was said that a powerful master was the former champion. Why aren't you answering, Count Kyle? Lucen asked. A noble must uphold their honor. I was going to punish the merchant who insulted a noble son. Kyle answered as truthfully as he could. So you were going to punish the merchant, despite your son being in the wrong. A noble isn't just someone who inherits a title. They are also the ones who protect the people. They are the ones who uphold justice and honor. Are you truly a noble? For a noble to be a noble, the commoners must learn their place. I guess you and I have different definitions of what a noble should be, Lucen replied. That is true. Now that we have cleared up the misunderstanding, I will take my leave. Before you leave, can I give you some advice? Kyle, who had already turned around and was about ready to leave, stopped. He then turned his head to look behind him. What is it? You should teach your son better before he gets into real trouble. HMPH, I do not need advice from a child on how to raise my own. Hearing Kyle's response, Lucen shrugged his shoulders. Kyle started walking away. He looked at his son, who was on the ground, and clicked his tongue as he continued onward. The knights and mages followed their lord from behind, and Reginald, who got up, was about to walk away when Lucen spoke to him. Hey, Reginald. Hearing Lucen talking to him, Reginald stopped in his tracks and gulped. He did not say anything and waited to hear what Lucen had to say. I would have forgotten about you after watching that wonderful play, but now I won't ever forget who you are. Be careful on your way back home. After listening to what Lucen had to say, Reginald gnashed his teeth. He hated how unlucky he was as he followed his father back home. Even now, he didn't think he was in the wrong, but simply believed that Lucen was bullying him with his status. Just as Reginald disappeared into the busy streets, Robert scratched his head, glancing in the direction Reginald had gone and spoke to Lucen. That idiot noble's going to cause trouble later. Not because he's clever, just because he's too stupid to know when he's lost. It doesn't matter what he does. He's not even a fox like his father, just a sad clown. Lucen replied while shrugging. Chapter 90. Elandra, Vermont. After the incident with Lucen Thornyheart, the Vermont father and son returned to their home. When they got home, Reginald's mother, Count Vermont's wife, Elandra Vermont, was waiting for them. She was a woman in her 40s, but looked like she was in her late 20s. She had an almost permanent smile on her face, as she was trained to never show her true emotions on her face. She was the youngest daughter of Marquess Iran Halbrecht and married Count Vermont to strengthen their ties through blood. Both families are part of the second prince's faction. Husband, you have returned. Can you tell me what happened? Noticing the expression on Count Vermont, the ever-smiling Elandra asked a question. The supposed merchant who insulted our son, and did so without reason, was none other than the heir of the Iron Duke, Lucen Thornyheart. The second she heard those words, Elandra, who was still smiling, looked at her son. Despite her smiling face, there was an intense pressure around her, making Reginald take a step back. "Oh, my lovely idiotic son, it would seem that giving you whatever you want was a mistake." Her tone was as sweet as honey, but it was the kind that suffocated rather than soothed. Her smile remained perfectly in place, unbroken, as if carved in porcelain. The light in her deep, dark eyes, however, was sharper than any blade. Reginald instinctively took another step back. "We hired the finest tutors for you," she continued gently. "I didn't care how you amused yourself as long as you learned from those things. I allowed you to surround yourself with flatterers, hoping you would learn from their failings, not mimic them." She tilted her head, her smile never once faltering. "It would seem that it has given you a mistaken thought that you could do anything without consequences. Now you even have the audacity to lie to your parents. That not only makes me feel disappointed but sad." She reached out and delicately brushed a stray hair from Reginald's cheek, the gesture maternal in appearance, but every fiber of her presence screamed danger. "Now, my lovely idiotic son, tell us the truth about what happened." Reginald, who was trembling and sweating, gulped dryly as he had no choice but to tell everything that happened. After listening to the entire recounting without any interruption, the ever-smiling Elandra sighed. Kyle was holding back his anger as he rubbed the temples of his forehead. "Truly disappointing, my son. You showed neither the dignity nor the courage one would expect from a noble heir. It is as the child of the Iron Duke said, you were simply a clown dancing for his entertainment." No one said anything. "He looked like a merchant. How was I supposed to know? He was even wearing the crest of the Thornifang. Wasn't that simply a merchant's crest?" Reginald suddenly replied, which made Elandra shake her head. "No one said anything. How were you supposed to know? Those are things you should have figured out yourself." Elandra answered, sounding even more disappointed. "Even if he wasn't the Iron Duke's heir, you thought that if he were a simple merchant, you could do something about it. Of course, aren't we nobles higher beings than commoners? And what, pray tell, gave you the delusion that nobility makes you untouchable, that it places you above consequence?" Elandra's voice remained sweet, but her words cut like a knife. "Was it your drunkard friends, the pampered fools you keep around like pets, or was it the comfort of this household, where no one ever made you bleed for your stupidity? Doesn't father also say such things?" Getting pointed out, Kyle, who was silently listening in, frowned as he glared at his son. His wife then turned her head to look at him. He wavered and turned his head away. Elandra shook her head again as she spoke. "True, your father thinks of such things, but he never says out loud in front of anyone aside from family. He also doesn't show that he thinks about commoners. As such, his actions do not betray his thoughts, unlike you who show your very thoughts through your actions and words." Elandra looked at her son, and the smile on her face disappeared and turned into a neutral look. "You must remember this, even commoners have power. I remember you like watching plays, don't you, my son? Then I will explain it in a way you can understand. Nobles are like the playwrights of the play. They write the story and tell the actors what to do. The merchants have the power of the coin. They can create the stage and pay the actors. The commoners are the actors. They move in a way as dictated by their role, but actors can also go off script. They can do something beyond what the playwright wrote. We may have written the script, but if it is not written by someone respectable or the story itself is not right, the actors may refuse to play their part." Elandra paused as she looked out of the large window in the room. The sun was shining brightly on them. Still, even among commoners, there were actors so great that they became well known to everyone. Those in reality are commoners who become knights, mage scholars, rich merchants, and some even gain noble titles. Many of the current houses came from humble beginnings, so never underestimate someone you perceive as a commoner. In fact, never underestimate anyone. When the actors rise from the stage and write their own script, history calls it revolution. Silence filled the room. Reginald didn't respond. Kyle said nothing. Even the distant ticking of the clock seemed to hold its breath. Elandra's neutral expression disappeared, and her ever-smiling face reappeared. "Still, what has been done cannot be undone. To think that among the four dukes, you would choose the most difficult to mess with. The Runescars would have dealt with this problem using battle. The Judicars would initiate a trial, and you would only have a minor punishment since no one was harmed. The Aeromont would not even bother to care about what you've done. But the Thorny Hearts do unexpected things. They are the guardians of the North, and we do not know how they would react to what you have done." Elandra paused as if in thought before continuing what she was saying. "The only path forward now is to soften the blow. Tomorrow, before the third prince's birthday celebration begins, You will personally apologize to Lucen Thornyheart. I'll also prepare a gift. You will hand it to him yourself. The moment Reginald heard his mother's words, he froze. Even though his opponent was the Iron Duke's son, a public apology would humiliate him. Why should I apologize? I said and did nothing wrong. If anything, he was the one who started all of this. He provoked me into attacking. How disappointing, my son. It would seem that you are lacking more than I thought. Elandra clapped her hands, and someone appeared behind Reginald. Please bring my son to his room. He isn't allowed to leave until I say so. The person who appeared wearing a knight's armor nodded his head and grabbed hold of Reginald. Wait, unhand me. Let me go now. The knight didn't care for whatever Reginald had to say and simply dragged the other party to his room. Elandra waited until the heavy door upstairs slammed shut before finally letting her smile fade completely. His pride is a cracked mask, she murmured, and if it breaks in public, so will ours. She turned to her husband. Tomorrow must go perfectly. Kyle's brow twitched. Do you really think a public apology will be enough for the Iron Duke's heir? Elandra walked past him, her voice almost too soft to hear. I do not know. There's too little information about the current Lucen Thornyheart. All the intelligence we have on him was when he was a sickly child. We have no idea if that was the truth or not. We do not know if he was always hiding his claws, if he just acquired them. Elandra sighed. If it were just the Iron Duke, I know he would simply scold our son, and that would be it, but Lucen Thornyheart is different. He could very well start a war because of this, or he could be like the Runescars and ask for a duel against our son. Neither of those options is good for us, so now I can only hope that the young pup doesn't bite. We also need to inform my father about our current circumstances. When Kyle heard that his wife would report this incident to the Marquess, he could only sigh. He wished she would not do so, but given the situation, she must do so. If we make a mistake here, then we might need to switch sides. Elandra sighed again. Her idiot of a son truly gave her a difficult problem to solve. Chapter 91. Wanting to change fate while the Vermont house was preparing for the worst. In the Thornyheart household, Lucen had just finished recounting the events to his father. So what do you plan to do? Varden asked his son. I don't plan to do anything. It's like you said, father. They are simply fools dancing around. When Varden heard Lucen's answer, his lips curled slightly upward. On the other hand, Lucen felt his skin crawl a little. Damn, I'm speaking so casually like this now. I get that's how these people talk, and even I used to talk like this, but talking like this with my memories always feels weird. So you won't retaliate? There's no need to retaliate. I'm pretty sure right about now they're panicking, trying to think of a solution on how to appease me. That guy Reginald might be a clown, but his father, Count Vermont, is a fox. He would most likely torture himself thinking of what I might or might not do. Lucen shrugged, as if the whole matter was beneath his concern. That's what I learned from those misunderstanding-type novels. The more mysterious you are, the more the other party will overthink. They would get confused since my character suddenly changed so much that all their information turned out to be wrong, or so they think. Let the clowns have their stage. We have more important matters to handle in the capital. Tomorrow is the third prince's 7th birthday. As I said before, the king wants us to present the arquebuses before the party. He would also want to speak to you. I understand, Lucen replied. I know that you have been to different battlefields already and have experienced true life and death battles. But this will be different from those times. This time, you need more than force. If you can't handle the situation, simply speak the least amount possible. If it can be answered with a nod or a shake of your head, then do so. I understand, father. Do not worry, I know what I must do. Very well, let's talk about the present we will give the third prince. I had this made for the third prince. Varden stood up from his chair and walked to a polished wooden case near the wall. He opened it to reveal a short sword. Its scabbard crafted from scaled monster hide, deep black with faint iridescence. This is the gift I'm giving to the third prince. I too have a gift for the third prince, Lucen said calmly. Varden raised an eyebrow. And what might that be? A custom-crafted territory war set, Lucen replied. One of a kind. The board is made from the polished scales of the young fire dragon we slew. The pieces hand-carved from its claws and bones are balanced for perfect weight. The game you created seems to have gotten very popular. That does sound like it's going to be a nice gift. After talking about the gift, the father and son continued their conversation, talking about different things. Even though the next part of their conversation held no meaning, the two were smiling ever so slightly. Once he was done talking to his father, Lucen returned to his room and lay on his bed. It had just been 2 days since he arrived in Kaleheart, but a lot of things had already happened. Tomorrow is going to be a major event. I'm not sure if this happened in the original story or if it happened because of the changes I have made. Did my actions change the fate of some characters? Did the good guys become the bad guys and vice versa? Lucen started to imagine the backstories of the characters he knew in the game. Their lives, the reasons for them being who they were. Yet, aside from some of them whose reasons were vague, most of them were inherently good people who, no matter the difficulties, would never back down. Those who had weaker wills changed after meeting Alexander, the true protagonist of the game. Once again, Lucen remembered the shining hero Alexander, who was the old-school archetype of a true hero, one who embodies courage, self-sacrifice, and a desire to overcome every difficulty for the greater good. That shining smile that made you feel like everything was going to be all right. Yet, as long as the hero is there, then everything will be all right. I just need to focus on surviving and making Stelhart prosper. Lucen shook his head as he focused on thinking about what could happen tomorrow and what he could do. Tomorrow, almost all nobles and powerful people of Norvigard will be present. Lucen took out the notes he had written to see the information about the named characters that would most likely appear at the party tomorrow. He then saw the page about the person who was being celebrated tomorrow, the third prince, Ilian Viern Veilguard, who will later go on to become a minor antagonist during the academy stage of the game. Using his royal status, he will keep on harassing the main character, Alexander. He did this simply because he was jealous of Alexander's skills despite being a commoner. Lucen remembered the third prince and his end. The third prince, after losing his match against Alexander, held deep resentment and could not withstand the loss, and was forced to take a drug that enhances strength. Unfortunately, the person who gave the drug did not tell the third prince about the side effects. The people who used that drug would go mad and attack whatever they saw. Not only that, but the increased power they get comes from their lifespan. So, despite gaining incredible strength, the third prince would have died even if he had successfully defeated Alexander. That event would then lead to the confrontation with the boss of Chapter 2 in the game, Edrim Lysark, the one who was selling the unknown drug. The difficulty of Edrim as a boss changes depending on how many students you save from the drug. It becomes extremely difficult, near impossible to defeat Edrim if you fail to save a single student. Of course, I did it after several retries. Lucen thought proudly of that time. Many old players said that it was an impossible challenge, but he was able to do it, and he thought other players as well, which made the near-impossible challenge become only slightly difficult. The third prince surely wasn't like that in the beginning. Right now, he's just a 7-year-old kid, so maybe I can influence him to become a better person. If the third prince doesn't become that *shoal version of himself, then maybe the second chapter will play out differently, and students won't have to suffer too much. Lucen thought about it. There were some of the so-called antagonists at this point who weren't bad yet, or were still neutral. He closed his eyes, trying to remember the backstories of some of those antagonists. He remembered the young dreamer who once stood before a crumbling village, arms outstretched, swearing he'd protect everyone. But after betrayal by the very people he loved, that idealism shattered into vengeance. In the path of vengeance, he had killed hundreds of innocents. He didn't want to become a monster, he just wanted the pain to stop. He remembered the old dwarf who simply wanted to create the ultimate weapon. But the weapon he created became the ultimate source of despair as he was cursed by it and became a weapon himself. The dwarf only wanted to forge perfection, a blade to end war, but what he forged instead devoured him. He became what he hated most, a cursed, mindless weapon, eternally seeking a target. He remembered the elf who was kind to others and loved nature, but was taken away and brainwashed into an assassin who only knew how to follow orders. Since I'm changing the fate of Stelhart, maybe I can change their fates as well. Yeah, as long as I have a chance, I can try to change them. It will truly change the entire storyline, and I won't be able to know what will happen next anymore. But Lucen, who had his eyes closed, opened them. A vicious-looking smile appeared on Lucen's face as he spoke to himself. Aren't I already trying to create a different ending? A new ending to this story? Chapter 92, Gathering of the Dukes. The day of the third prince's birthday had finally arrived, and the entirety of Kaelhart was celebrating it. The streets were festooned with banners bearing the royal crest, and music echoed from every district. Stalls lined the roads, offering sweetmeats, pastries, and toy soldiers modeled after the crown's elite. Children laughed, nobles paraded in their house colors, and even the stone-faced guards looked slightly less grim today. But within the heart of the capital, within the towering palace walls, a very different atmosphere reigned. It was no longer just a child's birthday. It was a gathering of power. Inside the palace's grand ballroom, gilded with gold filigree and enchanted chandeliers, Lucen adjusted his cuffs as he stepped onto the polished marble floor beside his father. With them were Sir Thalos, Robert, Harlick, and Mark, who were carrying the banner of the Thornyheart household, as well as the banner with Thornifang insignia. Dozens of noble houses had already gathered, lords, ladies, tower mages, and knights in ceremonial armor, all turning toward the Thornyhearts as they entered. They were now staring at the heir of the Iron Duke, Lucen Thornyheart. The silver-haired, ruby-red-eyed person wearing an elegant-looking dress shirt was none other than Lucen. Once known as a sickly, talentless person, the person was now known by everyone in the capital. The body of the once sickly Lucen had transformed into a powerful-looking body. Due to the change in perception, Lucen looked more handsome than usual. The people started whispering to each other the moment they saw Lucen enter the ballroom. So that's Lucen Thornyheart. He doesn't seem as intimidating as rumored. HMPH, I always thought that all those rumors were false in the first place. Just absurd propaganda by the North. That can't be true. I was there during the arena fight. He was truly a strong fighter. Do you think he and a few mercenaries defeated a young dragon? Yeah, that rumor must be an exaggeration sung by those bards. He should just have defeated a wyvern or something. I guess the only true rumor about him should be the one about the arena, and that he created the game Territory War that's become popular. Becoming the arena champion should be true since there were many witnesses, and I guess the board game one is also true since that banner is the same as the one on the game board. As for the other things, who knows? Everyone was speculating and whispering at one another. Lucen, who was the center of attention, felt a little uncomfortable, even though he'd already faced monsters and men on the battlefield. Walking into a ballroom where every smile could be a mask and every whisper a blade was an entirely different kind of challenge. He kept his back straight and maintained a composed expression, just as Varden had advised. Sir Thalos was standing behind his father, and Robert was standing behind him with a bored expression. Harlick and Mark were holding the banners, also feeling a little uncomfortable. While Lucen was looking around, his battle instinct suddenly activated as he sensed danger. Without even thinking about it, he used gun creation and created his favorite revolver and jumped to the side, pointing in the direction he felt the danger. The people were baffled by Lucen's sudden reaction. Some of the knights and mages with the nobles also got into defensive positions. Only those truly strong did not react. Some of them even sighed as they knew what was happening. Haha, that's interesting. You reacted quickly to that tiny release of killing intent. As expected, the rumors did not exaggerate your skills. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a powerful frame built from decades of battle. He was wearing loose clothing, unlike the others, and had a giant sword on his back, blazing red hair and sky-blue eyes with a massive grin on his face. He stood right behind Lucen, who was now pointing his gun at him. Lucen knew who this person was, one of the strongest named characters, a person who devoted his entire life to the sword. This was Duke Kaelvar Runeskar. Behind Kaelvar was a beautiful girl around the same age as Lucen. She was Duke Kaelvar's daughter, Elira Runeskar. Was there a need to test my son like that, Kaelvar? Varden's voice was low but edged with steel. He stepped in front of Lucen, his posture rigid, eyes cold. Test. I just wanted to say hi. Since he's your kid, I was curious how he'd react to a little pressure. Kaelvar answered, looking a little confused. Lucen, still gripping his revolver, slowly lowered it, pulse steady despite the adrenaline. He looked at his father and Kaelvar talking to each other. Tusk, as expected of a brute who only knows how to fight. A tall man with an imposing, statuesque presence, like a pillar carved from stone, arrived. His silver-streaked blonde hair was tied neatly behind his head, and he had an annoyed expression in his chiseled face. Lucen could not recognize the man since he did not appear in the game, but the one behind him was familiar. A handsome young man, slightly older than Lucen, with golden blonde hair that was neatly swept back, and his emerald green eyes held the sharp, unblinking clarity. That was Evander Judicar. That would mean the person who spoke is the current Duke Judicar. Oh, Elandor, it has been a while. Kaeldar happily greeted Elandor while waving his hands. If it were possible, I would have wanted to never meet you again, Elandor replied, sounding annoyed. Don't talk like that. I'm sorry about last time, I really didn't mean it. Damn it. How can you say you didn't mean it? You almost started a war since you suddenly attacked the Swordmaster of the Kingdom of Alvion. If it wasn't for his great personality that even after getting defeated forgave you for attacking, things would have escalated. Come on now, I did say I'm sorry. How can I resist not fighting when I see someone strong? I even gave that swordmaster one of my favorite swords. He seemed satisfied with that. Are you really saying that? Elandor shouted, his anger boiling. Oh my, what's this, a gathering of dukes? Why are you all having fun without me? The next person who appeared was an incredibly beautiful and sensuous-looking woman. Her long, glossy, dark purple hair, streaked with hints of silver mana threads, flowed like silk behind her, tied loosely at the end with a band inscribed in arcane runes. She was wearing a red dress that made her figure even more alluring. Lucen also knew who this was, another one of the strongest named characters in the game, Duchess Seraphina Eromont. Standing behind her was a doll-like girl, another named character, Myria Eromont. To think most of the strongest named characters in the game are gathered in Kaleheart right now. I wonder how my father matches up to these guys. Since the battle-obsessed Kalevar seems to treat my father as an equal, they should be at a similar level. While Lucen was thinking about other things, the 3 children of the other dukes were staring at him. The other nobles were also staring at their group. At this moment, the 4 dukes who hold the most power, second only to the king himself, were gathered. Chapter 93. Before the start, the ballroom shimmered with candlelight caught in crystal. Strings hummed in the background, lilting through conversations that glittered with both charm and hidden knives. Banners of each ducal house hung above like silent judges. Thorny Hearts, the ever-sturdy shield of Norvigard that protects from all threats. The Runescars, the sharp blade of Norvigard, one that will cut down all enemies. The Judicars, the steady scale of Norvigard, uphold order within the chaos. The Eromonts, the mighty quill of Norvigard, keep record of all its history and knowledge. Right now, the 4 dukes along with their heirs have gathered in a single area. Seraphina Eromont approached Lucen. Nice to meet you, Lucen Thornyheart. I'm the Duchess Seraphina Eromont. Lucen greeted Seraphina with a knight's salute. It is a pleasure meeting you, Duchess. She let out a soft chuckle. I've heard many things about you. My daughter and I have been quite taken by the board game you created. Lucen smiled lightly as he replied. I'm honored, Duchess. I'm glad that you found my game entertaining. My daughter wanted to ask you something. Seraphina gestured at her doll-like daughter standing behind her, who then took a step forward. Myria, with her rather emotionless stare, looked at Lucen and did a curtsy. Greetings, I'm Myria Eromont. Lucen nodded politely, offering a refined bow in return, and replied, I truly love that board game you created. It was so simple, but at the same time had so much depth to it. Are you planning to make another game anytime soon? Unfortunately, I don't have any plans of creating a new game at the moment. That is unfortunate. Then how about a game of territory war? Her tone didn't change, but her eyes gleamed faintly, like a predator that found something worth studying. I wish to see what level of skill the creator has. Lucen had already expected this to happen at some point, especially from Myria, who had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. She was like that god-slaying race from an anime he once watched, which liked to gather knowledge. I would gladly play with you, Lady Myria, but we are at the 3rd prince's party at the moment. It would be rather rude to play at this moment. I don't really care or mind about such things, but since you do mind, Sir Lucen, I will comply. Then after the party, are you willing to come play with me? Sure, I will come and play a game with you. Hey, I'm willing to play with you right now. Like you, I don't really care about this party, and playing territory war is a good way to pass the time. How about it? Do you want to play with me? Robert suddenly chimed in. Robert Duskwell, the mad genius of the Yellow Tower, Myria said without blinking. Her tone wasn't mocking or impressed, just a flat acknowledgement, like she was reciting a known fact. What do you want from my daughter? Before Myria could respond, Seraphina spoke for her. Tusk, you all. Robert was about to blurt out something he shouldn't say and stopped himself from saying it. Lucen, who was listening to the conversation on the side, noticed this and was quite surprised. Robert the madman, who only cared about gaining more knowledge and doing experiments, actually hesitated. What were you about to say, Robert? Seraphina asked with a gentle smile on her face. Tusk, nothing. I just wanted to play a game with the little lady. Is that a problem? That's just a ruse. What do you really want? I want to read the journal written by your ancestor Lunaver Eromont. That's it. Come to our place and I will let you borrow a copy of the journal. No, what I want to read is the original. The moment Robert said those words, the look Seraphina had became sharper as her smile grew wider. Oh my, it would seem that you have gotten a bit bolder. Unfortunately, there are some entries in the journal that cannot be shared with others. Aside from those entries, the copy journal is exactly the same as the original. Why can't I see the original? Before Robert could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth from behind. The hand belonged to an old man, but there was nothing frail about him. His robes were simple, but the embroidery along the hems glowed faintly with layered enchantments. His presence seemed to press down on the space around him like gravity. The murmuring nobles went silent. The man who silenced Robert was Thelwyn Keldros, the current Tower Master of the Yellow Tower. He was the last pillar, keeping it from crumbling completely. The current strongest mage in Norvigard. Forgive my apprentice, Tower Master Serfina. As you know, this young one doesn't know how to hold his words back. Oh, Tower Master Thelwyn, it has been a long time. As for your apprentice, yes, I already know of his personality, so I'm truly not that offended by it. I appreciate your grace, Thelwyn replied. He released Robert, who immediately turned his head away, arms crossed, mumbling under his breath. The Tower Master then turned to Varden, giving a slight nod. A pleasure to meet you, Duke Varden. The Yellow Tower owes much to your continued support. Varden, stoic as ever, inclined his head. That is what you deserve, since your apprentice has helped my son a lot, and in turn, they have created many things that have helped Ironhold. That is good to hear, Thelwyn replied with a smile on his face. Hey, Tower Master Thelwyn, you said that you would spar with me when you have the time. It's already been 2 years since then. When are you going to have that spar with me? Kaelvar spoke to Thelwyn, looked almost like he was pouting. I apologize, Duke Kaelvar. As you know, the state of the Yellow Tower isn't ideal. I have been busy with many things in the past few years. Since you're here, then that means you must have time now. Kaelvar was about ready to draw his sword. His hand was nowhere near the hilt, but those present could already feel his intent to draw it. That was when Elander spoke almost like a growl. This is a party hosted by His Majesty the King. You cannot start a fight here, Kaelvar. Elander's tone was so much more serious than usual, making Kaelvar sigh. Fine, I won't start a fight. Then, how about I also give some support to the Yellow Tower? Just like my good friend Varden, maybe then you might gain a bit more time to spar with me. Oh my, is this how the Yellow Tower gets financial support nowadays? A smooth, aged voice interjected with a chuckle. An old man in slate-grey robes approached, his movements graceful despite his age. This old man was a mage who was at the 5th circle. His robes shimmered faintly, and a sleek pair of enchanted spectacles rested on the bridge of his nose. The Tower Master of the Grey Tower, Melvin Vorin. A few nobles nearby exchanged glances, whispering behind wine glasses. Some turned away, feigning disinterest, while others inched closer, drawn like moths to potential scandal. Melvin, Thelwyn greeted with a polite nod. I see you're still fond of eavesdropping. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was simply walking by when I noticed your group and happened to hear your conversation. Oh, how convenient. The two Tower Masters were smiling at each other, but the tension seemed to have doubled the second they started talking. The other nobles watching the group of dukes and Tower Masters talking to each other made them feel a sort of pressure. Some of them even wanted to approach the group and talk to them. Those people were of the highest positions in Norvigard. Getting acquainted with them would help in many ways. Several nobles nearby dared not breathe too loudly. One young baroness clutched her fan tighter, trying to hide the sweat on her brow. The smart ones knew to stay silent. The ambitious ones started calculating how to insert themselves into the conversation without becoming a casualty. Lucen watched and listened as more and more people were nearing their group. Despite the beautiful music surrounding the ballroom, the sounds of conversation felt louder. In this place, a false smile or laugh can start a fight. One wrong word could start a war. While everyone was talking and making plans, the Master of Ceremonies' voice suddenly boomed. His Majesty, King Ragnar Veilguard, has arrived. All conversation stopped. Even the music halted mid-note. The towering doors opened with reverence. Royal guards, the armor they were wearing, which were black and red, the colors of the royal house. They stepped forward in perfect formation, announcing a presence that needed no words. The royal guards split their formation, making way for the person whom they swore to protect and serve, the one with the highest authority in Norvigard, King Ragnar Veilguard. Chapter 94. In the line, the man who entered the ballroom stood tall and confident, his presence heavier than any other in the room. Streaks of silver ran through his dark hair, and old scars marked a face carved by battle. His cold, storm-grey eyes saw through lies and flattery alike. Even though King Ragnar was not the strongest in terms of strength or skill, he was still among the best in the kingdom of Norvigard. His very presence commanded the room. After he entered the ballroom, behind him were his wife, the queen, and his children. King Ragnar was one of the few kings who had only one wife, whom he married due to love. Though in her 50s, Queen Celine Veilguard carried herself with a grace that defied time. Her long brown hair and gentle eyes had softened none with age. She was once the daughter of a baron, and under normal circumstances, she would have never been able to meet the king or even marry him. But due to many interlocking coincidences, the king, who was a prince at the time, saw her and fell in love with her at first sight. Behind the king and queen were their children. The oldest was the first prince, Elric Veilguard, wearing a military uniform. The second eldest was the first Princess Maribel Veilguard. She had an elegant and dignified look to her. She was wearing a rather beautiful red dress that attracted a lot of attention. The third was the second prince, Gregory Veilguard, who was wearing a dress suit with a bright smile on his face. He looked like someone people would like to approach. The fourth was the second princess, Elena Veilguard. She was of a similar age to Lucen, and unlike her other siblings, she was looking at everything curiously. Elena was holding the hand of the youngest among them, the third Prince Ilian Viren Veilguard, who was looking around shyly. It's like they decided that it would be boy first, then girl, then boy again. Lucen couldn't help but comment to himself. He then observed each royal family member. He was now comparing each family member based on the memories he had of them in the game, which would mean what they would be a decade from now. Looking at them now, it was hard to imagine what lay ahead. Betrayals, wars, hidden powers, none of that showed on their polished faces. The first prince was meant to die near the beginning of the game. One of Alexander's classmates briefly mentioned it. The neighboring kingdom Inevia was invading the kingdom of Norvigard, and the first prince who was leading the army was assassinated, or so the rumor said. Lucen then looked at the second prince, Gregory. The second Prince Gregory, one of the most dangerous characters in the game. This was the guy who every gamer suspected of having killed most of his siblings who got in his way to the throne. Lucen couldn't help but frown when he remembered that. Even in the game, it was never mentioned outright if the second prince truly did all of those things. The only reason the players thought that way was that in the end, it was the second prince who sat on the throne at the end of the story. The first Princess Maribel, she was only seen once in the game. When Norvigard was losing the war, she, who was sent to another kingdom for a political marriage, came back with an army. Even though the war against the enemy kingdom was just a side story in the game, since the true enemies were the ones hidden within the kingdom. Without the Maribel's timely return, the kingdom of Norvigard would have been conquered, and the story might have changed into something else entirely. The second Princess Elena, there wasn't much mention of her. The only way to get any information about what happened to her is if you go and play the royal route. In that one, Alexander learns that Elena was kidnapped and never found again. It was also said by the servants of the castle that it was at that time that the third prince started changing. There were only a few routes where the ending of the royal family changes, but no matter what, the deaths of Elric, Elena, and Ilian never changed. The reason for Elena's death that can't be changed by the players is that it happens before the game begins. As for Elric's death, the player also couldn't interfere with that since the main character that the players control was nowhere near Elric. As for Ilian, no matter what choice the player makes, Ilian would always resort to using that forbidden drug to enhance his power. Lucen, who glanced at the vibrant faces of the current royal family, sighed. He then showed a determined look on his face. Yeah, as a player, I couldn't do much to change their fate, but as Lucen Thornyheart, I can save them all and change everyone's fate. While Lucen was thinking to himself, King Ragnar's voice, using his aura to speak, echoed in the entire ballroom. Welcome all. I'm glad that everyone is able to attend my youngest child's birthday. I won't say much, but I hope everyone has a nice time today. After saying that, everyone clapped their hands. The royal family then sat on their designated chairs. A line was formed, each person bringing their personal gift that they prepared for the third prince. The ones in the front of the line were the barons and the knights. The barons, who had small territories and little money, gave gifts created by their own hands, which were mostly clothes. After handing their gifts, some brave barons spoke in flattery while repeating their names, hoping to be remembered by one of the royal children. The knights' gifts were from the things that they acquired while on various expeditions. An odd-looking statue, a wooden toy from a different country, and other such peculiarities. The next to give gifts were the viscounts and counts. Unlike the rather poor barons, the viscounts and counts had money to use. Most of their gifts were either something golden or sparkling. Then there was one viscount who stood out among them, Viscount Rival Drenwick, a handsome young viscount who once called a genius that could match Robert Duskwell, but was now simply a lazy bum bleeding his people dry. His gift was a beautiful falcon with silver wings. It was trained to follow simple commands. Upon receiving the gift, even the shy third prince showed interest in the new pet. What a wonderful gift, Viscount! It would seem that my son loves the gift. The king praised Raval, which made the other nobles who presented their gifts earlier but did not receive such praise feel jealous. I'm honored, your majesty. It is my pleasure to bring joy to the third prince. As Raval bowed his head, he glanced to the side and glanced at Varden for a second. It was so brief that it was hard to catch, but for Lucen, who was watching the entire time, he noticed it. Guess he's still mad about the incident in Dorsen. After Viscount Raval was done talking to the royal family, he approached Lucen's group. He was looking at Robert with a smile on his face. It's been a long time since we last saw each other, Robert. It would seem that you have been doing quite well, getting to become the personal mage of one of the 4 dukes. As for me, well, still a humble viscount with a forgettable patch of land and a treasury barely worth robbing. Just a few thousand gold coins in my treasury. The way Raval spoke was rather condescending and with a sly smile on his face. Who are you again? Do I know you? Robert asked, looking at Raval confused. When the other people eavesdropping heard Robert's response, they wanted to laugh but tried to hold it in. Still, there were some who couldn't hold it in and chuckled softly. Even Lucen had a small smile on his face. Varden didn't say a word, but Lucen caught the faint twitch of amusement in the Duke's jaw. He'd seen it before. This was Varden's version of a grin. Raval gritted his teeth and no longer responded to Robert, and scoffed as he left. Seeing Raval suddenly leave just made Robert even more confused. Why was he so angry? Who was that guy anyway? When the others heard Robert's comment, they kind of felt a bit of pity for the Viscount. Well, that was embarrassing, Mark mumbled to himself. He really didn't remember him, one noble whispered behind a fan. As expected of the mad genius, he can say whatever is on his mind. Another noble commented. Even though he could not hear what the people were whispering, Raval knew that it should be about him, which made him even more embarrassed as he gnashed his teeth in irritation. As that event was happening, the line didn't stop, and everyone continued to give their gifts to the third prince, hoping to be noticed. Chapter 95. Gifts of the Tower Masters. As the procession of gift-giving continued, Lucen noticed someone watching him. It was Count Vermont and his family. They seemed like they wanted to approach Lucen's group, but were holding back for now. Count Vermont stood stiffly beside his wife, his eyes flicking toward Lucen and Varden with the awkward stiffness of a man unsure whether to grovel or retreat. I guess they would want to apologize, Lucen thought to himself. After the Viscounts and Counts gave their gifts, it was the turn of the Marquesses and the Tower Masters to give their gifts. This is when the gifts became rather interesting. Many of the Marquesses had forged strong ties with merchants, and some even hailed from merchant families themselves. The gifts they brought were only possible to acquire if you had bought connections and enough coins. Artifacts that would strengthen oneself, old books from now destroyed kingdoms, those were the kinds of things the Marquesses gave. As the nobles from before stepped back, murmurs began to ripple across the ballroom. The Tower Masters were next. Now, for the Tower Masters, their gifts were ones they themselves created. The first one to present their gift was the Tower Master of the Violet Tower, Nerissa Nova. She was a beauty like no other, almost fairy-like in appearance. Her garb was a dress that looked like the starry sky was covering her body. Everything about her was being distorted by illusion spells. No one was even sure what the Violet Tower Master truly looked like. She changes her looks like she changes her dresses, but it is always a beautiful woman with violet blonde hair. Unlike the seductive look of Seraphina Eromont, Nerissa had a more caring, gentle kind of beauty. As she neared the royal family, she offered only a small nod of acknowledgement. Unlike the nobles, Tower Masters were not bound by bloodlines or birthright. Their respect was earned, never demanded, and in Nerissa's case, rarely given freely. Nerissa opened her palm, and violet butterflies flew around the ballroom. It was a beautiful sight to behold, as the butterflies danced around the ballroom. Everyone looked at the brightly colored butterflies flying around, as if dancing with amazement. In Nerissa's open palm, a circular hoop with a web of string in the middle creating a net appeared in her hand. This is a dream catcher I personally made. As long as you sleep near it, your dreams will always be sweet. This is truly a wonderful gift, Tower Master Nerissa. King Ragnar thanked the Tower Master, and Nerissa simply smiled sweetly, nodded her head, and stepped aside. The next to step forward was the Tower Master of the Black Tower, Herald Ravencrown. He had messy black hair and eyes so dark They looked like they'd stared into the abyss. He was a rather handsome, middle-aged man, but the deep, dark circles diminished his looks. There was a weight to his presence, a quiet, coiled danger common among Black Tower mages who delved into forbidden truths. Harold Ravencrown's deep, dark eyes looked at the third prince. He was frightened by the look and almost cowered to the side of his big sister. Seeing Ilian's reaction, Harold couldn't help but sigh. He rummaged through his coat and took out a ring. The ring was of a simple gold design, but had many runes written above one another, which was the specialty of the Black Tower. "This is my gift to you. It's a life-saving item. If you ever find yourself in trouble, this ring will be able to teleport you once, if you say the activation word. There is also a function that, if you get hit by a spell or blade, a barrier will automatically activate once to block the strike." Harold handed the ring to the scared prince with a piece of paper with the activation word written on it. "Thank you for giving such a precious gift, Tower Master Harold." Harold nodded his head at the king and stepped aside for the next Tower Master to step forward. The next Tower Master to come forward was the Tower Master of the Green Tower, Gabriel Myvern. He was a rather large man with a muscular build, which one would not expect from a mage. He was bald without a single hair on his head, but he did have a rather long brown beard. He was wearing only pants and was not wearing anything on top, showing off his powerful-looking upper body. Barefoot and broad-shouldered, Gabriel exuded a warmth and ease that contrasted sharply with Harold's grim presence. Like the other Tower Master, he gave a small nod to the king before presenting his present. Gabriel stomped onto the ground, and vines started to appear from the floor. Not only were there vines, but a small tree suddenly sprouted in front of Gabriel. The small tree then started to change shape, and became smaller and smaller until it was only a stick. This is a staff imbued with the power of nature, alongside the blessing of Nerith, the goddess of the land and forests. As long as it is by your side, no animal in the forest would dare harm you. Keep it near, and the forest will watch over you. Lucen watched as each Tower Master gave gifts that would be considered rare items in the game. 2 of the items were not something he had seen in the game, but based on their descriptions, the Dreamcatcher would be a cosmetic item, and the staff would be another rare item that would remove the encounter rate in forests. Still, he recognized one of the gifts, the ring given by the Black Tower Master, was something you can get if you do a few missions for the Black Tower. It was a useful item to have, especially in dangerous areas where you want to escape from and find a safe point. These gifts of the Tower Masters make mine, and even father's seem trivial. I was planning to use my gift to get closer to the third prince so I can try and change his fate, but this might be more difficult than I anticipated. I wonder if father prepared something else. While Lucen was thinking, the king had thanked Gabriel, and the next Tower Master had stepped forward. The Tower Master of the Grey Tower, Merrick Cantor. He had googles on his forehead, and he was wearing something a blacksmith would wear. He stifled a yawn, lazily nodding toward the king in acknowledgement. Merrick then snapped his fingers. A small wooden box appeared in his hand. "This is something I call a music box. Just press this button in the middle, and it will play a famous song I heard in the streets." True to its name, the music box played a soft, haunting melody that echoed across the ballroom. Many were amazed that such a small thing could make such sounds. The power source is a medium-sized mana crystal and will last for a year if you keep using it. When Lucen saw the music box, he remembered something from his past life. It was not that clear of a memory, but it was there. Maybe I can make a music box, of course, without the need of a mana crystal. If I can remember those things, I can sell the music box, seeing as how interested everyone is. I wonder if there's an alchemy potion or spell that helps with remembering things. I'd better ask Robert later. After Merrick gave his gift, it was supposed to be Seraphina's turn to give a gift as a Tower Master, but she came to this party as a duchess, not a Tower Master, which was why her gift was for later. Now, the last of the Tower Masters stepped forward. He was the oldest and also the strongest among the Tower Masters, and it could be argued that he was the strongest in Norvigard. The Tower Master of the Yellow Tower, Thelwyn Keldros. Unlike the other Tower Masters, Thelwyn was known throughout the kingdom and outside its borders. He might not be one of the strongest mages compared to those in some empires, but he was one of the most knowledgeable. Thelwyn smiled softly at the royal family members and nodded his head. Once he was done with that, Thelwyn lifted his hand and reached out into the space in front of him. As if space were being distorted, Thelwyn's hand disappeared as it reached out into another dimension. This was a spell only a 7th circle mage like him could do, dimensional storage. Thelwyn took out a small bottle and handed it to the young prince. This is a diluted elixir. Almost all known poisons and diseases can be cured if you drink this. It might only be a diluted version of the real thing, but it is effective. The audience gasped when they heard the name of the item. Even the king and the other tower masters were staring at the small bottle in amazement. A diluted elixir might not be much in powerful empires that had 9 circle mages, but in the kingdom of Norvigard, only Thelwyn could make such a potion. It was not just about skill, but the materials needed were also hard to find, and the fact that a 7th circle fire spell was a prerequisite to create such a potion. Thelwyn gave such a gift after seeing the gift Marek had given. Among all the other towers, the Yellow Tower would never back down to its rivals, the Grey Tower. Since Thelwyn only had one item that could surpass Marek's gift, he did not hesitate to give it. Chapter 96. All eyes on Lucen. After all the tower masters had given their wonderful gifts, the nobles were rather envious of the third prince for gaining such precious items. Most of them, no matter how hard they try, they would be lucky to even see such items, much less gain them. Despite them already being better off than commoners, the nobles' greed knows no bounds, and they covet more than what they should. Viscount Cedric Derenthal looked at the other nobles, and when he saw the unprecedented greed in their eyes, he sighed. To covet the presence of a 7-year-old, that's even their prince. Are the nobles of this country already rotten to this extent? He thought grimly. As Cedric looked around, there were only a few who didn't care about the treasures given to the third prince, Ilian Vion. The tower masters were, of course, uninterested since they were the ones who gave the gifts. Then there were the dukes, the most powerful nobles in the kingdom of Norvigard, like the tower masters, who showed little to no interest in the third prince's gifts. As expected, Cedric sighed inwardly. Those with true power have no need to chase after trinkets. Cedric did not show any envy when looking at the third prince receiving such wonderful gifts, but when he looked at the tower masters and the dukes, his eyes burned with the fire of envy. Cedric calmed himself down. Such emotions would only disturb his thinking and would make him make bad moves. Right now, I'm nowhere near taking a seat near them, but the time will surely come. He recalled the whispers that followed him through the noble courts. Derenthal has quite the talent and potential. Unfortunately, he's just a viscount. How many times had he bitten his tongue and smiled through veiled insults? He had learned long ago that power came not only from one's name, it was from leverage and patience. As he was looking around, Cedric's gaze drifted towards Lucen Thornyheart. He was the center of many rumors as of late, and he's also the reason why the frozen north was starting to change. In the past, Varden Thornyheart and all the Thornyhearts before him, all except for the first Duke Edric Thornyheart, were content in simply defending Norvigard from all threats. The Shield of Norvigard had strong military power focused solely on protecting the north, but now they were starting to make other moves. It all started to change the second Lucen Thornyheart decided to move. Now it's hard to predict what the Thornyhearts will do. Among the nobles, Cedric believed that it was the 4 dukes who were the most dangerous element in the kingdom of Norvigard. It was said that the combined military might of the 4 dukes was greater than the entire power of the kingdom of Norvigard. Even if they are the strongest swords and shields of the kingdom, they are also the most dangerous elements in the kingdom. The beautiful sound of the music in the ballroom could not be heard by Cedric as he was formulating his next plan. In a different area of the ballroom, a young girl with a bright smile was watching the gifts being given by the tower masters. She watched curiously, eyes unblinking as each tower master presented their gift. This young girl was none other than Lysette Crowlorn. What wondrous gifts those were, and the presentation was also top-notch. However, the third prince seems to be quite the shy one. Still, I wonder, since the gifts of the tower masters were this good, how about the dukes? What will they be giving? Lysette's eyes were almost sparkling from curiosity as she continued to watch the scene. That was when her eyes rested upon a person, Lucen Thornyheart. I would have wanted to talk to him, but it seems that there are many thinking of the same thing. Lysette, with her observant eyes, noticed several people eyeing Lucen, which was different from the others. Most eyes looking at Lucen were of curiosity, but some eyes were looking at him anxiously or thinking rather deeply about something. Still, there was one person who was looking at Lucen with hidden hostility. That person is Reginald Vermont. I did hear from others that his personality is not quite noble, despite being the heir of a count. He treats commoners as if they were his slaves. Truly a bad personality. I guess Lucen wouldn't like that, so maybe they had a conflict before. Lisette observed everyone on the side of the Vermont family. She knew that the wife of Count Vermont was the daughter of Marquess Iran Halbrecht. It was known to many that the Marquess dotes on his grandchildren, whom he only had 3 of. She then glanced at the Marquess, and he too was peeking at Lucen every now and then. I guess the Count and the Marquess have the same idea of apologizing or doing something similar. Based on my understanding from the rumors I heard at my tea party, the Marquess would go to war for his grandchildren, but I guess, when faced with someone like a duke, it would be quite difficult. Lisette placed her finger near her chin, deep in thought. Since Reginald has such a wretched personality, he should have gotten into a conflict with Lucen because of something he did and asked his father for help. Lisette was tapping her finger onto the side of her chin as his thoughts went deeper. Learning that it was Lucen Thornyheart Reginald was in conflict with, the Count should have decided to make Reginald apologize to Lucen or do something similar. Lisette could pretty much imagine the scene of Lucen and Reginald meeting. Even though Reginald was the older person, his maturity and intelligence were truly lacking. Yet nobles still entertained him, flattered him, and aligned with him, all for the power of his bloodline. What use was a noble title? Lisette wondered, if it was worn by someone with the manners of a thug and the mind of a brick. Such a person who uses his status to do whatever he pleases wouldn't even bother to know who Lucen was. Lisette thought to herself. Seeing Reginald's expression, it doesn't seem like he wants to apologize. I wonder what kind of action he will take. Lisette glanced at Reginald, then at Lucen, trying to predict what kind of things would happen later. ***** In the back of the crowd, in a corner of the ballroom, Viscount Raval Drenwick was watching the gift-giving with irritation. I thought giving that rare falcon with silver wings would get me some attention from the royals. I even made sure that it's properly trained, but now, all that effort for nothing. Raval then glared at Robert, who was standing beside the Thornyhearts. Not only was my initial plan ruined, but that guy Robert embarrassed me in front of so many other nobles. Everything seems to be going wrong for me ever since the Thornyhearts started taking action against me. Conveniently, he forgot it was he who struck the first blow. I might not be able to do much against the Thornyhearts, but I should be able to do something about that eyesore Robert. Always being compared to that crazy fool, who isn't even a noble, was seeking irritating. I wasn't planning to do anything at first, but since he decided to humiliate me, I, of course, need to strike back. Just thinking about what Robert said to him infuriated Raval like no other. They had known each other for such a long time. Every time his name was mentioned, so was Robert's name. The genius son of Viscount Drenwick, one who could rival Robert Duskwell. That was what they said before, but now they say Viscount Raval Drenwich, one who used to rival Robert Duskwell as a genius mage. At first, he didn't really mind. Who cared what others thought of him? He had inherited a wide land with many servants and coins. He got everything simply because of his bloodline. Why should someone like him work hard for anything? Why even bother comparing him to a commoner who had nothing and had to work hard to get even half of what he has? Those were his thoughts before meeting Robert again, and hearing those mocking smiles as Robert said he did not know him. That arrogant wretch dares claim he doesn't remember me. That arrogant seeking nobody dares to say that to me. He thinks just because the Thornyhearts employ him, that I won't be able to touch him. I will make sure to teach you a lesson that you would never forget. Unaware of the many thoughts of the people present were aimed at him, Lucen, who was standing straight, continued to watch how events unfold, like he was watching a cut scene from a game. He was waiting to see what the other dukes would give the third prince. Chapter 97. 2 gifts after the Tower Masters, it was the 4 dukes' turn to give their gifts. The first to step up was the Serafina Eromont, who was both a duchess and a Tower Master. She wore a scarlet gown tailored to perfection, accentuating every graceful curve. Serafina drew the eyes of many, particularly the men. Not only was she beautiful and powerful, but the Duchess Serafina was also a widow. Countless nobles, powerful warriors, and wealthy merchants had tried to win her hand. Of course, none of them caught her fancy. She wasn't seeking anyone to begin with, so she rejected them all outright. But that didn't stop persistent suitors from trying. The alluring Duchess slowly walked towards the third prince. Each step was accompanied by a flare of flame that twisted into the shape of roses, before vanishing into embers. She was doing this on purpose, since the other Tower Masters did so much theatrics as they gave their gifts. When she arrived in front of the royal family, she smiled and spoke. "I have 2 gifts to give you, young prince. Serafina gestured at her daughter, who stepped forward while holding a heavy-looking book. Myria, who had a composed grace similar to her mother, presented the book to the third prince, and a royal knight took hold of it for the prince like all the other gifts. That is a book that contains all the fairy tales that have ever been told in our kingdom. There are also some heroic stories in there about the heroes of old. I hope you will find reading those stories inspiring. Serafina's voice, though incredibly alluring like sweet honey, was also gentle and warm like a campfire. Now for my second gift. To the surprise of many, Serafina produced an orb, despite her form-fitting dress, which offered no obvious place to conceal such a thing. The orb in her hand was what mages called a blank orb. It was created from a rather rare ore called arcanium, which was something that could absorb and store magic. Serafina started chanting in a whisper at the blank orb. Her mana surged outward like a blazing fire. The temperature in the ballroom rose subtly as Serafina whispered in an ancient tongue. Flames flickered around her fingertips before surging into the orb, which began to glow from within like a heart of molten fire. This blank orb now has a single 5-circle flame spell. Use it if you are in trouble. The pulsing, fiery blank orb was taken by the royal guard and placed with the other gifts. The king thanked Serafina for her gift, and as she stepped to the side, the next duke took the stage. The one who stepped forward was the Duke of Judgment, the one who upholds order above all else, and who sings praises to the goddess of justice and judgment Thalara. He was none other than the Holy Knight of Thalara, Duke Elandor Judicar. Standing beside him was his only child, Evander. The two were wearing sharp-looking garments with cloaks to their side. Unfortunately, his wife, Alicia Judicar, was unable to attend due to her work in the Temple of Thalara. Duke Elandor and his son Evander moved with solemn grace. The two then appeared before the royal family, and unlike the Tower Masters or Serafina, the father and son bowed their heads. "Young prince, these are the gifts my son and I prepared for you," Elandor signaled his son. Evander knelt on the floor and opened the box. Inside was a beautiful necklace, simple yet refined, with a gleaming crystal pendant set in silver. The crystal shimmered faintly with a soft white glow, as if lit by inner moonlight. "This is a necklace that bears the blessing of clarity," Evander said, his voice calm and unwavering. "It will protect your mind from illusion, confusion, and the enchantments of falsehood. May it help you see truth, even when the world seeks to cloud your judgment." Once the first gift was given, since Serafina gave a second gift, Elandor decided that he too was going to give a second gift. "I will pray for a blessing." Elandor then went into a kneeling posture with his hands clasped together. Lucen, who was watching from behind, felt the same thing he usually feels when he asks for a blessing in a temple. A deity was now watching them. A silence fell over the ballroom. The air grew still, not heavy but reverent. A faint glow surrounded Duke Elandor, not from mana but from divine presence. The sigil of Thalara, the goddess of justice and judgment, shimmered faintly on the floor beneath him in pale gold light. Elandor's voice rang out in a deep, clear tone, not loud, but resonant enough that every corner of the hall could hear it. "Goddess Thalara, the very embodiment of justice, judge of all truths, look upon this child, a prince of our kingdom. May your gaze be just, and your blessing steady his path." When Lucen heard Elandor's prayer, he frowned since he knew the original fate of Ilian. "I guess this event never happened in the original flow of fate. This party was something that happened because of the arquebus and the movements I made. Fate truly can be changed, but is it flowing to a better future or one of even more despair?" Lucen thought to himself. As Elandor finished, a faint chime echoed in the air, soft like glass touched by wind. The golden glow around him pulsed once and then faded, leaving behind a gentle warmth that lingered for just a moment longer. When Elandor stood, his expression remained unchanged, but a quiet murmur spread through the gathered nobles. A divine blessing wasn't something that could be bought or forged. It had to be earned, or given freely by favor of the deities. The king offered a respectful nod. "Your piety honors us, Duke Judicar." With their offerings complete, Elandor and Evander bowed once more and returned to their place without flourish or spectacle, leaving behind a weighty stillness. After such a spectacle, the others wanted to see what the third duke would do. The one who stepped forward was the strongest swordmaster in the kingdom. Dressed in loose-fitting clothes, he moved with what seemed like lazy, careless strides, yet not a single opening could be found. It was the gait of a man utterly confident in his invincibility. This was Kaelvar Runeskar. Kaelvar strode forward without hesitation, his beloved daughter Elira following closely behind. His wife, Media Runeskar, also wanted to come with them, But unfortunately, due to Kalvar's style of governance, there were a lot of things that needed to be done, and one of them had to stay home. Of course, the one who stayed behind was the one who actually understood what they were doing, which was Medea. As he passed, a few knights shifted instinctively, a subconscious response to being near a predator cloaked in the guise of a man. "Sorry, kid, I ain't got no fancy gifts like those before me. All ever have our swords, so that's what I'm giving ye." The second Kalvar uttered those words, many nobles reacted differently. It was no secret that the Sword Duke's personality was like this, very straightforward, and he did not care for formalities. Some found that a duke, the highest-ranking noble, acting like this was wrong. Others think that this informal way of speaking in front of royalty just reinforces how powerful the dukes were. Elandor, who had already expected Kalvar to act like this, was gritting his teeth. He wanted to punch the fool in the head. Lucen sighed when he heard this. He already had a guess based on what the other people gave. Now his father and the Sword Duke would give the same gift. As if he were able to read Lucen's mind, Varden spoke. "Do not worry, my son. I have already anticipated that this would happen and prepared a different gift." Hearing what Varden said, Lucen nodded his head. It didn't really matter much if they and the Sword Duke had the same gift, but Lucen would feel something was wrong. Elira handed over a sword without much adornment. It was a simple-looking short sword, but the aura it was emitting made one feel cold. "This is a short sword I acquired after defeating a wandering swordsman who challenged me to a duel. He called the sword Napper, which is biting cold in the old language. It's a pretty good sword." After handing over the sword, Kalvar was now deep in thought. "Is there a problem, Duke Runeskar?" the king asked. "It's not really a problem, but the others gave 2 gifts. It doesn't feel right if I don't hand over another one." Kalvar eyed the third prince, then grinned like a wolf who'd found prey. He'd thought of a second gift after all. "I got it, the second gift. I will teach you one of my sword techniques." The very moment Kalvar said those words, many nobles, especially the knights, were stunned and then became extremely envious. Among all the swordsmen in Norvigard, Kalvar was closest to the 7th mantle, which is a qualitative leap from the 1st to 6th mantles. Being taught a technique from someone like him was not only an incredible honor, but it was a chance to become stronger. All this just because he's royalty. Were the thoughts of many present, but they continued to show smiling faces while directing such malice to a 7-year-old. "That would be truly an honor my son has not deserved. Thank you for your gifts, Duke Kalvar." Giving Ilian so much, knowing his future personality, this might become bad later. Lucen, watching Ilian receive gift after gift, knew that the future had changed, but he was sure that this wouldn't be able to change Ilian's future personality. As long as Ilian felt envy towards the protagonist Alexander, his ending would never change. While Lucen was thinking about those things, now the last to step forward was Lucen's father, the Iron Duke Varden Thornyheart. Unlike the others, he didn't bring awe through flame or divinity. His presence was a quiet, unshakable pressure, the ever-sturdy shield of Norvigard. Chapter 98. Unexpected gift. Among the 4 dukes of Norvigard, none commanded more respect than the Iron Duke. He was the shield of the north, the steadfast wall that stood between the kingdom and the endless waves of monsters, marauding barbarians and foreign armies. Through every winter, every siege, every war, the North did not fall. Because he did not fall, to the common folk, the Iron Duke was what a noble should be, unbending, unshaken, and uncorrupted. A man of iron will and colder discipline. He neither indulged in courtly games, nor wasted words on empty flattery. He stood where others fled, fought where others wavered, and endured where others broke. The nobles called him rigid, the soldiers called him unyielding, the people called him a pillar of the kingdom. If Seraphina's presence was like a seductive thorny flower, Elandor was that of a warm, pious believer, and Kalvar was a floating cloud with a hidden storm. Varden was a large mountain, and each step he made was filled with heavy resolve. Despite not wearing armor right now, everyone who was watching Varden walk saw him wearing magnificent silver armor. When Kalvar saw this scene, his thirst for battle was at full blast, and a vicious grin appeared on his face. He as expected of my best friend and rival, to think that he too had grown stronger from before. Kalvar unconsciously had his hand almost touch the hilt of his sword when Elandor appeared before him. "Hey, you idiot! Even if it's you, if you take action here, you will not be forgiven." Elandor's silent pressure bore down on Kalvar. "Should I take Elandor as well? This is my chance to have an incredible fight." While Kaelvar's intent to battle was rising, his beloved daughter Elira grabbed hold of a part of his clothes. Seeing this, Kaelvar was able to calm down as he lowered his hand. "Sorry about that, I just got a little excited." Elandor did not respond and simply frowned at Kaelvar. He decided to stick close to the brute, just in case he thinks of doing something stupid. Varden arrived in front of the royals and performed a knight's salute, and Lucen, who was standing behind, also did the same. Varden then signaled Sir Thalos in the back, who nodded his head and left the ballroom. While waiting for Sir Talos to come back, Varden simply stood in front of the little prince, who was feeling anxious to be in Varden's presence. The first Prince Elric looked at Varden, thinking of how to make this duke become his ally. The second Prince Gregory, whose thoughts were unreadable, was not looking at the Iron Duke but at Lucen. The second Princess Elena was also looking at Lucen curiously. This was the person who was the subject of most of the rumors in recent days. The first Princess, Mirabelle, looked uninterested, but she was glancing at Varden and Lucen every now and then. The king, too, had his gaze fixed on Varden, but more intently on Lucen. He had already informed the Iron Duke that he wished to speak with the boy. After a short wait, Sir Thalos returned, carrying a round shield. With practiced formality, he presented it to the third prince. "This is my gift. It is a round shield crafted from many monster materials. It was forged from the scales of a young fire dragon, one slain by my son and his men." When the people heard that Lucen truly defeated a young fire dragon, they were aghast. If it were anyone else who said it, they might have doubted the news, but it was the Iron Duke who said it. This was a person who would never lie, no matter the circumstances. It wasn't just him. The entire Thornyheart bloodline had a heavy dislike for the court's politics. They were men of battle and honor. Even if it were for his blood, he would never let go of honor. So the rumor was true. That was what the majority of the nobles present were murmuring to one another. The nobles had many different reactions upon confirming the truth of the rumors. Some showed an expression of fear, others with interest, many were of disbelief, and there were also those who had anger written all over their face. This shield is imbued with anti-mana properties. It can nullify lesser spells and endure even the force of high-tier spells. The shield also has many enchantments placed on it that would protect its user from damage even if the shield is not directly hit. The royal guard who took the shield was about to place the gift with the others when he noticed how light the shield was. It felt like he was holding nothing in his hands. "As for the second gift, my son has something to give." Harlech handed over the item in question to Lucen, who presented it to the third prince. Many people already knew what the item was. It was the popular board game Territory War, but unlike other boards, this one looked different. It closely resembled that of the round shield that was given. "This is my gift. It is a one-of-a-kind territory warboard made from the same scales of the young fire dragon. The pieces hand-carved from its claws and bones are balanced for perfect weight. It is the only one of its kind. I, as the creator of the game, have even put my signature on it." The very second Lucen said those words, many people reacted, especially the Aeromont mother and daughter, as well as Lysette Crowlorn. Murmurs broke out once more, louder than before. Unlike the shield, which only nobles of rank could envy, this was something anyone, mage, merchant, or noble could covet. As a one-of-a-kind item, it was pretty much priceless. "Third Prince, would you consider selling that board to me?" Seraphina suddenly spoke, surprising everyone, including Elandor. If other nobles did the same thing, they would have been punished. But as one of the 4 dukes and a tower master, Seraphina held significant power. Even Lucen was quite surprised by the sudden interruption by Seraphina. She did say she and her daughter liked the game, but this much. Then again, this world has no arcades, no cards, and their version of chess is F***seeking too complicated. Even something like reversi would count as a royal pastime. The king did not say anything as he looked at the scene with an amused smile on his face. He was waiting to see what his 7-year-old son would do in such a situation. The ballroom fell silent. All eyes turned to the third prince, waiting, watching, judging. Ilian, overwhelmed by the stares directed at him, waiting for what he was about to say, could do the only thing he knew how to. He went to his second sister's side. Seeing his actions, the king could only sigh. The queen showed a warm gaze at her child. Elric had a cold gaze and scoffed at his brother's cowardice. Mirabelle looked at the board deep in thought. Gregory did not look interested in the board, as he continued to look intently at Lucen, as if he wanted to see through Lucen's very soul. Elena patted her younger brother's head, as Ilian whispered in his big sister's ears. "Help me, do you want the board?" Elena whispered back, and Elian quickly nodded his head. Ever since the game Territory War appeared, he had played with the servants for hours, and sometimes with his siblings. He really liked the games. The special board made for him was something he did not want to give up. Unfortunately, he did not have the courage to speak out against the Duchess Serafina. Seeing her younger brother's response, Elena nodded her head. Elena was the one who responded to Serafina. "I'm afraid," she said with a smile, "this board is not for sale." The room went quiet. The king was smiling. He wanted his youngest to respond like that, but seeing Elena do it was equally satisfying. "I address the third prince, not his elder sister, unless of course he cannot speak for himself." Serafina responded with a gentle smile on her face, but there was an invisible pressure in every word she said. Elena did not back down and replied, "My brother entrusted me with his answer, and it remains no." Everyone was quite surprised. A 12-year-old girl, even if she was a princess, was able to respond like that to the Duchess Serafina was truly eye-opening. "Is that so?" Serafina looked at the second princess, Elena, with amusement. "Surely there's something I can give that you would exchange for the board." Robert, who was bored listening to the exchange, suddenly perked up. Serafina was willing to go that far for that board made by Lucen. Maybe she would trade the original journal of manhwareccomendation for another limited edition board. Robert then glanced in Lucen's direction. "I'll ask Lucen later if he can make me something similar so I can trade with the old hag." Robert mumbled to himself. Even though he spoke in a way that only he could hear, Robert felt a cold glare. He saw that Serafina was looking directly at him. Robert quickly stood beside his master, Thelwyn. Serafina's gaze at Robert was only a second, as her attention went back to the third prince and the second princess waiting for their reply. "Unfortunately, Duchess Serafina, my younger brother truly likes the board and is not willing to exchange it for anything." Serafina gazed at the two royals and closed her eyes. A sweet smile then appeared on her face. "I guess you truly like that board. Maybe my daughter and I can play on that board with the third prince and second princess. That does sound pleasant. My younger brother and I also like playing Territory War. Playing with someone like the Duchess and her daughter should be fun." Elena replied with a bright smile on her face. While the rest of the room returned to its cheerful buzz, Prince Gregory's gaze never left Lucen. There was no curiosity in his eyes, only quiet, growing intent. Chapter 99. Truth in a smile. Once all the gifts had been given, the king rose from his seat and raised his cup high. "Thank you everyone for your wonderful gifts." Though the king's voice was not loud, it carried effortlessly across the entire ballroom, silencing idle chatter. "Now please enjoy the party at your leisure." A round of polite applause followed. The music swelled, more vibrant than before. As the king leaned down to speak with his youngest son, the rest of the court returned to motion. Nobles began forming circles, laughter and hushed whispers filling the hall as politics resumed behind wine and smiles. "Hey Lucen, do you think you can make another one of those boards made from the dragon scales, with your signature on it?" "Sorry, Robert, but if I did that, then the value of the gift I gave would diminish." "Why are you asking for something like that? I thought you said before that the board is just a tool to play the game, it doesn't matter what it's made of." When Robert heard Lucen's response, he, for the first time in a long time, actually felt a little embarrassed. "Fine, I'll tell you. I wanted to use that board to exchange for the original journal of manhwareccomendation." Robert confessed with a shrug, prompting Lucen to sigh in mild exasperation. "That plan won't work. The only reason Duchess Serafina is even interested in that board of the third prince is not fully because of the materials used or my signature in it." Then why is she so interested in it?" "It's because it's the only one of its kind, of her current favorite board game. If I create another one, then it's no longer as valuable as before. That doesn't make sense to me. Wouldn't it be better if something like that was shared? Like knowledge, something everyone should have access to?" Robert said, confused by the idea. "Humans are like that. They desire things that they cannot have. Because humans are never satisfied, we can only keep on moving forward. Every time I talk to you, it's like I'm talking to the old man. I always forget that you're a 13-year-old kid." Lucen simply smiled at that. As Lucen chatted with Robert, the clinking of glasses and echo of laughter carried across the hall. Not far from them, Kaelvar had cornered Varden, his voice sharp with mischief. "It seems that you have grown stronger, Varden. Let's have a duel." "Not today, Kaelvar. The ending of our duel will be the same as last time if we fight now." "How can you know that without even trying?" "Then I forfeit this match and you win." Tusk, you know that I don't like that. Fine, I won't bother you with a duel for now, Kaelvar responded while shrugging his shoulders. Hey, how about having our children have a match? I would ask Lucen if he wants to, but not now, on a different day. Today is supposed to be about the third prince as it is his birthday. How boring, you and Elandor really don't know how to have fun. Lucen noticed a girl with golden blonde hair and deep blue eyes approach him. Her look was what most people think of when they hear the word princess. Her steps were light, her expression bright and innocent, but Lucen knew better. Despite being much younger than the version he remembered from the game, he recognized her instantly. That radiant smile of hers, both a mask and her true self, one who uses her naive demeanor to trick people into lowering their guards and learning many secrets from them. The future spymaster, and depending on the route taken by the protagonist, Alexander, the leader of the revolutionaries, Lysette Crowlorn. She's also the source of many bad endings for the protagonist. She's not a bad person, as most of her actions in the future are for the commoners, but she's quick to make a move. If she thinks you're a traitor or a hindrance to the revolution, she will end your life. Lucen remembered that the difficulty of the revolutionary route was mostly because of her. Depending on the choices made, there was also the route that she would not become the leader of the revolutionaries. Even when she's just a spymaster, her dialogue has a lot of thorns to it. Many players have been tricked by that innocent look of hers. The problem is that she is most of the time truly innocent, and it is that innocent behavior that gets people killed. Among the named characters, her existence is the most contradictory and hard to guess. As Lucen watched Lysette get closer to him, he was already sighing in his mind. In the game, Lysette was a challenge not due to her strength, but her dialogue. It was a fun challenge back when it was a game, but now that they were in reality, Lucen thinks it will become very stressful talking to Lysette. Good day, Sir Lucen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lysette did a polite curtsy in front of Lucen. I'm the youngest daughter of Marquess Crowlorn. My name is Lysette. The pleasure is all mine, Lady Lysette. Lucen returned her curtsy with a polite knight's salute, masking the flicker of unease rising in his chest. This was a girl who smiled amidst the chaos. Lysette then also did a curtsy as she looked at Robert. I greet you as well, Sir Robert. Sure, greetings and all that, Robert replied dryly. So to what do we owe the honor of Lady Lysette's presence? Lucen asked. I just wanted to meet you personally, Sir Lucen. You have been quite the center of attention these past few months. The stories about you are slowly becoming quite the legend. The young heir of the Iron Duke, one who many dismissed as a sickly person, has become someone who's able to slay dragons and become champion of the underground arena. Lysette spoke, her curiosity ablaze. That's too much. I did not slay dragons. I only defeated one, and he was injured and young, and I did it with my trusted allies of Thornifang. As for becoming the underground arena champion, that did happen, only because the actual arena champion had placed many restrictions on himself. Even so, that does not diminish what you have done. I hope when they tell your stories in the future, I can become even just a footnote in the epic of your life. Lucen knew better than to take her words at face value. Every sentence was a step in a dance whose tempo he had yet to master. But of course, there was also the possibility that this younger version of Lysette wasn't like that just yet, and was simply telling him what she truly felt. Yes, even her older version in the game would mostly tell the truth about what she was feeling. The problem was interpreting that truth. Thank you, I do not deserve such praise. No, I mean it, and if anyone should be thanking anyone, it's me. The game you made, Sir Lucen, is the most fun thing I have ever played. Thank you for making Territory War. I only made it to pass the time. I didn't expect others to enjoy it so much. Lucen responded, obviously that was not the whole truth, but it was close enough. Is that so? Then are you going to make more games? Maybe in the future. For now, I'm going to try my hand at writing a play. Lucen was not aware of it, but he had said something more, even though Lysette didn't even ask for it directly. The flow of the conversation was already out of his hands, and he had noticed it. Talking to Lysette was somehow relaxing. The way she spoke was calming, and her smile made her feel like a friend you have known for years. A play? That's fascinating. So you also know how to write plays, Sir Lucen. It would seem that you truly have many talents. I wouldn't go that far, Lady Lysette. I simply dabble in many things to keep myself entertained. Lucen gave a modest shrug, his tone light. Besides, writing is easier when you're not aiming to impress, only to explore an idea. You truly are a humble person, Sir Lucen. I would very much like to watch that play of yours if you ever put it on show. I would contact you first, Lady Lysette, if I ever do. The way the two teenagers were talking was very polite, and both sounded more mature than their ages. Robert, who was listening in, was already feeling tired simply from listening to their conversation. Robert let out an exaggerated sigh and crossed his arms. "Can you two stop talking like some old nobles? You're both 13. You guys should be playing outside or something. What were you doing when you were our age, Sir Robert?" Lysette asked, brimming with curiosity. "What else? I was reading books, experimenting, and doing alchemy." "That doesn't sound like something a 13-year-old would do," Lucen replied. Lysette giggled, a soft, melodious sound that felt at odds with the cunning hidden behind her eyes. "I think Sir Robert just wants us to have fun in his way." Robert huffed. "I was having fun. It's not my fault you two enjoy talking about nonsensical things like plays and games. We should be talking about advancing our knowledge." As the three of them were having quite an intriguing conversation, one of the royal guards approached Lucen. The three stopped their conversation and waited to hear what the royal guard had to say. "Lucen Thornyheart, please follow me. His Majesty wishes to meet you." Hearing what the royal guard said, Lysette tilted her head, eyes glinting with curiosity, as if she'd expected this too. Chapter 100, Butterfly Effect. The king called Lucen and Varden. Alongside them were Sir Thalos, Robert, Harlick and Mark. The group followed the royal attendant through a smaller side corridor. The sound of the party could no longer be heard through the corridor. The group continued walking behind the attendant. When the doors to the private chamber opened, the king was already inside, standing by the tall windows. The view overlooked the royal gardens. It was quite the sight to behold, especially to those of them that live in the north, where it was hard to find such scenery. "Welcome, people of Thornyheart. I wanted to meet you for quite some time now, Lucen Thornyheart." The king spoke with a smile on his face. Lucen bowed with practiced precision. "It is an honor, Your Majesty." Varden gave a shallower bow, respectful, but with the weight of an equal who had earned his place on the battlefield. The king's gaze lingered on Lucen a moment longer. "I have heard many reports about you. Many sounded absurd at first, but it turns out every word was true." As the king spoke, he eyed the wooden boxes that Harlick and Mark were holding. "There was also the report that you have created new kinds of weapons. A weapon that harnesses the power of thunder and lightning. Can you show me these weapons?" "Of course, Your Majesty." Lucen gestured at Harlick and Mark, who walked forward with wooden boxes in tow. While the two were opening the wooden boxes, Lucen spoke to the king. "I did create new weapons, Your Majesty, alongside Robert and the craftsmen. Actually, two of said craftsmen are here. What are their names? Oswin and Hulls. Did you hear that? Please bring them back here. Do so with utmost respect." The king spoke to one of the royal guards who saluted and left. Harlick and Mark stepped forward, laying the opened boxes on a low table between them and the king. Inside, nestled in fitted compartments, the arquebuses. This is the weapon I, alongside everyone else, created. It is called an arquebus. It doesn't use the power of thunder and lightning. It uses the power created from alchemy to fire. It doesn't need aura or mana to use this weapon. The king studied the weapons in silence, his fingers hovering just above the polished wood and cold steel, as if gauging their weight without touching them. "No auras, no mana," he murmured, "meaning even a farmer's son could wield it." "That is correct, Your Majesty," Lucen replied. "With training, of course, a disciplined formation of soldiers could use these to devastating effect. I have personally seen it." "Yes, I heard about that as well, your fight with Viscount Drenwick." Lucen, who was using acting adept while talking to the king, almost frowned the moment he heard the king say his fight with Viscount Drenwick was but a fight, a simple word from him without changing expression. So many deaths, the bloodhounds, the villagers, and even the bandits, to describe the entire thing as just a fight between him and Viscount Drenwick, made Lucen unsure of what to feel. Despite Lucen showing a neutral expression, it felt like the king understood what he was truly thinking and spoke. Battles between nobles are more common than you think, and in those battles, usually it's not the nobles who bleed but the common men and women of the land. Even as king, I cannot stop all nobles from their own private battles, which is why I hope you and the other nobles, fights between us are simply making Norvigard bleed its own. I will keep that in mind, Your Majesty. The king then took out one of the arquebuses from the boxes. "Can you show me how this weapon is used?" "We need to go outside for that, Your Majesty." "Very well, let's head out." The king in the lead, followed by the royal guard, Lucen's group followed close behind them. They exited through another side passage. this one sloping downward until the polished marble gave way to gravel and packed earth. A small training ground awaited, enclosed by high stone walls. Several targets of straw and wood stood at varying distances. "Clear the grounds," the king ordered, and the royal guardsmen stationed there withdrew to the edges, their eyes lingering on the unfamiliar weapon in his hands. Lucen stepped forward with a leather pouch and small powder horn. "Your Majesty, if I may, this weapon requires preparation before each shot." The king handed the arquebus to him, watching closely as Lucen measured the powder, loaded the ball, and tamped it down. When the arquebus was ready, Lucen got into position and aimed at one of the wooden targets and fired. The booming sound of the arquebus, like thunder, echoed throughout the training ground. The power of the current arquebus was unlike what it was before, with Robert and the others always improving it, and the power had increased. The wooden dummy in the shape had its head clean off its body. The royal guard who watched the entire thing felt no aura or mana being used. That meant it was the weapon itself that produced such power. They who had been trained to never show any emotion on their faces were truly surprised. Seeing their reactions, Lucen remembered the first time he showed the arquebuses to the others. The same as that time, the king showed an expression similar to Varden's back then, one not of surprise but of cold calculation. The king stepped closer to the shattered target, running a gloved hand over the splintered edge where the head had been. His fingers came away dusty with powder and sawdust. "How far can this arquebus be used?" "This current version of the arquebus has an effective killing range of 300 scale. When the people heard Lucen's answer, they were once again shocked. A weapon that didn't need mana, aura, or even mana crystals was able to produce such a powerful projectile at that distance. Even Varden, Sothalos, Harlick, and Mark were stunned by the number they heard. The last time they asked how far the killing rang was, it was just 250 scale. Now it has improved again. It was only Robert who had helped in the improvements, who didn't show much reaction. While everyone was still in a state of shock from hearing Lucen's answer, the royal guard who had left before came back with Oswin and Halls. "I have returned, Your Majesty. I present the master blacksmith Oswin and the master carpenter Halls." The king approached the two craftsmen, who quickly knelt on the ground. "We greet Your Majesty. Stand and answer me." The king pointed at the arquebus in Lucen's hands. "How many of these arquebuses can you make, if you have the forge in the capital, and 100 blacksmiths and carpenters?" Oswin exchanged a glance with Halls before answering. "If the forge runs without pause, Your Majesty, and the craftsmen are trained in the work. Perhaps 50 in a month, fewer if quality is not to be sacrificed." The king's eyes narrowed slightly. "And if I do not care for the expense?" "Then we could double it," Oswin said, his voice steady despite the weight of the gaze upon him. Halls nodded in agreement. "But the stock and fittings require seasoned wood. The best pieces take months to cure. We can hasten the work, but haste makes for cracks and warping. Your Majesty, even if they can make that many in a month, the materials needed to make the powder are limited. Also, only Robert and I know the precise amount to create the black powder needed to make the arquebus work." Lucen informed the king. The king's gaze shifted from the craftsman to Lucen, the faint smile gone from his lips. "Then it seems, Lord Thornyheart, that you hold the key to this weapon's true power." Lucen inclined his head slightly. "It is not a secret I give lightly, Your Majesty. The wrong hands would not hesitate to turn it against the realm." The king stared at Lucen for a few seconds before speaking. "I understand. I won't ask you how to make the black powder, but I need you to create as much as you can. I also need you to teach many more people how to use this weapon." "Why, Your Majesty?" This time it was Varden who asked the question. The king turned from the shattered target, his boots crunching lightly on the gravel. His gaze swept over each of them in silence, one heartbeat then another. "Why else does a kingdom gather weapons?" The king's eyes swept the training yard. "Because one day, someone will make us use them." Everyone could guess what the king was implying and became silent for a while. It was Duke Varden who spoke first. "Who would make us do so?" Varden pressed, his voice lower now. The king's smile had vanished. "Actually, right now, nothing is clear yet, but there have been some reports about our neighbor, the Kingdom of Inevia, buying weapons from the Rockton Empire. Not only that, but our spies have reported that they have been training their soldiers harder than normal." The king paused for the information to sink in. "As you know, our two kingdoms have always been at odds with each other. We are simply at peace with them for now, but that peace can change at any time. We don't know if it would end tomorrow or a decade later, but we need to prepare just in case, which is why I wanted to train our men to be able to use the arquebus." Even though the king made it sound like it was not that big of a deal, the silence after was heavier than the arquebus in Lucian's hands. Even Robert's usual indifference cracked, his brow furrowed, lips tightening. Harlech shifted his weight, knuckles pale. Even Sir Thalos's posture shifted, weight settling into his heels as though bracing for a blow. It was only Lucian who had expected it, but even then he was also quite surprised. In the game, which was set a decade from now, there was indeed a war going on. I'm sure that in the game, the invasion of Inevir started a decade later, but now hints of it starting are showing much earlier. Also, there was no mention of the Rockton Empire. What even is that? Did my small actions here truly change events so much? Is this the true butterfly effect? Lucian had not expected such a drastic change in the timeline. What action did he make that warranted such a change? It was like tossing a pebble into a pond. Only now the ripples were crashing back as waves. Chapter 101. The butterfly's wing beat. After saying all of that, the king's hard gaze softened, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sudden, bright smile, as if brushing away the tension with a single expression. Did that news alarm everyone? The king scanned the people present. In truth, there's no need to worry too much. Those B***stards from Inevir have always made moves like this, but they never do much. At most, they would station a few battalions near our borders to provoke us. Will you tell the other nobles about this? Varden asked calmly. Most of the nobles have their ways of gathering intelligence. They would most likely receive similar news from their own intelligence networks. Still, I will tell the other dukes not to do anything, since their actions might actually lead to war. Hearing what the king said, Varden nodded his head in agreement. Based on their personalities, the very second Kael'var hears that there is a chance of war, he would immediately head out to Inevir and attack head-on by himself. If Seraphina learns that a war is possibly coming, she, like Kael'var, would say it's better to strike first than wait for the other to strike you. She would try to burn the nearest city of Inevir to the ground with everyone from the Red Tower. One would think that Elandor, who was a pious holy knight of the goddess Thalara, would not try to do anything stupid. But the second he hears of the possibility of war, he would go out of his way to supposedly save people. The way to save them was to beat them up until they didn't think of doing something stupid like war. So even if there is no war to be had, it would be in our best interest if more people in our kingdom knew how to use those weapons of yours. If possible, can you teach some of the soldiers how to use that weapon? The king spoke to Lucian, who was in a daze. Hearing the king's voice, Lucian woke up from his own thoughts. Still, using acting adept to look calm on the outside, he responded, I understand, your majesty. Please send the people who want to learn to Ironhold. My men will teach them how to use the arquebus. That's good to hear. Now, of course, even as your king, I'm not asking you to do this for free. I will grant you one wish. Of course, you can't wish for just anything. It needs to be a wish that I could grant, a wish that won't harm our kingdom of Norvigard, and it must not be too excessive, like asking for the entire treasury of the kingdom. Lucian was quite surprised, even though there were restrictions on the so-called wish. In essence, he could ask for rather absurd things like the sword of the first King Richard Veilguard. Thank you, your majesty, for such a generous offer, Lucian said evenly. But at present, I don't know what I should ask for. He spoke in a rather neutral tone, and his face was also as stoic as his father's, but that was because of acting adept. Inside, his mind raced through possibilities, treasures, secrets, artifacts, the sort of things one only obtained through the royal route in the game. Not only that, he could even ask for more land, men, and materials. There were so many possibilities that his mind was swirling, but he remained neutral on the outside. Is that so? The king's gaze lingered, weighing him. Very well. The offer will not vanish. When you know what you want, truly want, tell me. After speaking with Lucian, the king had a conversation with Varden. Upstairs, the king's private audience continued. Down in the ballroom, the music played on, though more than a few eyes flicked toward the doors. Several guests had noticed the royal guards approach the Thorny Hearts and their companions, and more importantly, that the king himself had disappeared from the party. The other royals were still talking to some nobles, but the king himself was not here. Many nobles were curious as to what the king would want with the Thorny Hearts. Some nobles started talking about it. Do you think there's trouble brewing in the north? One noble murmured into his wine. There's always trouble in the north, another replied. If it's not the monster waves pouring out of the forbidden zones, it's the barbarians raiding villages. True, but... The first leaned in, lowering his voice. The king doesn't pull someone away in the middle of a ball unless it's something unusual, Another group of nobles were also having a similar conversation. It could be because of the young Thornyheart, Lucen Thornyheart. Yes, he did defeat a young dragon. Even though it was wounded and he did not do it by himself, he did slay it. The noble spoke, trying his best to diminish the feat, but even saying it all that, it still sounded incredible. It could also be about that rumored weapon that he created, the one that makes the sound of thunder. Was that true? The rumor about him defeating a young dragon was dismissed as false before, but it turned out to be true. The other rumor that said he created the game Territory War was thought to be false as well, but that too turned out to be the truth. The noble drank down the wine in his hand and continued. There was also the fact that many thought he was a sickly and untalented child. If that child, who was crowned the champion of the underground arena, a sickly and untalented one, then we all might be diseased and fools. A noble responded with slight irritation in his voice. Many were having similar discussions all around. Not far away, Viscount Raval Drenwick stood frowning into his glass. One of the people who was part of the group the king was meeting was none other than Robert Duskwell. Even he, a viscount with great magical talents, was unable to speak to the king in such a private setting. But the commoner Robert Duskwell was able to do so. Of course, his mind dismissed that it was not Robert who was called, but the Thornyhearts, and Robert just came with them. Raval was already blinded by his hatred of Robert, especially after what happened just before. He was already extremely irritated, humiliated, and now this. Why is it always him? How can a commoner be better than I? Raval's teeth clenched. I, who have the superior bloodline and talent. Why am I always being compared to him, and why does he always get the praise that should only be reserved for me? The more he thought about it, the darker his mood became, and Raval became more irritated. He who had stopped improving himself saw that Robert was not at the same level as him anymore, which was true since Robert had long ago surpassed him. They were rivals once upon a time, but now Raval was no longer the magic prodigy he was before, only an indulgent noble, clinging to his title and past praise that has long been forgotten. In another part of the ballroom, Viscount Cedric Derenthal was having a conversation with a group of nobles. What are your impressions of Lucen Thornyheart, the heir of the Iron Duke? A baron asked. Yes, him, what do you think of him? Cedric asked again with a rather kind smile on his face. He was much better than I could have imagined. All those rumors about him being sickly and talentless must have been rumors spread by those who don't like the Iron Duke. Yes, I have been too many battlefields before, and the way the young heir of the North moved was filled with discipline and confidence. A knight at the fourth mantle answered. I see. Then why do you think the king called for them? It must either be something about the North or about something the young heir made. A noble answered unsure. Is that so? Raval said, and while the other nobles started talking about the gifts that were given to the third prince, Raval continued to think about why the king asked for the Thornyhearts. If the king just needed something from the north, he would simply call for Duke Varden, and would not bother to call for Lucen and the others. So it must be something that's found in the north. Raval then thought about all the different reports he had regarding the north. And Lucen Thornyheart, it was quite hard to get new information since Varden had all the spies in the north killed or imprisoned. The only variable I can think of that would attract the king's attention is Lucen Thornyheart. It must have something to do with that rumored weapon the bards sing about, the one that makes the sound of rumbling thunder. A weapon, even though it is interesting, would the king really call for the Thornyhearts in such a way that everyone could see and speculate about? Raval was still talking to the other nobles, but his mind was focused on something else. This was a skill he learned even before he inherited his title from his deceased father. As he was thinking about it, he remembered a strange report he received a day before he received the invitation to the third prince's birthday party. It was about unusual movements going on in the neighboring kingdom Inevia. Lucen Thornyheart, weapons, unusual movement of Inevia. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit in his mind. Is Inevia about to declare war on us? Chapter 102. The forgotten celebrant. The air was thick with perfume and the faint tang of spiced wine, each conversation blending into a soft, constant hum. Laughter flared in pockets, followed by the clink of glasses. Somewhere in the corner, a musician strummed a gentle tune, his notes almost lost in the sea of voices. It was supposed to be a child's birthday party, but after they gave their gifts, all the attention on the third prince disappeared. Now they were more focused on talking to each other, and most of their topics revolved around the young heir of the north, Lucen Thornyheart. Of course, the third prince did not mind. Ilian did not like to be the center of attention. Every time he gets some attention, his other siblings look at him weirdly. Except for his second sister and his mother, his other family members do not feel like they were his family. To him, they were frightening strangers. His father, the king, seemed to test him at every turn, and from the shadow in the king's eyes, Ilian suspected he had failed nearly all of them. Each time his father's gaze landed on him, it was as if his father were waiting for him to do something, but he always failed to do so. It was not disappointment he could see in his father's gaze, but a sort of expectation that he could do something more to be someone better. But Ilian could never do so. His eldest brother had once looked at him as if he were a rival, but that gaze had curdled into open disgust. His second brother spoke to him on occasion, his words polite but cool, like a scholar studying a curious specimen. His eldest sister never spoke to him at all. It was as if he did not exist. His eldest sister could pass by him in the corridor without so much as a blink, the scent of her perfume the only proof she had been there at all. Only his second sister treated him differently, always ready with a smile, a game, or a shield from all who wished to harm him. The Queen Mother was also warm. She always tells him that the only thing he needs to do is his best, and that she will always love him. He had once heard the servants talking behind his back, saying that he was not like his siblings, that he was untalented. Even though he was just 7, he understood what they meant. His eldest brother had a soldier's skill and was destined to be a great general. His second brother could predict the outcome of an event from a handful of clues. His eldest sister could bend people to her will and leave them grateful for it. Even his beloved second sister already had a manhwa and her first circle, her confidence shining as she navigated conversations even most adults found difficult. And Ilian's was none of those things, the untalented one of the royals. He once heard that Lucen was also treated similarly to him, the sickly, untalented, disappointing heir of the north. When I was feeling down, my second sister would always say, at least, "You aren't like the useless heir of the Iron Duke." But now, the truth was Lucen was neither sickly nor untalented. He stood in stories as a dragon slayer, an inventor, a man who left the crowd cheering. If Lucen had once been like him, then the gap between once and now was a mountain Ilian could barely see the top of. Ilian could hear the people talking about Lucen and his many achievements, from dragon slaying to inventing a new game. It was like there was nothing Lucen could not do. Was he ever as useless as me? Ilian wondered as he stared at the untouched drink in his hand. He watched his siblings talking to one noble after another, while he continued to sit in his spot, no one approaching him. Despite this being his birthday, where he was supposed to be the center of attention, truly, no one seemed to see him. On the other hand, Lucen, who wasn't even in the ballroom, had the attention of many. The stories they told, the rumors about Lucen's feats, were like something out of legend. He grew interested in the stories as he listened to the nobles, knights, and mages. Each had a different way of telling Lucen's story. His steps were small, deliberate, trying not to draw notice. He pretended to look around the room, but his ears stayed fixed on their words. By the time he realized it, he was standing almost within their circle. It was one with a baron, a knight, and a mage. They who had been talking noticed that the third prince was already beside them. "Greetings, Prince Ilian." Each one of them greeted at the same time. "Can we help you?" The knight was the one who asked. Ilian hesitated at first, as the nobles waited to hear what he had to say. It took a little while, but he was able to build up his courage to respond to them. "Can you please tell me more stories about Lucen Thornyheart?" The nobles looked at each other, not knowing what to do. What kind of story about Lucen Thornyheart do you want to hear?" I haven't heard any stories before, and I have only heard he was a sickly person." Ilian had a bit of difficulty speaking to them, but he wanted to know more about Lucen, so he spoke up with all the bravery he could muster. "Can you tell me everything you heard about him? Like, what do you know about his dragon slaying? Have you not heard the bards sing of those?" The baron who liked to drink asked. "I haven't. Can you tell me about it? I would like to sing it, but unfortunately, Prince Ilian, I don't have the voice for it." The baron answered, a little embarrassed. "It doesn't matter if you just tell it normally, I just want to hear it." The baron nodded his head and recounted the tale he remembered hearing from a bard. Even though he said he would say it normally, every now and then he would sing a few of the words. The baron spread his arms wide, describing the wingspan of the beast, his voice dipping low for the roar and rising again for the moment Lucen used the spell that greatly injured the dragon. Ilian pictured it all, ice cracking underfoot, the shadow of wings blotting out the sun, the air so hot his skin prickled. Once that started, the knight and the mage also told stories about what they heard of Lucen. The knight told the story of how Lucen won in the underground arena, and since he was there that day, he was able to tell it with a lot of details. The knight's tone carried the rhythm of a crowd's cheer, his hands sketching the movements in the air. He was moving his body as if he were Lucen himself. At this moment, it was as if Ilian were there in the audience seats of the arena, watching Lucen dodge each attack and countering fist with fists. He felt the crowd's roar rumble in his bones, the vibration making his chest ache, not from fear, but from wanting desperately to stand in that kind of light, even for a second. The mage told of the story he heard about how Lucen created the board game called Territory War. The more Ilian listened, the more fascinated he became. It felt like Lucen woke up one morning and decided not to be a useless person anymore. The more he heard, the more disappointed in himself he became. His fingers tightened on the cup of juice. He didn't know if he could do the same things as Lucen, as he had neither a mana core nor aura. Admiration twisted with something heavier in his chest, a mix of longing and shame. His fingers tightened on the cup until his knuckles turned white. He wanted to be inspired, but all he could think of were the gaps between Lucen's abilities and his own. A thought kept circling in his mind like a bird of prey. If Lucen could change, why haven't I? As he was thinking that, the thorny hearts came back. The room seemed to tilt subtly toward the doorway, conversations pausing mid-sentence. Every head turned as the thorny hearts entered, their presence pulling the attention of the hall like the tide. Varden and Lucen's silver hair caught the light of the chandeliers, their postures steady and confident. It was the kind of presence that filled space without needing to demand it. Even though it was obvious that they wanted to speak to them, none dared approach. It was only the other Duke families who came close and started talking to Duke Varden. "Hey, is he coming over here?" the Baron asked as he noticed that Lucen was walking towards them. When he arrived in front of the group, Lucen did a knight's salute and spoke. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Third Prince. If it isn't too much, I wish to talk to you." The second Lucen said those words, in Ilian's point of view, the entire world became silent. The words seemed to slice through the din of the party, clear and deliberate. For a moment, Ilian thought he had misheard. His heart skipped, and he became aware of how many eyes had turned their way. Chapter 103. Inspiration, you want to talk to me? The young third prince Ilian asked, his voice almost lost in the hum of the ballroom. "Yes, if I may." Lucen smiled gently at the third prince. For Ilian, it was strange. This was the first time he had seen such an expression from someone other than his second sister or his mother. "Okay, how about we change locations? We seem to be attracting a lot of attention." Ilian glanced around. Sure enough, almost everyone was watching them, curiosity sparking in their eyes. He had also seen his brothers looking at him. His eldest brother was frowning, almost glaring at him. His second brother was also looking, but with a look of interest. Before Ilian could answer, his second sister Alina approached them. "So Lucen, it's a pleasure to meet you," Alina said with a graceful curtsy, her tone warm and poised. "The pleasure is mine, Princess Alina." Lucen responded with the formal knight's salute, his voice steady but respectful. "So, Sir Lucen, what is it you want from my younger brother?" She spoke with a smile on her face, but despite her age, she was still a noble. That smile was both a weapon and a defensive shield. "I simply wanted to talk to Prince Ilian." "Is that so?" Alina's smile never wavered. "Perhaps you wouldn't mind if I joined the conversation as well." Lucen looked at Alina, weighing her request for a moment. Ilian's distrust of others. It's probably been shaped by years of growing up in this palace, surrounded by siblings he can't keep up with, Lucen thought. But looking at him now, fidgeting under his sister's shadow, I can't see even a flicker of that arrogant brat he was in the original timeline. Ilian shifted his weight from foot to foot, eyes lowered, as if the marble floor had suddenly become fascinating. Lucen then shifted his attention to Alina, a character who was only mentioned a few times in the game, one who died before the start of the story. The change in his personality should be because of Alina's kidnapping and subsequent death. Based on the forums, I remember there was a theory that her death not only changed Ilian, but it also made all the other royals feel even more distant from one another. Many players considered her to be the heart of the royal family, and her death was also the death of their hearts. To change the fates of the royal family, she was an important piece. "I would be glad if you joined us, Princess. Is that all right with you, Prince Ilian?" Ilian responded by nodding his head. "Then, Princess and Prince, let us change to a quieter location." The two royals noticed that almost half of the guests were eavesdropping on their conversation, so they moved to the balcony. Even though many nobles wanted to join or listen to their conversation, they knew that they couldn't push too far. That was two royals and the heir of the Iron Duke. If they made a mistake now, it might turn out badly for them later. The balcony doors opened with a soft creak, and the world beyond was awash in the golden hues of late afternoon. The muffled hum of the ballroom spilled out behind them, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant chatter from the palace gardens. Sunlight pooled across the marble balustrade, warm to the touch, and the faint scent of blooming flowers drifted up from below. "So what is it you wish to talk to my younger brother about?" Elena asked. "Nothing much, I just wanted to get to know Prince Ilian." "Why?" both Ilian and Elena asked at the same time. Seeing them act like that, Lucen was once again reminded that even though they were royalty, they in the end were just children. A genuine smile appeared on Lucen's face as he answered. "It's just that before I left to meet your father, the king, I noticed the prince feeling a little down despite it being his birthday. Then, when I returned to the ballroom, I saw that he was looking quite excited. It got me interested to know what changed." "Is that true, Ilian? Were you excited about something?" When Ilian heard Elena's question, he became even more embarrassed. He then started glancing at Lucen, unable to answer for a while, but Lucen was patient and waited. After a while, a little overwhelmed by the stares of the two, Ilian finally answered. "I wanted to hear stories about you." The second the answer was given, both Lucen and Elena showed surprised expressions. It was at that moment that Elena remembered the stories she told Ilian about Lucen. In those stories, Lucen was practically the loser among losers. Of course, the real Lucen was very different from the original rumors about him. Elena felt a little embarrassed telling his younger brother that at least he's not as bad as Lucen Thornyheart. Unaware of Elena's thoughts, Lucen was looking at Ilian quite surprised. He knew that many people were interested in his adventures, but, wait, now that I think about it, isn't my life after regaining my memories something out of a reincarnation adventure novel? Lucen shook his head and quickly discarded the useless thoughts. Didn't he have a similar thought before when he remembered this world was once a game he played? Yeah, don't stories from history sound like something absurd that could never happen, but they did. Lucen's focus went back to Prince Ilian. "So did you find those stories interesting?" Ilian hesitated again, his gaze drifting to the palace gardens below. "They were amazing," he admitted, his voice barely louder than a whisper. "Like something from a hero's tale." He fidgeted with the cuff of his sleeve. Lucen almost patted Ilian's head as a reaction, but stopped himself before he did so. He then quickly placed his hands behind his back as he spoke. "Are you perhaps interested in plays? I have watched a few plays about the founding of Norvigard, as well as the story of how the champion of the god of war Varkun defeated the evil dragon. What did you think about them? How do they compare to the stories told about me?" They are quite nice, but they are different," Ilian admitted. "How are they different?" "The characters in those stories seem so distant and unattainable. The protagonists of those stories are like perfect heroes, who cannot make mistakes and always end in victory. The stories about you are..." Ilian suddenly stopped mid-sentence and was once again hesitating to answer. "What about the stories about me?" "I can't say, or what can't you say?" Lucen asked, confused. Ilian did not respond this time and had his eyes looking at the ground. Elena, who was simply listening to the conversation, understood why her little brother was hesitating. "He doesn't want to answer since he thinks it might offend you." "Oh, there's no need to worry about that. Just tell me your true thoughts, and I promise on my honor that I won't be offended." Ilian looked up and saw the kind smile on Lucen's face. He hesitated for a little bit more before answering. "The stories about you, as the protagonist, are full of flaws, and it always feels like the victory was hard to achieve. Even in those stories about you from the rumors, you make mistakes, like keeping the mercenaries that tried to kidnap you as your allies, or the time you fought in the underground arena without rest. But you use those mistakes and make them your weapons. It's like every adventure you had the possibility of losing and dying was always present." "Of course it was. I'm not some hero of old that can do no wrong. I make mistakes and I live with them and simply move forward. No matter how bruised or dirty I become, you can only move forward." Ilian could not understand it, but when he heard what Lucen said, something within him was struck. He felt his heart racing. It was as if his mind had cleared. "You can only move forward." Elena, noticing the sudden subtle change in Ilian, did not say anything to her younger brother and instead spoke to Lucen. "I heard from a friend of mine that you are also going to write a play. That friend of yours, was it Lisette Crowlorn? Does it matter who told me? Not really. So, what kind of play are you going to write? Lucen looked at Prince Ilian, who was also looking at him with great expectation in his eyes. Lucen thought about what kind of story the third prince needs to see. It took him a few seconds to rummage through his memories, and he finally thought of a good play to write. It's about a knight who dreamed of living as the heroes of old once did, slaying dragons, saving kingdoms, protecting the weak. The only problem was, he lived in a tiny, peaceful village where the most dangerous thing was a cranky old goat. So, when a herd of wild goats charged through town, he drew his sword as if facing a demon army. When a tax collector came for the annual levy, he challenged him to a duel for oppressing the peasants. The more Lucen spoke, the more interested the two royals became in the story. The villagers laughed at first, thinking him foolish, but little by little, they began to follow his lead, not because he slew great beasts, but because he dared to stand for something, no matter how small. Though he never felled a mighty dragon, he became a hero in his own way by giving people the courage to fight for themselves. That does sound interesting. If you need help in finding a theatre to show that play of yours, I can help you with that. I really want to watch this play of yours. How about Ilian, do you want to watch it too? Ilian nodded his head. I already have a theatre in mind. When it's ready to be shown to others, I promise I will invite you to watch. As the trio continued talking, the soft hum of the ballroom filtered in through the half-open balcony doors. Unseen from where Lucen stood, a small group of people waited near the balcony doors. It was the Vermont family, with Marquess Iran Halbrecht in their company. They kept their distance, careful not to draw the eyes of the other guests, but their glances flicked toward the balcony more than once. Most wore the polite masks of nobles who knew their place. Except for one, Reginald Vermont's expression had a hint of animosity, but his family did not notice as their focus was elsewhere. Chapter 104. I did nothing wrong. Lucen's talk with Ilian and Alina lasted longer than he expected. The afternoon sky was now gone, replaced with a beautiful starry sky. It was during this time that Lucen noticed the Vermont family alongside Marquess Halbrecht, waiting just outside the balcony. He could already guess what they wanted to say. I might get something out of this, Lucen thought to himself. With a final polite farewell to the two royals, he stepped back into the ballroom. The very second Lucen stepped back into the ballroom, the Vermont family came to him. Seeing this, Harlick and Mark came close and stood behind Lucen with Thornyheart and Thornifang banners in their hands. Even Robert came near, as he felt like something might happen. Varden, who was talking with the other dukes, and Sir Thalos standing behind him, simply looked at a corner of the ballroom. The rest of the ballroom turned their heads. Some nobles, unaware of the theatre incident the day before, simply watched with idle curiosity. But others, Lysette among them, and those who had witnessed the scene firsthand, felt the pressure in the air sharpen. Something was about to happen. Sir Lucen, I was hoping to have a word. Count Vermont's voice was even, but it carried that polished weight nobles reserved for polite confrontations. A few nobles nearby angled themselves subtly toward the group, the lazy flick of a fan slowing midair. Yes, what do you want to talk about, Count Vermont? It is about what happened the day before. I do not wish for there to be any misunderstanding between us. Is that so? Then how can we resolve this misunderstanding? Lucen asked with a slight curl of his lips. Good evening, young Thornyheart. I'm Marquess Iran Halbrecht, Count Vermont's father-in-law. I, too, wish to help resolve this misunderstanding. We would not wish such a trivial matter to fester between our houses. To that end, I would like to extend, publicly, an apology for the impetuous conduct of my grandson. When the other nobles heard what the Marquess said, they became truly interested in what happened between Lucen and Reginald. You do understand it was not only I he had treated badly that day. Yes, we have already given that person the compensation he deserves, the Marquess answered. Is that so? I hope that part of that compensation was that your grandson apologized to him. Despite the Marquess showing no visible signs on the outside, on the inside he was frowning. It was one thing to give compensation in the form of coins to the theatre staff, but to make his grandson apologize to a commoner was another thing. Still, he could not just dismiss what the young Thornyheart said. It was the truth that his grandson was in the wrong. The Marquess paused for a few seconds, his facial expression never changing, but the internal conflict he was having was great. The pause stretched not in length but in weight. The Marquess's lips remained curved in polite neutrality, yet the faint tap-tap of his cane betrayed a private calculation. In the end, he sighed. Very well, I will make sure that my grandson apologizes. Reginald felt a little betrayed that his grandfather, who always did what he wanted, agreed so easily for him to apologize. He glared at Lucen, but seeing his reaction, Count Vermont blocked his view and whispered, "Whatever it is you're thinking, stop it." Lucen did not notice what Reginald did and continued his conversation with the Marquess. "That's good to hear. Then how will you compensate me?" The conversation finally reached its true purpose. The other nobles watched with full curiosity as to what the Marquess was going to give to compensate for his grandson's rudeness to the heir of the Iron Duke. "Can you tell me what it is you want, young Thornyheart?" the Marquess directly asked, which came as a surprise to many. Usually, when a noble talks about compensation, they would try to haggle and only give the bottom of what can be given. But with what the Marquess said, he basically told Lucen he could have anything he wants as long as the Marquess can give it. "I heard that Marquess Halbrecht doted on his 3 grandchildren, but I did not expect it to be this much." Lysette, who was listening at the side, was so astonished she nearly dropped the fan in her hand. Even Lucen was not expecting the conversation to move so fast. He was expecting things to play out like one of those period dramas he watched on some occasions. Still, even though it was weird, Lucen did not hesitate and spoke. "I am in the midst of writing a play," Lucen said, his tone calm but clear enough for the nearest onlookers to hear. "Perhaps your house could sponsor its debut, a sign to all present that we turn past slights into shared ventures." His voice carried just enough that those on the fringes of the gathering began to murmur. A cultural patronage was no mere coin exchange. It was a public endorsement. To fund his play was to put not only the Vermont name, but even Marquess Halbrecht behind the young Thornyheart's reputation. The Marquess's gaze sharpened, and he started tapping at the cane in his hand. After several seconds of silence, his lips curved into the faintest of smiles. "If that is all you require, then so it shall be." With that, he need not waste a single coin in his expenses for the play he wanted to make. "Of course, I would also need a public apology from your grandson as well, since he hasn't done so." Elandra Vermont did not speak or introduce herself to Lucen and silently watched as her father talked to the young Thornyheart. She had heard the rumors and heard his husband describe the young man, but all of those paled in comparison with the real thing. The person in front of her, talking to her father like an equal, was something she thought was beyond a prodigy his age should be like. Are the other children of the 4 dukes the same as him? How were they able to raise such children? Is it truly because of bloodline, or did I make a mistake in how I raised my son? While Elandra was thinking about that, she heard that Lucen wanted them to sponsor his play, and his father agreed. She thought that this incident could finally be buried, but then Lucen continued and asked her son to apologize. She and everyone expected this to happen. Of course, it would have been better if it hadn't happened, but it was still within what they had discussed. It was so simple. Reginald would face Lucen and apologize. That was it, and they could move on after sponsoring Lucen's play. That was the plan, that was what was supposed to happen, but her son did something no one, not even her, could have imagined. The Marquess sighed inwardly when he heard Lucen's request for a public apology. He was hoping that by agreeing quickly to his request for sponsorship, Lucen wouldn't ask for this. It was already expected, but he was hoping a little that there would be no need for this. Still, it has to be done. Very well, it is indeed proper for my grandchild to apologize for his misdeeds. Reginald, go and apologize to the young Thornyheart. Reginald, with his back straight, his hands clenched, and his eyes practically glaring at Lucen, did not look like he was about to apologize. The Marquess, who noticed this, was about to say something to stop Reginald, but Reginald spoke first. "Why should I apologize, for I have done nothing wrong?" The very moment Reginald uttered those words, many nobles gasped. Some of them even dropped the drinks in their hands in shock. Even Count Vermont, his wife, and the Marquess did not expect Reginald to say something so idiotic. Lucen, on the other hand, was only surprised for a second but quickly adapted to the situation. Yup, this guy is a walking cliché. Based on my years of reading light novels and watching shows with similar plots, he's either going to tell the others that I was the one in the wrong, or he'll just challenge me to a duel or something. I was not wronged. The commoner should not have spoken to me the way he did. Lucen Thornyheart is simply using his authority as the heir of a duke to suppress me. It is he in the wrong, not I. The nobles who did not know what had happened yesterday in the play were unsure of what kind of event had transpired, and were still trying to figure out who was right or wrong. Of course, those who knew the entire story found the things Reginald said to be ridiculous. To uphold my honor and dignity, I will not apologize. Reginald, the Marquess did not raise his voice, but it was stern and deep. Enough of this nonsense, and apologize to the young Thornyheart. I will not do so, grandfather. Since my family cannot protect my honor as a noble, I will protect myself. I, Reginald Vermont, the heir of Count Kyle Vermont, challenged Lucien Thornyheart to a duel. Upon the declaration, most were aghast and bewildered. On the other hand, Lucien, who was challenged, had a different reaction in his mind. This guy really is something else. He did both at the same time, tell others I was in the wrong and then challenge me to a duel. Lucien was laughing in his mind, very amused at how much of a cliché Reginald was. Chapter 105. Bang, you're dead. Everyone present waited to hear Lucien's response. Even the sound of the instruments stopped, as the musicians couldn't help, but also listened to Lucien's conversation. Count Vermont, who heard what his son said, wanted to slap Reginald so hard. He already understood his son was a fool, but he had made a mistake in understanding how much of a fool he was. Elandra Vermont was torn. She had only one son, even though she now realized that she had made a mistake in raising him and felt ashamed for his actions. She still loved him. Shame burned hot in her chest, but love was a stubborn thing. The same hands that longed to shake sense into him also wanted to shield him from the storm he'd summoned. She knew that if her son fought Lucien, he would make things far worse than they already are. But she could not intervene, especially since the words of challenge had already been spoken. The Marquess, who was standing right beside his grandson, was thinking of a way to get out of this situation. Yet no matter how hard he thought, there was no good end in this path. In his mind, the board unfolded. Each move, each counter, each loss inevitable. No strategy led to victory, only to a slower defeat. The only thing he could do now is lessen the blow of defeat. The ballroom seemed to lean toward Lucien, as if every noble present feared to breathe, lest they miss his first word. I accept your challenge, Lucien replied without a hint of worry. In fact, he was thinking about in what way he would claim his victory. He had grown even more confident in his battle prowess ever since the underground arena. After fighting monsters, assassins, barbarians, and martial artists, fighting a young boy slightly older than him was kind of laughable. To think that I would be able to personally perform one of my favorite tropes in novels, defeating an arrogant loser who thinks he's all that. The second Lucien accepted the challenge, the entire ballroom seemed to come alive again, but with an edge. Gasps broke into a low tide of whispers, like waves crashing in quick succession. The entire ballroom had become excited. A few in the corner had already started murmuring wagers, discreetly flashing coin amounts into cupped hands. Others were watching not the challengers, but the faces of the dukes, looking for any hint of approval or disapproval. Some smiled at the thought of Vermont's humiliation. Others hoped the young Thornyheart would be cut down to size. But all of them agreed on one thing: this night had just become unforgettable. Reginald, however, mistook Lucien's calm acceptance as arrogance born from pampering. In his mind, he had already pictured the younger boy's shocked face when his blade pressed against his throat. So what are the terms? Lucien asked. Reginald was about to answer, but the Marquess spoke first. We follow the noble dueling code. No killing, first blood or surrender will decide it. First blood. That means I can end this in seconds, or I can extend it to however long I want. The trick was deciding whether to humiliate Reginald publicly or just make it swift. Both had their charms. Reginald, meanwhile, stood taller, mistaking Lucien's faint smile for fear. He's bluffing. All these stories about him must be exaggerated. I'll carve that smirk off his face.